Welcome everyone to day 5 here for the second tour for the Western Europe Division 2. We've got 3 more best of 3s. Time to work out who those 2 teams will be to be promoted to Division 1, who those 2 teams will be getting relegated out of Division 2. Denok, we're getting towards that midway mark. How do we feel like it's all shaping up with the team so far? Any standouts for you as we are soon to get underway?
I mean, you know there is. You're giving me a little bit of a freebie there. Of course, we've got Ancient Tribe as well as D2 Hustlers really impressing up towards the top of the leaderboards. And Old G, actually, of course, the fan favorites, they're struggling a little bit. Just the one win on the board, so their series today is just all that more important.
Yes, you got to get some wins. It's coming down to it. Every series is so goddamn important. We will take a look even at some of the previous series that were played on the past day here in Western Europe. And one of those exciting ones was Secret up against D2 Hustlers. Talk me through it, Denok, because you were casting this one.
Yeah, D2 Hustlers won, spoiler alert. But this first game was really set up for Boom to be able to just go off. This was a last pick Necro, and they had no real way to get onto him, no nullifier builder, so the man was free to just have a perfect lane. A perfect game, provided that the lane went well. They tried to change things up on D2 Hustlers and put the Viper into him, but it still wasn't enough. He was able to withstand a lot of that early pressure, and they really just kept moving on forward. After that, though, it really did feel like the Devi Lama show. This game on Darkseer, he had 100% kill participation on his Darkseer. 11, 0, and 21, I believe he ended up with. Of course, it helps when you've just got a Spirit Breaker that you can toss the Ion Shell onto, but it really felt like that big response to the Armel TA that Secret were trying to go for. It never really paid off, and, well, they did exactly what they should have done in game number 1, which was kept the pressure going. They were actually in a pretty good spot to be able to start out that game number 1, but they just took their foot off the pedal. Not in games number 2, and especially not in game number 3. They just kept moving on forward here. As we see, it's gone to a 1-1 sort of scenario, and this was the real downfall of the Secret draft in that they just had such a hard time dealing damage early on. You go for this IO Abaddon draft, and you just don't do anything for the longest period, right? IO provides basically nothing in the form of damage. There was no one really for you to be paired together with to get a lot of utility out of, and they punished the fact that Secret had gone for this Abaddon that just takes so much time to be able to come online. This was probably the one fight that goes even reasonable for Secret, and they still end up losing basically everyone on the team. A couple of kill streaks going to Crystalis, but it's not enough.
Well, in the end, that is a giant victory. I mean, you see Devi Lama incredibly happy in the cam as well as Xantic as well. So they know how important it is, the fact that Secret, without a doubt, is one of those teams that they are competing for in that top 2 place for the promotional slots. But we've got that second series that battle on. It was Ivy up against PuckChamp. Both these teams were looking for their first series overall, and I know for me and you, we were both expecting PuckChamp to have a much better showing here in Division 2, but they are continuing to struggle.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like you said, it was very important for them to be able to pick this up, but again, they've been doing well in some third-party tournaments. They actually won a series against D2 Hustlers in a third-party tournament, so this isn't a bad team. It's just about being able to find that draft combination that's really going to put them ahead. We can see here, Ivy, they are known to be able to play around that position 1 Leshrac, but they flexed it to Stoikov this time around, and it ended up working reasonably well for them. Of course, PuckChamp was still able to take out the win in this game number 1, and it had to go to the 3 games, but they were able to turn it around and get the W overall.
That's a big one for them. Definitely a big one to be able to get some confidence under their belt overall for Ivy, who's even a team that we get to see play in our first series of the night as well. So we'll see if they're going to be able to continue with that momentum heading into it. Is there anything that you saw from this series in particular you feel like we might get more out of?
Not really. I was asleep, to be honest, for that one after the first series. You know, I needed my beauty sleep. I need it more than most. But, you know, we got to see that last series, and Alliance picking up a much-needed win, putting them on a 2-1 series score and leaving Into the Breach 0-3. I'm not sure many people would have expected this at all to be coming out of them after, you know, some decent showings in Div 1 just last season. And they've only had one roster change since then. Yeah,
it wasn't like, if you take a look at the previous tour in Division 1, like their their win-loss didn't look the greatest. A 1-6 overall series count, a 3-12 map count. But a lot of the people that were speaking about this team in interviews said they were pretty worried about them. I remember the Liquid one in particular said they were really concerned about how they were going to draft and deal with Into the Breach in the previous tour, but just something doesn't seem to go right for them so far. I don't know how much of a... I don't know how the change with Kadaru off the team and our respect coming in is hurting them or not. Whether it's, you know, you lost your shot caller, you lost your 5, which is making your safe lane weaker. You don't have confidence in the team, but just something's not going right for them.
No, and most of the times where you see that sort of thing happen, it's someone that's winning out off the back of that. But poor Kadaru, he's gone to PuckChamp, and they're winless as well. So
yeah,
no one really winning out at the end as Supreme. We know what he's able to do on his Ember Spirit. So they're able to get, you know, a nice performance out of him with, of course, being able to pick up a Rampage or two. But it was really that Game 3 that Alliance just secured their dominance. They don't really have anyone that's able to deal with that Naga Siren all that easily, and eventually EU just took over here.
Which is a very important victory here for Alliance. Like you said, they're going to jump up to 2-1, so they're currently tied 3rd place, equal with Secret, who they did lose to, of course, earlier on. So wait, what? Oh,
they lost. Sorry, I thought you were saying Secret lost. Who did Secret lose to? And they lost to
no. Sorry.
Yeah.
No.
Their one loss going up against Alliance. But I mean, just having a look at this leaderboard, this first series, very important. Ivy, OLG, yes. 1 win, 2 losses, both of them. Whoever loses this, kiss Div 1 goodbye. You cannot afford to drop any more series if you're either of them. And that's even like, you need a few things to go your way at this point because of some of the series that you've let slip.
Yeah, that's the end of what you just said is the big thing. The fact that even if OG or Ivy win every single upcoming series, you more than likely need Ancient Tribe and Hustlers and Alliance and Secret to lose a couple as well, just for you even maybe to hope about getting tiebreakers. So this is the thing. It's a brutal region. It's a brutal setup. You lose a couple of series, your hope of Division 1 is just not going to be there. So starts here. Got to get some wins under the belt. You got to turn it back around. And well, for Ivy, we'll see. OG, they have not been looking good at all. They started the season strong with a dominant victory over Into the Breach, but what do we really make of that? Because Into the Breach are not looking very good at all, and Ivy coming into this series now with a lot of momentum. So honestly, Danok, where the hell do you think this one's going to go?
I don't know. I mean, the old school OG fan in me says OG, but Ivy, like I said, they've been putting together some solid performances in third-party tournaments. Their form has perhaps had a bit of an improvement lately. And remember, this is an OG that was 2-1 against Div 2 Hustles, or rather 1-2. So a team that's hasn't lost a single series, they were able to take them to that 3rd game, and it was really close at the end of the day. Yep. What I want to see from OG is, I touched on it in one of the previous casts, but I kind of feel like they're getting a little bit predictable. They're great at this early game, but if you're able to withstand it, then I feel like it just becomes a little bit too predictable, you know? You know what the main strategy is that they're going to go for every single time, so you just need to pick these heroes that are going to be able to address the fact that OG will run at you. So Undying, great. Terrorblade, great. Even, you know, Underlord, Mars, these sorts of heroes I think are going to have a really decent time against OG.
All right, well, we'll see if those heroes do get the limelight or not. We're still a couple of minutes away before we do get our draft underway. And, of course, a big shout out to a lovely partner, though, esportsbet.io. None of this would be possible without them. And they've launched a exciting new feature as well, which is a watch-to-earn platform. You guys can earn 3,000 free tokens, which is worth $3 USD per hour, just by simply watching whatever Dota game you would like. So it makes it very fun, very easy. You can head over there, earn some tokens, and earn some exclusive rewards as well. So thank you to the boys over there, and we'll see how this one is able to shape up now between Ivy and OG. Odds still, I'm pretty heavily in OG's favor, honestly. Would you agreeing with that? $1.30, $3.35?
I think it's going to be at least a 2-1 towards OG. I would still favor them slightly, just because I think you've got that issue where they've had to modify the roster a little bit. They haven't been able to string together some consistent wins on Ivy as well. And I think OG, you always have to go back towards that experience, especially in these higher pressure situations. Ivy at least have the fact that they've got that one series win to be able to breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief, but you got to keep the momentum going.
Yeah, that you do indeed. So we'll see how this one is able to get underway. Before we do as well, a massive happy birthday to the two-time winner in Mr. Thompson. It is his birthday today, so we'll see if you get any birthday luck. Is that a thing, Denog? Does good thing happens on birthdays, or are you superstitious in a way?
Nothing good has ever happened on my birthday, so I wouldn't be able to say. How about you? Yours
That's
is
so depressing.
January
So
something.
We've done this like a week ago, so
yeah,
it's
but
okay because I don't even remember the month you were in. To be honest,
Wow.
I don't remember. So
see, nothing's gonna happen good this year either.
No, nothing at all. So here we go. We've got the draft on screen here for game one. I wonder as well for OG in particular, just maybe with more days means that more reps, more scrims, overall more time to be together as a team and identify what they like, the ideas they want to work with. So maybe this is just something for them heading in towards the mid stage of the of second tour. Maybe we could see them have revitalization is probably a weird way to put it in a way. I mean, I suppose so. They won their first series, lost their second and third, so maybe in a way.
Yeah, they've lost their series to the guys at the top of the table, right? So it's not like they've been dropping them to some scrubs or anything like that. But the issue is they've still got Alliance to play against. They've still got Secret to play against. And how hype are those series going to be? Man, what are they joking about? That's what I want to know. I always hate when I'm not in on the joke. And, well, we might have to ask them.
I don't know, but they're just spamming out the emoji voice lines. So
I see.
I don't know.
Might do it.
It says like, oh crap, wait, I got a ban. Hang on a second, we've gone reserve time, so got to worry about that instead of spamming.
Mm-hmm. I'm a little disappointed that Thompson doesn't have the birthday hat on. You know, you got to have some kind of paraphernalia there. You've got a man
There we
himself.
go. There's the birthday man.
Looking as good as ever.
10 seconds remaining.
Can you rock a mustache like that?
Have you ever seen me with a mustache?
5 seconds remaining.
Maybe photos actually. Yeah,
It's not a pretty
They-
sight. It's on my Instagram when I did Movember a
Mate,
couple of years ago.
Never is, and it doesn't matter what you're wearing. It does not matter, so
Oh,
it's okay.
you say about me being depressing to myself. This is because of you. You do this to me. No,
so
it doesn't
sorry.
fit my face very well. I'll be honest. It really doesn't. So I'll do it for a good cause, but that's about it. We'll see. We'll see. If you do Movember with me this year, then we'll see. We'll see who has the better facial hair growth.
Okay. I mean, I would hope it would be you, considering you're well into your years of age.
You're an
compared to-
adult now. I don't want to hear it. Okay, none of this excuses.
Oh, here we go. I do. Before we quickly speak about the draft, Vincento, he's now properly got everything set up. It looks like he is back home. I know he had a different setup prior in the first series we were casting from him, so he's got that T set up.
What kind of tea you think that is?
There as well. I got no idea. He could be on some crate. Oh, hang on, Kevin, let's still on, brother. Don't get it on the keyboard. He
you
could
know
have
this.
some fancy tea. I don't know.
Oh, you can see. He knows he's on camera right now. As soon as he breaks it out, he just becomes a little bit more emotive. Do you ever go when you're just eating something, you're like, ooh, when you're having it? He knows. He knows exactly what he's doing right now.
All right, speaking about what the hell is going on, we got to disrupt the first pick, responded with a DK Marana from Ivy, and then OG, they're going to go for the Doom in the 8th. What do we make of the first phase? Do you feel like maybe you prefer one over the other, or is it a bit too early to tell?
I think it could be a tiny bit too early to tell. I mean, the thing is, it's OG, it's Rezo. He likes to play a little bit greedier, so this is most likely going to be the Doom for him. The Disruptor at least provides a little bit of prevention of this full gang squad just with a glimpse back, but a lot of the times that's not going to stop, an arrow from connecting through. So I really wouldn't hate to see Seb play something like a Snapfire. I think it pairs together decently with the Doom, just as well to be able to enable you to keep the chase up, as well as avoid those chain stun combinations through. I mean, they got to make sure they ban the Oracle as well, because as comfortable as it is for tops and for aggressive purposes, that False Promise can look to prevent that sort of stuff as well.
Oh, they ban it.
Oh.
I'm trying to think of what I make of them banning the Oracle then.
Primal, maybe? Could be something they're considering. Maybe it's just the mind games, you know? Maybe they're just saying, like, let's see how long Ivy take with this, if they go into their reserve time at all, you know?
5 seconds.
It's definitely working on me at least, so they got me there. I'm telling you,
it's probably Primal, right?
Radiant team.
Oh, I hope we find out if you're right or wrong. Love for them to go 16th, 17th Primal, then we get to UB or Joyous for a bit.
You can finally compliment me at some point.
Yes, I do that. I do that occasionally when you are right.
Maybe it's also the Beastmaster, right? He could be going for the Slom, and if you just Fate's Edict, useless.
Oh, okay.
5 seconds remaining.
Give me the Slom. I want it.
I think I saw 9 pull out again pretty recently in Dream League when Group Stage 1 was going on towards the end. So
Did it matter
Seems
for
like-
them? Were they already qualified?
they were already qualified. Yes. And no, it
really
did not
doesn't
look
matter.
like it mattered too much. Yeah, but it's still like it's a nice. You still get to test it, regardless if the game truly matters or not. It's just nice to be able to see how effective is this build. You put some merit on it instead of just playing it in like a pub match or a scrim. A little bit more weight behind it, but we'll see. Nothing really standing out for the moment. They're using a lot of reserve time on OG with this last ban, and it's going to be a Husker taken care of, so no crazy cheese.
What does this mean, though? Like, for OG? I mean, to me, this screams Primal Beast, right? Someone that just needs to get up in the face. So Huskar is going to make your life a little bit more challenging. If it was going to be, you know, a Beastmaster, you could still use the axes. If it's like a mid-techies, for example, with an E-Blade Rush, you really don't care that much about the Huskar. Also, Ivy, this is pretty clear with their bans that this is going to be an off-lane Dragon Knight. It's something that Addy plays a lot of the time. So Stoikov, he still, of course, has the potential to play that Huskar. So they just look to get rid of it. And there's that Snapfire ban that I was really looking for, right? Just to be able to get rid of that Chain Sun combination. So now you're going to need something else for that. Could just be something as simple as Force Staff, but with how active I'm assuming Ivy are going to be looking to get, probably isn't going to be coming online quickly enough.
Remaining.
Probably two of the better supports to deal with the Phoenix Eggs not available now with the Snap and the Mirana taken out. So what they can consider for OG. You could even you could really maybe think about going no one's life stealer super early on to lean into DK and deal with the Phoenix because already a lot of carriers are getting banned out. But I don't know, it's very interesting. Is this Seb playing
I
the
don't know.
Esper?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, is it? Or is it a Thompson?
Thompson, yeah.
I mean, it's another hero that does like 99% of his damage as magic, so could be a reason. And it's a melee hero, so that's the reason for the Oracle and the Huskar ban, right?
Okay.
Likes to get active really early on as well. Silence, good against the Phoenix from afar. You can get the glimpse off as well, I suppose, just to be able to interrupt the Sunray, but wow. This is not really something I was expecting. They're kind of lacking in damage early on, I gotta say, on OG. I mean, you could tether together with a Doom and you could chase people down, but are you really going to care that much? They're kind of tanky already on Ivy. Just dive away into the trees. DK is going to survive through a lot. And as soon as you get into that mech, pipe, all these aura items on Ivy, I think you could shrug off a lot of it. So we know that the way to beat IO is team fight. They've got decent team fights so far, but
They do.
they have probably better pick-off just, again, with this DK Mirana combination. So what's going to give them more AoE? Leshrac. Feels good to me. Something that Stoikov is incredibly comfortable with in that mid lane. They can look to get rid of some of the counters. Let's say a Bloodseeker ban I wouldn't hate to see here, just to stop them from consistently running ahead. I like the early tempo that Ivy are going to be able to play with on top of this. You build naturally into these things like the Bloodstone that are going to enable your survivability, so you kind of force the Doom onto the Lesh. And then it's just about having that pipe, having a Glimmer Cape, having a Sunray, having a mech to be able to last it out. So I really don't hate this Ivy draft so far. I think it's pretty solid.
Same. Yeah, same. Do we feel like... do you think IO is a pipe builder? Like mech is... It's kind of mech Holy Locket, right?
I don't think well, I get what you're saying. Like, how are you going to withstand all of this damage?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you can. It's how you take fights, right? And it's on to who is the right person to be able to fight it onto. If you can go in and take a fight to avoid all of this, like, sustain, maybe you take out the target that's away from the aura builder, then you could look to take the fight proper. But IO, I think, almost certainly wants to be going into that Holy Locket. Maybe you're forced to go the Greaves or the Mech this time around, just because you do get the healing buff from the tether, but Pipe doesn't really have that same level of effectiveness. Really feels like Bloodseeker's the one for me, to be honest. It's a high attack speed for the Egg.
Yeah.
Rupture for both DK and the Lesh.
Your shard's going to be nice against DK if he scales with the pure and percent damage as well, which kind of takes away that potential of him being a threat as the game goes on.
Decent damage from the side lanes through the Scorched Earth and just Ember Spirit harassing out with the Boulder Smash.
They do have a really big issue with taking objectives, though, on OG and their control overall. So I guess Rupture helps a little bit with that, but Bloodseeker's never been known as someone to be able to open up the map, where Ivy have that with multiple heroes. So there's kind of one thing that maybe the Bloodseeker won't cover.
So I guess that's really where they're looking to focus a lot of these bans out, right? I mean, Abaddon, you can get rid of the Fiery Spirits, you can get rid of the stun combinations, but it's still very slow. I mean, this is Bloodseeker for sure, isn't it? That now they can look to go, because they're just going to try and run at you on old G as well. I think Bloodseeker is going to be totally fine against this. And you're decent at being able to just drop the Blood Right in the lane to prevent the Doom from consistently running at you. You can clear out the creep wave pretty quickly.
5 seconds remaining.
Just having a quick look at the last time there was an Ember Spirit played by Thompson. Okay,
Ember?
so he,
Ember
Spirit,
or Earth?
sorry.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, not you.
So he's a Tranquils, Urn, Yules / Meteor Hammer game. And I think this game, it's going to have to be Meteor Hammer, just because they do not have the way to push outside of that.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see what they want to go for Ivy if it is going to be that Bloodseeker route. I think a lot of the better matchups versus Razor in regards to carries are not available. Morphling in particular, Ursa can do okay with the Fury swipes. You don't worry about your static link getting drained, so they're not there. Which means that some of the carries still left for Zani. It's going to be a limited hero pool. In fact, we're going to swap. Looks like it's a potential Dragonite 1, which I don't... It's a pretty good Enigma game. Like, they do not address Black Hole at all, but I think he's actually going to have a pretty rough lane into Disrupt the Razor. Whenever you're caught out of position slightly, you can always get glimpsed back. It means Razor's going to be able to stay on top of you. There's nothing a Mirana is going to be able to do in that lane as well. I'm actually quite concerned. I don't like this swap. I think if you can get out of the lanes, then
I might not be the Razor as well, though, right? It might be Doom plus the
true.
The Disruptor going together.
Never mind.
I mean, no one's just going to run at you, and then when you try and run away, you're going to get glimpsed back. And I think they really want Rezo to be into Zani as well here. So I kind of feel like Ivy have put themselves in this position. I'm not sure I 100% agree on like the no addressing for the Black Hole. Like, you've got Glimpse, that's going to stop it. You've got Geomagnetic Grip. I guess. I mean, Doom can look to go into Octarine as well, though, right? So that's a little bit of a way. And I mean, as long as Razor gets off the Eye of the Storm and he's got Bloodstone, you're going to have a little bit of damage going back the other way to kind of sustain yourself. Again, IO has a potential save for that as well. So I don't know how I feel about this one. I do like the Razor. It gives them at least a little bit more something to be able to rally around, but to me, it's going to be on Thompson, right? Is he going to be able to get an early Meteor Hammer? Is he going to be able to open up the map to make it that you're not able to just spread yourselves out quite as much? You have to clump up a little bit more to be able to farm, or just don't have the whole map to be able to play with, and then you can look to go for some of these relocate plays.
Just so everyone knows, we do have a quick pause. I want to highlight what OG said as well. It's kind of funny how they both say different things. No one said Seb DC. Resolution said Seb not loading. And then Thompson just said lag. So
And then
And
Ivy
then
said he's
Vince-
got millions of dollars, but not a working PC. So you love to see it. You love to see it.
Oh,
All right, who are you predicting off the back of this? Because OG wonky draft once again.
Yeah. I think I am going to slightly favor OG. I think I like their lane set up a little bit more. With what I was saying about the Razor Disruptor, I think is very similar to the Doom Disruptor now into the Enigma lane. If he's ever out of position, he's just going to die multiple times. And I do not think, regardless if they put a Phoenix or a Mirana in that lane, it's going to change the outcome. I think he's going to have a really rough time. If Addy can get out of the lane, then he will be a threat, I think, with BKB Black Hole as the game goes on. Like you said, they've got a response in the Doom, but that is it. And I honestly think he could even be considered about dooming other targets as well. So I'm very worried about that lane. You've got resolution on a Razor. He is very, very comfortable in this hero. Back, of course, when he was playing on Secret, he destroyed multiple games with it. And he's playing into a Dragonite. So you've swapped the priority, putting DK1 into a counter, which is a bit of a concern for me. So, but with all that being said, I'd probably say OG are on a bit of a timer, right? Like, I think they have to run over this game because
Ember's going to fall off. Ember.
Did you say?
Is going to fall off.
Say, yeah.
Bro, we never see this hero, okay? Can't be
No, I get it. No, I get it.
We've also just got with the... we've got Cube on his Mirana as well. He's going to be going into that Disruptor Doom lane, and I feel like he's going to be pretty free up until at least like level 3 on the Disruptor to get a lot of creep pulls happening. You know, level 1 Glimpse, not the highest range to be able to play around with, so a way to just not have to worry quite so much about getting run down is... Well, just don't lane into it. Again, I think players are getting better and better at just realizing this. If the lane sucks, don't play the lane. Find a way to be able to make it work. And you would probably have to say Dire have the better tools at being able to do that. Just much more easy to drag the wave behind the tier 1 tower and prevent Doom from running at you early.
Yep. So you did just bring up before we got underway as well about the recent item build that Thompson's been going for here with the Earth Spirit. Do you think there's any potential for him to fit a vessel into this draft? Do you think it's required against the DK, against the sustain from the Phoenix as well? Because you also were saying there were some issues potentially with the damage overall for OG, or do you think there's other items that need to have a higher priority?
Yeah, it's nice for sure. Don't get me wrong. It's a great vessel game just to be able to get it in onto a lot of these targets that are going to be playing off the healing, either passive or through the likes of the Sunray. But you need the Meteor Hammer. You need to open this map up. I think you could still go the Urn first just because you are going to need to be setting up a lot of that tempo. But maybe Urn, Meteor Hammer, then Vessel into like a BKB is the way that I would look to do it.
Has he still got that crazy damage talent as well? No, he doesn't.
What was it, like 50 damage or whatever? At
yeah,
level 10?
something stupid.
They gave it over to Abaddon at level 15 instead.
Okay, I remember listening to Crit speak about how he thinks Earth Spirit needs to be changed to make it viable. And all he said was that Ag Shard, you do exactly the same as Ember Spirit, where the remnants do AoE damage. Because his issues is, what Chris said, and probably one of the better Earth Spirits, he said one of the biggest issues with Earth Spirit is his blade shoving potential and his farming. And he felt like if you ag it's just easy, simple. You've already got another idea of it in the Ember, so it's not going to make it difficult for Ice Frog to work it out. You just add a little bit of damage, overweight. Exactly, the code's in the game. Just put on Ag Shard, extra damage with Remnant AoE, you lay it down, you farm. What do you think about that idea? Is that something that could make this hero a little bit more viable than he currently is?
Can we go a step above that and kind of share the Ember Shard fully and then actually just get another Remnant given to you if you get a kill or an assist off the back of it? I'd like that. Anything that enables more aggressive play is kind of cool.
That's a step further, and I think that would then definitely make him viable. So...
Ember Spirit is just exciting to see, right? You're not some of these heroes that just get guaranteed stuns every single time. You got to be a Ronaldo to be able to make him work.
And I think everyone has a soft spot for position 4s. We could be here for quite some time and list off the high caliber 4s that we think of being able to make play after play after play on the main stage when it all comes down to the line. And a lot of that is off the back of the heroes like the Earth Spirit, those that have the high playmaking capability, the do or die, very mechanically difficult, but if you're practiced on it, you can look like the best in the world. And with Earth Spirit being one of them, but not being strong right now in the meta, it's a little bit sad. We miss those players.
Not sure what's going on with Seb, by the way. It's been quite a while that he's been DC, but I'm going to put you on the spot here, Aries.
Oh, God.
You're Thompson's best friend, hypothetically. I know that would never be the case, but you're Thompson's best friend. What do you get him for his birthday? A man that's won TI twice. What do you get Thompson for his birthday?
Dude, that's a difficult question because now I need to be
I told you.
considering. Yeah, I know. Now I need to be. Well, firstly, I don't know what he particularly likes. I don't
You're
know
his
what
best
he's
friend,
gotten.
mate. You meant to know.
Okay, well, oh, my bad then. I'm so sorry. Something easy would be a experience with the family, I think.
What kind of experience?
What kind of experience? A nice safari trip.
Okay. We're
I'm kind of
talking
rich
African
like that.
safari. I mean,
Yeah, let's. Well, the man deserves it. 2-time winner tops, and he deserves to spend some nice time with the family over in a safari over in goddamn Africa, seeing the real chads of the beasts out
The
there, all the
Serengeti.
lions, mate, all of them.
you're just trying
Every
to set up a
single one.
tactical lion to be able to take him out. I know you. I know your plans.
No, hang on. What? I'm a very nice person. I'd not harm anyone. No.
If you're best friends, though, then he might have you in the will. So that tactical lion is going to be very important.
No best
for you to
friend
be able
is
to
in
take
the
him out.
will.
Well, you were in my will, but not anymore. I'm taking you out tomorrow.
You've already got a will? Damn,
No,
you
I don't.
must be. Are you that? Oh,
I don't.
God.
It's important
Oh
to have
my-
one, by the way. It doesn't
I
have.
get-
I actually don't have one, but it is important to have one. I probably should look to get into it.
Damn, I didn't know you were like in your 40s already, even 50s.
60s, bro. Get with it.
60s. I mean, they need to make a an image of you. Like, I wish we had at least before we went pause, they did the sticker or the spray of Seb in his little scooter, so then we could be like, this is potentially what Daniel would look like as well.
I heard them trying to put it down on the ground, but I think just because it's paused, they don't actually go onto the ground just yet. Maybe we'll take a Snapchat filter photo at one point to be able to show. Wait, do you use that much? Do you use Snapchat much?
No, I don't like that up.
I don't like it either, but I love the crying filter. I think it is one of the best things of all time, just
Such
to be
a
able to
boomer.
put people on. No, have you seen the one I'm
Such a
talking about?
boomer.
You could be
No, I don't know
laughing,
what
having the
you're talking
greatest
about.
time of your life, and you look depressed as hell. And
Oh,
I think
okay,
it's hilarious
yeah.
because it just makes you laugh more and more. I'm pretty sure I did it to you at Stockholm, didn't I?
I don't know. I've seen like videos of what you're saying though, so I kind of know what you're speaking about. But no, Snapchat's kind of ass. There's better apps.
It is true.
I try and
I need the... I don't want those conversations to go away. I need to be able to go back to the receipts so that I can pull them out when when I need to use a scandal to my advantage.
what? Hang on now. What the hell?
You're a very scandalous person, bro.
Oh, come on, dude. You're not supposed to paint me in that light. I'm
not. You're a good boy.
Thank you.
wholesome
You
young
make me,
lad.
my night is just so much better now after hearing you say that. I've just
But you're still not going to do anything for my birthday.
I couldn't give a shit about your birthday, to be honest.
There we go. There it is. The true Aries comes out.
What are you doing for my birthday?
It's not until January. I got plenty of time.
Yeah, but you missed my recent one. That was a couple months ago, so...
Oh, you didn't get that thing I left for you?
Oh, that was you!
Yep.
Oh, I thought that was one of my love
One of your
affairs over in
dogs.
Europe for 20... no, one of my dogs. What?
On the
It looks
lawn,
like
I
we're on the
left
way.
it for you.
Let's, who gives it there? There we go. There's the sprays and all the boys are back in. Not, it wasn't too long of a pause. We've had longer ones before. It doesn't matter. We got to speak about, what we get Thompson for his birthday and
Old man Seb, we get to see as well. The the sprays inside of the old G base. All right, so are you Ivy favored this game? What do you think is going to happen?
No, I think OG, just because I think their lineup very much suits their game style of just taking over games very early on. What are you, though? Did you believe in the boys? Which boys, though? Who's the boys? Disruptor. He's not going to be one of the boys for much longer. Kit Track. Given over first blood. Unfortunately, it's Vincenzo that finds it. Would have loved to have it for a court to help with the laning phase, but nonetheless, it will be Ivy that strike first.
And just on the point of Thompson, you were mentioning it during one of your questions towards me. He's actually got the Spirit Vessel completely queued up, so he clearly feels like he needs to be able to, when they're running at them, be able to withstand the Sunray heal, the potential mech that's coming through. Of course, DK just being ever so survivable, and of course, Stoikov, he's going to be going into the Bloodstone as well. So it's going to sacrifice a little bit of their pushing potential, but maybe if LG can make some plays around the catapults, then that's not going to matter quite as much. But it really does put a lot more emphasis on them to be able to do that. So Ivy will be able to set up for it. Granted, they don't know that he's got the Spirit Vessel queued up, but you know, maybe when they see that he's not starting to build towards the Meteor Hammer, they'll kind of suspect it. There's a lot of old Sebs in that mid lane.
There are. You see the one with the tree to the right of the Radiant T1 tower, where his chin's on the tree line?
What a chin.
Looks so dumb.
How many of them can there be?
They should have run and put it under the T1 tower.
You got to get it on the stairs
damage.
just so it warps a little bit, you know?
Ah, that's the thing. Maybe you miss a CS for it, or something. Your attention drags elsewhere because you're looking at the beautiful face of the old grandpa. See how
I want to see how much Cube's able to do in this bottom lane. Like if you're going to go Blightstone, you got to get the harassment going, right? Like he's going to start blocking up some of these small camps. Obviously, he doesn't want the lane to be in a good spot. He wants to be able to get as much of this harass out away from the tower and that additional armor bonus as possible. So lane's already going to be passively pushing towards Ivy just because of the demonic conversion, but anything that you can do to supplement that is going to be great. And I mean, even just a Blightstone, I know it's not really a major thing, but Blightstone's duration needs to be reduced. 8 seconds is far too long, and especially with an Enigma who's able to potentially get, 6 Eidolons hitting into that target, can really start to ramp up that damage pretty quickly.
Yeah, that it can. Another thing about the lane just being closer to the tower for Ivy makes it that much more difficult for OG to chase them down, because they do need the full length of this lane to probably get the kills. So without the small camp now to reposition the creep wave closer to their tower, means that there might not be as much kill threat, but that's our bottom lane so far. Let's take a look at how top's going at the moment. It's Vincento's not going to go down. Very, very close to the Plasma, but we've got Seb, of course, on his Comfort IO with Resolution as well on the Razor. And have you been enjoying the Dragonite ones that we've been getting? We haven't had the opportunity to cast too many, but I know there's a lot getting picked up over in Dream League.
I think it's fine as long as you've got someone else that's going to provide that same pushing potential, right? Because the Dragon Knight, if you're playing it as a 1, it needs to farm. It's going to play a little bit more greedy, so I don't think you can afford to commit a lot of your time to be able to take out these towers. That's the job of your offlaner most of the time. At least they've got the Leshrac this time around, so I'm fine with it. Wonder, with that first blood as well, if we'll see Vincento topside. Actually, they're looking to make a bit of a play here on Tizani. Of course, the slow from the plasma field is going to allow them to get a little bit extra amount of that static link in. I wonder if they're going to get into the situation where he can actually look to go into his own urn on Vincento. I know it's something that Phoenix really likes to go, and I mean, you're going up against an IO.
Addy taking a lot of damage, but with the full split of the Eidolons, yeah, no one couldn't continue to play aggressive.
Yeah, need to get the courier. Yeah, I wonder if you're going to go into a Spirit Vessel on the Phoenix. Feels like a pretty decent fit against the heals coming through from the IO. No one else really wants to buy it on the team. I feel like Mirana might be the one to go. I wonder what Mirana does go. I mean, we're assuming that Addy's going to go this. Oh, has to be careful though. He's going to get run down.
Got a decent amount of one charges actually, and yeah, with the point blank arrow, Addy's going to be okay. No one's still considering about diving under the tower.
Cube still has 3 leap charges, not wanting to use any of them. Maybe just wanting to keep the fact that he's got that skilled up a mystery, because I don't think he's actually had to use it yet in that lane. Might be mistaken though.
Now what about this mid lane with Stoikov up against Topson's Spirit? Looking very, very even at the moment between the two, but how do these two heroes differ in regards to like the first 13 minutes? What are we expecting out of them?
13, that's a little bit arbitrary, but
I know.
I think it's really just going to depend on what power runes you can play around with, right? Like Topson, yeah, you can make some moves off of an Ember Spirit with the rolling boulder to be able to get to some of these side lanes as well. He's actually going to look to make a play onto Stoikov right underneath the tower, but that's just because it has such a low mana cost that you can look to spam it out. But this is really what I was expecting to see. You know, a quick power rune, then make their rotation down bot, but they should see that he's not coming back to this lane, so how are they going to look to reposition themselves back underneath the safety of the tower? They're actually going to go for a bit of a jump in here as well. Should be able to land this kill.
Beautifully done. Great first rotation out of Topson, and like you said, it was underneath the walls, so they were well aware that it was going on, but with a second point in the glimpse, it just dragged the Enigma a little bit further away than what he was expecting.
Even gets the bounty rune on his way back, so Stoikov only has the 1 point in the Diabolic Edict, not able to get any damage in onto the tower, so you'd feel very happy just to secure that lane a little bit more strongly for no one. Because it is important for the Enigma as well to be able to get into a decent start so that you could start, again, putting pressure onto these towers. The thing is, Ivy have 3 heroes that are going to be able to do that, so it's not enough just to be able to lock down the one. That's one of the things that I did like about their draft, is that it's not obvious every single move that they're going to make. You got to be keeping mindful of all of the different areas of the map, as Cube has to be careful just to be able to get away with that last leap charge, and he will be able to. So really now for Topson, it's clear out this next wave, try and get the power rune. Honestly, with Stoikov, I want to see him play a little bit more aggressively, because you could look to go for the TP into that mid lane.
Oh man.
Power of IO.
Strength threads. That as well as a Fairy Fire and Strength Tread saving lives.
TP down bottom by Topson. He's not level 6 yet, though.
They got a glimpse of him, though. They get the vision for a drag back, and they will indeed be able to. So, Addy, gonna be another death here for the Enigma. No. Okay.
Topson at on point, is he? Ooh.
He's got the 6. If he gets a glimpse, he might even just look to use the Magnetize. No way, he's out.
And he misses out the power rune, and the mid lane's now pushing in, and he TP'd out here as well. So he needs to get back immediately. Not getting this kill is a significant deal. You've even got the siege creep still alive, so Stoikov, with that regen rune, he's happy to tank up a lot of this damage from the tower, even just massively spams out the wave. So this is a lot of net worth just going away from Topson.
And look at Cube's positioning as well. Minor thing, but he's inside Radiant's jungle, and more than likely the...
on the way back.
Yes, that's the route back to mid lane, so he's going to know when Topson's moving over. Which does look like he's just going to go for a solo kill onto Cube. He's got some leaps to play with. Roll's going to be off the mark, though. And he didn't get the refresh in the Magnetize, but simultaneously bottom lane, they do finally get Addy. So they didn't need the +1. They just needed the 2 original members that were playing down bottom to continue to slow down the Enigma's game.
Didn't even need the glimpse that time around. Kitrak was just able to do it with a Thunderstrike, providing that tiny slow. Unfortunately, he's not able to get the wave pull off, though, so the Enigma might be able to come back here to a fairly decent lane, although... oh no, he's TPing to the tier 2 tower. Just checking that there's not an Observer Ward placed up behind the tower, doesn't want to get glimpsed back. But that mid tower's gone. That's the downside of this Earth Spirit hero, right? You find a rotation without that urn, not getting the kill, you're not even going to get value out of that either. And now Stoikov takes a lot of these stacks that have been built up for him too.
Yeah, so getting max value out of the regen rune here for Stoikov. He's off to a great start, top of the net worth. Very big lead over the enemy's cause. And you see, I'm actually quite surprised Resolution is struggling as much as what he is right now. Maybe struggling. He wasn't getting... I thought he was going to get more out of the lane. The fact DK actually even has a higher net worth is very surprising to me.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, where's the pressure really coming from? Again, it's against an IO. A lot of this damage is slow. The damage over time. Nice arrow landing onto Seb as well.
Ooh.
Yeah, I was really just thinking with Vincento. I mean, again, like you're going up against an IO lineup, so this Fire Spirit shouldn't be able to do all that much, right? Especially that with standing underneath the tower, with Flag Bearer creeps, with the headdress as well, picked up by Seb. So yeah, a little bit surprised that Rezo's in this sort of situation.
Bottom lane, Addy, though, once again is going to be in some trouble. A very peculiar position from Kitrak with the wraparound. We've got the vision to glimpse him back, so no one's going to get a lot of usage out of the Doom. Stoikov, so they're going to look for the deny, try it with the Eidolons. Won't be on the mark with the timing now. No one needs to be pretty cute with the Duke. Stoikov doesn't have too much mana even if he catches up, but it's not going to matter. Because look at the rotation starting to come out from OG. Seb TP's down and Thompson's here. Invised up. They're not aware of her. Can you find an angle, though, to look to utilize the Invis on Thompson?
They're not aware of that sentry, though, on old G that was placed down previously. So they don't actually see him yet because he's still pathing around. He's right on the edge of that range, but those creeps will start to hit him.
Keep hiding, keep. Careful, my friend. Looks like that's T1 Tower going to go down for the first of the game here for OG. Looks like it is also Midas completed, I believe. Yep, recipe. Now giving over to no one as well, so pretty good timing on the Midas.
For sure, for sure. I mean, my question is still going to be, when can they get truly active on old G, right? They've got the Elder Dragon form popped on the top side, so it doesn't really seem like they'll want to fight into this. But I really feel like Stoikov's getting a little bit too out of control this game. He's just a little bit away from that Bloodstone, about 1,000 or so gold, maybe slightly more, to be able to pick it up. And that needs to be addressed because, you know, these longer fights, they're meant to be favoring old G. You know, they've got the Magnetize to be able to play around with. They've got the Static Link. They've got the Doom. They've even got the Glimpse to be able to provide that. But a long fight is going to favor Stoikov if he's able to get into this early Bloodstone, especially while he's got this Arcane Rune bottled.
Yeah, that's the important thing. It's another room that OG don't prioritize. So more power runes given over to Stoikov. Gonna look to try and get a little bit aggressive onto Seb. Arrow's going to fly, but it's going to be off the mark this time from Cube.
They defend their tower, though. And I feel like, again, late game, Enigma, Dragon Knight, Phoenix, you're pretty happy with this. They do land a nice roll then, though, onto the Mirana, and that'll finally get, you would hope. There we go. He gets a couple of charges onto that Spirit Vessel. Very important for Thompson to be able to get up into that one. So now, even if Stoikov continues this really solid bit of farming, he's going to be a little bit vulnerable, despite having that Bloodstone available for himself.
And they keep making stacks for Stoikov in the jungle. Look at this. I wonder how many stacks Vicento's made already, because he's...
It's going to start making
quite
him rich
the support player. Yeah, that indeed. We do see a smoke coming out from OG, though, so looking to try and combine with Resolution. Level 7, and with the Eye of the Storm activated, they love to be able to get this top tower and try and shove Zani into the jungle, but a pretty good read from the Dragon Knight. He's going to be able to escape this. Midas is well completed here for the carry on Ivy, so you're already going to start to see his scaling come out very shortly, thanks to the item.
I do like the fact that Rezo popped that Eye of the Storm so early, though, right? Like, he was farming a couple of cramps at the time, so it doesn't necessarily reveal that that rotation is coming, but he could have very easily joined in and still had at least half of the duration left for it. And Addy, he's just been the target way too many times, so he's trying to just stay in the tree line as much as possible. Wonder if they're just going to have a look at the Eidolons and see if that aura is affecting them, just to give them a bit of a clue as to his positioning. But I think that's the mech that he's actually got coming out to him now, so the survivability is really starting to build up on Ivy.
And it is. It's going to be cautious, though, with the daytime. They should be able to get the glimpse. Level 3 from Kitrak. Yeah, there's the drag back. And without this tier 1 tower, it's just so difficult for Addy to play in this bottom lane. You don't have a lot of room to be able to move and posture yourself aggressively. You're putting a lot of your attention on the Eidolons to CS, but even then, you have to be nearby if that's going to be the case, and we saw that was just then, so another kill. This Enigma is very much struggling so far in the net worth, lowest out of all the cores. On tops and mid lane looking for another kill. This time it's going to be on the Cube. Should be able to secure it, granting himself some more Spirit Vessel charges. He has to commit pretty heavily, and the arrow is actually going to be a mark. So Zani can fall with the Dragon Tail, needs to get in front of Thompson to block the roll. In fact, that's just not even required. Stoikov comes in with a split earth, the hell about. So Ivy, I mean, you're so happy with that exchange. Multiple Spirit Vessels expended to get the kill into the Mirana. And Thompson's Earth Spirit, first death of the game. So, you know, continuing to kind of slow him down.
At least you've got that one Spirit Vessel charge left available, but again, like, you're going into a Bloodstone. It's a regen rune that Stoikov's playing around with. You've got Zani working closer and closer towards that BKB. I think it's important that you do get somewhat active as this DK, despite being a position 1, right? But he's been able to pick up that pretty early Midas. Of course, not going to get farmed quite as quickly as no one is, but I really don't think you care all that much They're going to look for Addy once again.
Yeah.
Do you even drop the... No, you can't drop the black hole. No way for them to rejoin you. And of course, they would have just got the glimpse back as well.
So they might look to make a play shortly on Ivy where like one core shows on the map, maybe even a core and a support, and then they try and smoke bottom and bait the Enigma, because that's twice now that he's died like that in the past couple of minutes. And you see OG, they're not even... They're committing pretty heavily to try and bring him down, and if he's got some boys behind him, like you just said, he could turn with Mech and Black Hole, but you need the team, so maybe that's a potential fight they could look to set up shortly.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, Vincento as well, he's going to try and rush that Aghanim shard as quickly as possible. Very vital for him to have that so that you're not able to stop the Sunray coming through with that glimpse or the geomagnetic grip from Thompson. So if they can look to try and rush into that, he does just have the 2 points in the Sunray right now, so it's not going to have insane value, but he'll probably be level 9 by the time he's able to pick it up. That's why they're just emphasizing how much experience and gold he's able to get up towards this top side of the map, as, oh gee, they're ready to make a play. Triple smoke. Yeah.
And look at no one, his devoured creep. He's got the envenomed weapon, which reduces all the regen. Very
75.
Interesting.
Yep.
We'll speak about that a little bit after this fight. Does look like they're going to connect shortly on some of the members on Ivy. Cube's in a pretty good position to pop the smoke and to get the leap away. The Kid Track's going to make that a bit more difficult here with the glimpse back. They'll get the kill onto the Mirana. Top tower is able to go down as well. But meanwhile, across the map, we see bottom's also getting shoved out too. So let's see what the call is going to be for OG. And in fact, they even want to defend this bottom tower. A relocate coming behind them. Addy, does he just look to drop the black hole? He's going to be able to do so with Stoikov nearby. They just run into the meat grinder. But Seb, he's able to keep them relatively healthy for the moment. Seb will still go down, but no one... He's going to be able to turn it. First doom of the game, under the cover of the BKB. He can look to chase down the left track, but they're concerned about the rotations coming out from Ivy. Zani's going to be able to connect, and now the doom's expired, so Stoikov, he's going to be fine to run back in. With a haste activated, he wants to try and chase down no one. Great dodge of the split earth, but is it going to be enough to keep no one alive? His turnaround's going to be all off the back of Thompson if he can land some of the abilities, but with the haste, it's just so difficult. Stoikov, he should be okay with a Sunray. Oh, they keep him alive. Stoikov will live. Zani, though, will he have the same fate? In a bit of trouble at the moment. Everything committed to try and get the Dragon Knight a kick in, but the Supernova, there's nothing you can do now. OG needs to call the retreat, but can they even escape from this? They're going to burn them dry. Seb just survives on a slither of health. Even resolutions come down. Why not have a 10-man fight down to the bottom lane? But Rezo, he won't be able to get the kill onto one, but it looks like Addy, well, finally, the person they started on the Enigma will go down, and they might even be able to get Coop as well. No more leap charges for the Miranda to play with. Gonna be able to juke to the tree line.
He's gonna get away.
The plasma field, and he won't. They got a ward. All right, Q will not get away indeed, but what the heck just happened bottom lane?
It was they didn't even have like. Did they have vision of that reload coming in? I guess they would, otherwise they would have dropped the black hole, but I mean, that's the downside, right? You got to make sure that the disruptor's there as well so that you're able to get that instant glimpse off. You're able to get the geomagnetic grip silence. Actually, Thompson doesn't even have that leveled up just yet. Looking to prioritize the rolling boulder as much as possible. He's very much a two-skill maxer on a lot of his heroes, completely ignoring one of them a lot of the time, but this is going to be one where even just that singular point is going to give so much utility.
Ooh, Thompson's got a Midas queued up. All right, we're going late, baby.
All right.
Who does that even favor? You've got the...
I don't know if you could geomagnetic grip someone out of a black hole. I don't know. If you get level 20. Probably not. Remember when Rubik's Shard first came out and you could lift people out of black hole? That was kind of fun.
Yeah. Classic Rubik stuff. Another aggressive smoke here for OG. Zani's got a BKB.
Reload.
Okay, not going to be able to activate it, so with the Vessel, he should go down, but he's got the boys behind him. Vincento's not going to look to play around with the Sunray to keep his Dragon Knight alive, but you've got to be cautious.
That's pretty deep.
Consider about turning to the Supernova, and no one is there to protect it. And now Stoikov, he's in trouble as well. He's got the Bloodstone to look to activate it, but the BKB is expiring from OG. The damage for the Leshrac might be enough to get some spell life still back, but he's just going to have no turnaround potential as Resolution stands strong in the face of it all. Rewarded with a double kill, and now finally, OG, 0 casualties from them. That's a big team fight.
It is, but it's just a 5v4 team fight. Addy was standing up the bottom side of the map for the entire time. He still had about 10 seconds left on his TP to be able to join in onto that one, and he was farming a creep wave, so they would have known exactly where there's going to be able to figure him out. He could use the Guardian Greaves to be able to pop this one here, but they're just going to close in onto him. It's not going to be worth it at all, and this is the sort of thing that Ivy couldn't afford to do. They can't just bleed kills for free like this, and well, they're going to find another. So even the next fight that they look to take, you know, relocate, it's up in 30 seconds. So they're just going to see where the Enigma looks to move himself and then look to try and fight away from it. Very important that you value those TP scrolls and just look to walk out to lanes a lot of the time. Look at this. They're instantly onto the Mirana. They just try and find these situations to be able to create an outnumber. You know, it's always this snowball effect, right?
Yeah. And now that you've been able to open up the map and a little bit of lead, we're going to see them continue just to run across the map because they are more reliant on cooldowns. Your egg, your dragon form, your black hole for team fights. Not as much for the Leshrac, of course, but that's really the only individual on Ivy that doesn't have to worry about the cooldown. So for OG, they're going to look to try and utilize all the deep vision they can find. Unfortunately for them, Kitrak's ward deep inside Dai's lines up top in the jungle is going to expire, but that's the type of wards they're hoping for.
Stoikov's closing in on his level 15. He's got the BKB finished up as well. Of course, has the Bloodstone to be able to play around with. Vincento.
Addy.
He's not going to get picked again, is he? He can't afford to be there on his own. It just allows them to run
the
at you.
boys are coming.
It's going to be too slow.
Stoikov's going to be pretty cautious, though. If the arrow connects, all right, they'll get the kill into Seb, it looks like. Thompson's trying to come in to protect him, but he's also out of a little bit of mana on Thompson. Enough to get another roll away. They smoked aggressively on Ivy. They're trying to catch up to more. Zani's got no blink, though, to close the distance. It's just going to be maybe on a straight arrow. They'll try and get resolution. Quick fingers with the BKB. Going to turn back on Azanic. All of his damage completely drained away. So the Dragon Knight's going to be a non-factor inside this team fight. A Supernova is going to be a bit of an issue here for OG, especially if the arrow connects onto Resolution. They're still able to land the Doom, and Thompson's nearby with more resources to play with.
No
so
BKB on him,
going to end up going down. And now Azani's BKB is about to expire as well. So OG, they can turn it around. It won't be long enough to cover his TP out, but Q, well, he will not be as fortunate. The Mirana is going to be chased down into the tree line, and they also got the glimpse for the +1 onto Vincento. So OG, all they lose is Resolution at the face of that tier 2 tower.
Was the last time Ivy fought as 5 that First Blood that they were able to get onto Kitrak? Kind of feels like it, right? Like, they've just been split up so much. All during that, Addy was farming in the exact same spot on the bottom side of the map. I really feel like they got to group up together, but, I mean, they've just used the Elder Dragon form. They just used the Supernova. They've got the Black Hole available, but Addy, even with everyone showing up on the bottom side of the map, doesn't feel comfortable even just to go back to somewhere as simple as the jungle. For good reason as well. Kitrak and Seb, they're just roaming around, seeing if they can find anyone out on their own. They're going to be walking underneath some vision placed down by Vincento previously. That's where exactly is being pinged. Would they look to go for a smoke together? I would love to see Cube get into the Yule Scepter as well that he's got, just to be able to potentially avoid like a relocate play.
Oh, they're going to get both wards.
Yep.
Great read from Kitrak. That was a freshly placed ward as well, so now their jungle is not safe at all from Ivy, and we might even see OG can consider about Roche at maybe an early stage, because Rezo has gone for this right-click build with the Sanjin Yasha, so...
Addy's back bottom. You've got relocate again. I think you can afford to go for this. He's going to back off in time.
They might run into each other, though. Importantly, no one has his high ground advantage. Who's going to be quick on the fingers with the BKB? Defensive blink away from no one.
Where's that reload?
Try and take the team fight, but there's the reload. And now with the Static Storm as well inside the choke point. It's a pretty decent Supernova, though. It's going to buy some valuable seconds for Ivy to look to reevaluate if they want to continue on with the fight.
Addy,
but importantly,
that's not what you want to be.
He's lost his BKB. As they'll be able to glimpse back the Leshrac, completely isolated from the rest of the members, and as a result, Stoikov will go down.
That's really the only hero that you're worried about at this stage. Like, he is so much of the damage coming through from Ivy, especially when you know that that Elder Dragon form, again, it was part of that previous fight, just expired, so let's look to make an aggressive play here, is what Old G would be saying right now. They're pushing out mid. Top even has a little bit of threat, not using the Doom just yet, and really quick reaction speed by Zani there. Another kill for on Addy.
Jesus. We're up to 9 now.
Yep. Just play with the boys. You got Greaves. That's the whole point of the item.
Yeah, I get... It seems like he's just not adapting, that's the thing. Like, when you have this summon hero Beastmaster, like in Enigma, you want to play in this lane, that he's in currently. But it just seems like he's not adapting for the game when you're against an Io and against the members on even Earth Spirit, Disruptor. If you're by yourself, they will kill you. It's a great voice. I didn't think the Seb voice line could get better, but apparently could.
Oh, whips back off the haste.
No way, they give the haste to a goddamn Disruptor.
Why not?
Oh, what a hero.
This is all OG is, right? Like, divide and conquer. That's all they're doing. IO, of course, makes it easier to do. But if you're just going to throw yourself out there and constantly get picked off solo, they'll take it. Like, you're just making their job as easy as possible.
Yep, and now with that gold off the kill, Kitrak was able to pick up a gem, so that's going to make it even easier now for the divide and conquer and to be able to find more pickoffs across the map.
Both teams' map is kind of dark right now. I mean, Ivy have absolutely nothing to be able to play around with, but OG really only have a couple of wards as well of their own. One is going to be around where they're making this movement here on the top side. They'll see the Greaves aura if they're looking to the creep wave too. So, especially once they use those summons up there. So, wonder if it's going to be like no one can pop it because he's just that damn tanky. Ooh, found him.
They did indeed, able to cancel his TP as well. And they've got a lane ward, so they see all of Dire. They don't really get behind, though. Kitrak's going to have the vision for the glimpse back. He'll use it onto Addy. A bit, oh, that's his first BKB as well, and he's not even going to be able to live. And they even get Zani in the tree line. Just the OG tempo is too much for them to handle. Cube just able to escape by the looks of it. Glimpse is back up. Thompson's going for the vision. I guess the wrong way, though.
He's hugging the tree line. He wants it bad. And this is the thing, with that IO, you're just able to go straight on back to farming. The lane wasn't in a position to be able to push into the tower anyway, so why not just continue to split the map up? He's almost got a Satanic as well on Rezo, so he's going to be able to get out of things like the Malefice without even needing to pop that BKB to be able to do so.
What a frustrating game it must be for Ivy, where they've never really been able to take a fight as 5 heroes and like with everything up, every spell and every item.
Oh, Addy. Oh, he just TP'd bottom.
Yep, that's the life of the Enigma, it looks like, for all of this game. Stoikov's going to look for resolution. But a BKB, and Rezo actually wants to turn it back around because he's got the boys nearby.
They could get Thompson.
Very defensive use of the Supernova, but Thompson's going to be stuck inside the middle of it. Is there going to be a play? Thompson's still alive. Seb keeps him healthy, repairs all the damage, thanks to the mechanism heal. Stoikov, he's doing what he can on the Leshrac, but the damage is just not enough. OG able to tank through it all. No one's into the middle as well. They're just kiting them into oblivion. In and out they go. The dancing shoes are on. As Resolution does spy out Stoikov in the tree line. Leshrac healthy for a decent amount thanks to the Bloodstone, but not enough to be able to come out on top. He's done all he could to help Ivy in this game 1, but unfortunately it had just not been enough.
David just bring Kitrak back to the base for a little bit of a regeneration coming through here. And then instantly go back into pushing the towers. I wonder who they got to film that that Seb voice line. Did they commission Oni Pixel for it?
Someone though. Also, I don't know how you get the old man grunt to it.
Just run a marathon or something.
Oh, another one. Another one, it looks like. Greaves and Sunray will make him work for it, though. The Coop's actually going to be able to live.
Dire's bottom
And look at that, they place double wards. If you get one, who's going to think there's another one there?
Oh, they get
they're
both.
placed in the middle. Oh, no.
Value.
Oh,
Money.
Dire's bottom
oh, and he voice lined as well. A laughing squawk and a triumphant squawk.
They're going to need more than that to be able to come back from this.
That they are. 20,000 deficit. No, the fact is that Resolution's only 2k gold behind no one who's just had a monster game on the Doom.
Can I just take a moment?
Yeah.
They're going to take a fight as
Gonna be
5. It's happening.
Let's go! They're also going to be running to a high ground blind where Kidtrack,
They don't have vision yet.
he's going to see them. Whoa, what a static storm from Kidtrack! Just before they get the jump, the reactions are on point from the 5, and
They do, Maddie.
they tried to take a fight as 5, and it's not going to work out. They're just way too far behind. Addy's got no hope of being able to play around with the black hole, and Stoikov, without the boys with him, it's been such a rough game for the Leshak. He's put all he could into it, but OG had their number.
They're going to be able to retreat, though. I mean, it is a couple. They didn't get the black hole off. They didn't get the BKB. They didn't get the Greaves usage. No one's really been on point with a lot of these early rotations. We knew he needed to play aggressive. Doom, not exactly known as the hero that's capable of doing so, but everything from the laning stage onwards, he's just been amazing. Even playing with that Boots of Travel as well.
under attack.
Good synergy together with the IO.
Invisibility.
The Walrus Totem is kind of cheating with Thompson as well, isn't it? Like, you get the ability of having, like, an extra bit of safety, so it's kind of like a mini rolling boulder, so that you don't have to buy a BKB to be able to get out. You can just use a neutral item for that purpose, and, well, they're still holding on to that gem, so Cube tries to get some deep wards out once again, but he's not going to be fortunate enough to be able to do it. They don't even want to go for Roche. They're just wanting to get these towers pushed out. Again, it's about strangling the space that Ivy have to be able to play with, to be able to get some space to get into that next item. Addy desperately wants that Blink Dagger so that he's not just the main target for the Doom every single time.
Man, come on, it's a 27,000 net worth lead. What the hell? How did...
Dire's top tower.
Rezo's got a butterfly. He's so farmed. Bottom lane, no one's even just going to solo Doom Stoikov. They got the relocated for quiet. It doesn't even look like they need it.
Nope.
No one with... Oh, he's dancing in front of him.
The 360
No.
Infernal Blade.
No. Oh, God. And this is the thing that... Hopefully we get to see a little bit more out of OG. Just the creativeness that we can see from them in regards to their draft, where, of course, we've known with Resolution being on Secret, he likes his carry off laners, and you can give no one maybe a little bit more of a tempo hero if it's suited for the game. You know, Doom definitely can scale, but he can definitely fight very early on as a one when you get that fast BKB, and you can have Resolution being like the true carry in a way. It's just so much for them to work with. In and out of the drafts, experience from them is just something that Ivy have not been able to manage.
Black Hole, maybe?
Oh, let's see if Addy's going to be able to find it. He'll get
the guy
one,
with Aegis.
just one, and importantly, like you said, it's onto the guy with the Aegis. He won't even lose his first life. Satanic, and all of a sudden, he's back up to full health, and all of Ivy just evaporate. Oh, gee. What a game one performance from them. It took them a little bit of time to come online, but once they hit that timing, they hit it in full stride.
Yeah. Gonna be able to instantly get back outside the base as well. Just the Watt being dropped by Thompson. That's that amazing start off, and he's even gone that geomagnetic grip targeting Allies Tower. And I was mentioning during the draft that I really wanted them to go something like, the Snapfire or someone else that's able to reposition to avoid that chain lockdown. Well, Geomagnetic Grip feels kind of nice to be able to get out of any kind of DK arrow combination, but they've just been playing so far on the back foot that I can't recall the last time Ivy have actually had the capability of doing that.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
And they know that they don't have to worry about Supernova. They know that they don't have to worry about Black Hole. So they're going to go for a smoke, but I really don't know what this is going to accomplish. No Elder Dragon form to be able to play around with either. Can't even get the Midas off for that level 18 on the DK. Might be a slight difference maker. Kitrak, look at that positioning. Breaks the smoke. And they find the jump again.
And they're all dead. No one just... As soon as he sees anyone, instant jump on top of them. Ivy have been able to build no formation this game. We're going to play into their last dying breaths. Maybe hoping the fountain will be enough of a savior, but Resolution says no, sir.
Satanic!
We got Aegis, we got Satanic. There's nothing stopping me. Addy Pie's back, but no Black Hole as well. It's... G's gonna get dropped. Oh, G. Great game one performance from them.
Ah, Thompson dies. What a noob. But the birthday boy really did show up in this game. I was saying that they needed to put a little bit of tower pressure on, but you don't really need to do that if you're not losing any towers on your end and you're able to keep the pressure up like that. And honestly, it's starting to become a term that's a bit synonymous with these unforced errors coming through from Ivy. You know, just feeding kill after kill after kill. One fight that they probably could have had going in their favor. Kitrak just churns it around with that instant static storm, able to stop the Dragon Tail from landing in onto him, and Ivy from taking a successful team fight to be able to start things. But that was really the only true 5-on-5 team fight that we saw. Every single other one, it was OG finding a quick pick off from someone out of position and then converting it into map control.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, you just said it perfectly. It's just, they're so good at, if there's an opportunity for them, they'll seize it across the map, and getting +1 kills inside team fights. They're able to recognize that we have enough damage to be able to kill this person. Let's look for the extra one. And I mean, at this stage of the game, 21 minutes in, 4,000 net worth lead. It was just, ever since then, just running across the map. And this is the OG we've come to expect, though. This was... It was a chaotic fight, which in the end, it just wasn't enough. I think all they got was Resolution. They lost 4 off the back of this fight, so...
What can you say?
It's just...
You know,
yeah,
it's... it was a little demoralizing to watch that, because we could see what they needed to do. Olgi just never gave them the chance to be able to do it. Again, the ward on the bottom side, exactly where Stoikov is getting picked off here, is where Addy died about, what, 4 or 5 different times? Just purely on his own, away from the rest of the team. And if you're going to go this aura build, I kind of feel like you have to play with the rest of the team, right? Whether it's Greaves or Pipe or whatever. He didn't prioritize an early BKB. He didn't prioritize the early Blink Dagger. He went an item before that, but you didn't really get the usage out of it for the team. And I mean, when you're playing with a Leshrac, you want those fights to go on as long as possible. And I feel a little bad for Stoikov. I thought he played a pretty good game, to be honest.
Yeah, I think he played a great game through a lot of the early rotations and what we saw out of him. I'm just trying to take a look now at how many stacks they made for Mr. Stoikov. Vincento made 9 stacks. So there you go. I mean, the Phoenix did what he could to try and help out the Leshrac
as well.
Yeah, good sunrays, and unfortunately, it just was not enough in the end for the Leshrac to really be that dominant force to get Ivy over the edge. So regardless, so the first like 15 minutes, very even. In fact, Ivy looked quite solid from that stage, but up until then, we saw what OG were able to do. Once they open up the map, once they had the full roam of the entire world, they just went from kill after kill after kill into the objectives as well. So, I mean, OG, a very dominant game, one that we're expecting out of this caliber of a roster, but still, it's just game one. There is a long road ahead of them, and a long road ahead for Ivy as well. It's just going to come down to, can they adapt from what they saw in game one, and can they do it in not a long time? 10 minutes pretty much is the break they've got from them. So let's see what production gave for the MVP. Who? Let's see. I was going to say, quickly say name before we get to see Denog. What do you reckon?
No one.
No one?
Yeah.
And I'm pretty happy with no one getting the MVP. I don't mind that. I don't mind it.
Look at the man. Look at all that hero damage that he's able to output. I mean, Rezo did do like 49k, but he was buffed up by an IO most of the time. You know, that really makes things quite easy.
He cheated.
He cheated.
You can say
exactly.
he did. He cheated. That's okay.
He cheated there. Thompson got the birthday buff, being able to get the other Ogre Seal totem, so he didn't need a BKB right until the very end. Just a bunch of cheaters on old G. What a shame. But
what a shame.
It was a really good performance coming through from no one. I mean, even just the chain stun towards the very end, right? Onto someone like that on Stoikov. As soon as you get the Aghanim Shard, there's really not too much that you can do to be able to counteract that, you know? Just 100-0 every single time.
Yeah, so it's good to see OG being able to give some different heroes over to some other people as well. We get the tops in Earth Spirit. No one's able to showcase that he's able to play the Doom as a carry at a very high level as well, which is going to continue to make them a scary team. And they need to get the wins, and Ivy need to get the wins as well. So there's a lot on the line for this first series of the night. But in regards to our game one, it's going to be OG that comes out on top. We'll see what we have in store for us, though, after the break. The classic, oh gee, run at you style was too much for Ivy to handle in that first game one. They definitely were able to hold their own though for the first kind of 15 minutes or so, but after that it was just a bit too difficult with OG and the type of style they had in that game one draft. Then we've got a second draft coming up pretty shortly here. Do we feel like Ivy need to take into consideration about just OG? It seems like a lot of their drafts revolve around just getting up in your face at an early stage. Do we want to see Ivy look to try and put some priority on being able to manage that?
Kind of mentioned it in the first draft, right? I think these heroes like Undying, like Disruptor, they're going to have massive value against OG because it's going to stop this full-on run-at-you star. They have to deal with something like a Tombstone first before they deal with you. You could get glimpsed back, so you don't get value out of an IO lineup, for example. I think giving OG something like an IO and a Disruptor is not a good recipe for success. And, well, Ivy, they're actually going to ban it out themselves. Even though Vincento does like to play the hero, it's OG that have the first pick overall, and I feel like they would have just gone into that if it was open for them. Once again, the Oracle being banned out.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay. I'm going to see. I lost a couple of the Ivy games, but I actually want to see if they played it recently.
Oracle? No, not really.
They played it in their third game versus PogChamp.
It's a Thompson stopper. That's basically what it is. And, well, I love Rubik whenever it gets picked up. It's not going to be into the Disruptor, but I don't care. You know, again, you've got the flexibility to be able to put it into multiple lanes again, and that's exactly what you want out of this first pick overall. So we were casting a little bit earlier today. You know what I want out of this first phase, right? I want heroes that can go into multiple lanes. I want heroes that fulfill as many avenues of success as possible. So Tiny plus Death Prophet, even the DK I think is fine. Mirana's okay, right? And at least they've gotten rid of the IO, so it's a lot more of that single target focus, but OG feel comfortable enough just to go for the Doom. It's a solid response to the DK because you kind of are forced to get active. If you don't get active, if you don't succeed on that, Doom is going to outgreed you, and you've got a good matchup against the Dragon Knight later on with that percent damage from the Infernal Blade.
Yep, that's a big thing. And also, even if you were to... What is percent?
He's just juggling, man. Can you juggle at all?
Not really. I haven't really tried, to be honest. But no,
just say no. It's all right. You can say
no. I haven't, but I haven't tried in a very long time. And honestly, I feel like maybe if I did try, I'd be able to. My hand-eye coordination is quite good from sports, but no, from the random occasions I've tried.
Weird flex, but okay.
What do you mean? What's
I
the
can
flex?
juggle two. I can juggle two, not three. But juggling two is kind of, you know, not that impressive. So
Vincento is a very lovely person. I got to meet him in Stockholm, and he's Did
he recognize you, or did you recognize him?
I do not remember. I don't remember.
That means you recognized him.
Okay. No, in fact, I'm pretty sure it was the other way around. Or he knew of me, but you know, it's okay if we don't have to. What I wanted to say was I kind of like his. I don't know much of him, but I kind of like his personality. You know, he's a avid tea enjoyer, and he's juggling on camera. It's a very unique thing to kind of de-stress. So it's kind of cool.
He's
He's like I said,
don't we?
unique.
We got T-Gov, we got Natty, we got Vincento. There's a lot of them out there.
I mean, how could you not? Tea's a pretty nice thing. The world would be a different place without tea. We'd all only have coffee enjoys, and I tell you what, coffee is horrible. So,
do you know who the biggest consumers of tea in the world are?
5 seconds remaining.
Not really. No, I don't actually.
China, and it's not even close. They've got like 8 times their second most,
Really?
and I think second's India. It's kind of ridiculous.
Thank you for the interesting fact, Enog.
No worries.
I didn't
anytime.
ask, by
I'm
the
here all
way.
week.
That's okay, though. But yeah, maybe next time give me a relevant fact that I would actually give a shit about, but that's okay.
OG, they're going to go ahead and ban out the Oracle and the Huskar once again, so what can we expect to see from Thompson? I mean, they're happy to run it back, in my opinion. You know, they can just look to go into the Earth Spirit. I'm sure he would have been wanting to get a little bit more out of that early rotation. Like, that was the one thing that really went in Ivy's favor. We know what happens when you leave a Leshrac solo, right? You're going to be able to find those quick pickoffs. I really don't hate the silencer, right? I think you can get aggressive and... He's like, all right, my hero's picked. Time to go back to juggling. You could just look to get aggressive, right? It lets you play on the front foot, and I think that's what you need to do against Old G.
10 seconds remain.
Do you like Silencer overall as a support? Because I don't particularly.
But, I mean, you're against a Rubik. Rubik does literally nothing if you pop the Global Silence.
Sure, that is a good point. There's a lot of value versus that hero. I feel like you might just get ran at now, though.
Is Doom going to run at you?
Doom is going to run at you. Monkey's going to run at you. Earth Spirit's going to run at you. Yeah, they're going to be up in their face.
So just do the same to them. Pick, I would have preferred the Undying, actually, now that you mentioned it. But, you know, it is what it is. What are they going to be able to play up into this Earth Spirit here? Something mid lane. I mean, Monkey could have been a potential option, but of course, Old G have picked that one up. And it's, who knows, it could be a Seb. Earth Spirit, but you would much more likely say it's going to be a Seb Monkey King, right? And a Tops an Earth Spirit. So, once again, leaving Rezo's hero to last, just giving him a lot of that priority.
Yeah, but it could also be no one Monkey to play versus the DK, because I think they know it's more than likely that Addy's going to play the Dragon Knight.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll go back once again into Soikov's Lesh. He had a good game on it. I don't blame him. Gives them a lot of magical damage, a lot of damage early, which I think might have been a bit of an issue for Ivy, but BKB is going to be the name of the game here for OG.
10 seconds remaining.
It will. I'm just, again, I like this because it ups the tempo, but I liked Ivy's game 1 draft. It's just that they let themselves get caught out too often. They didn't group up. I'm needing to see group up this time around because they've got solid pickoff. They've got solid tower push. And OG don't have as much in terms of save this time around. Rubik kind of acts like that a little bit, right? You've got the telekinesis to be able to draw them back. It's not into the disruptor, so you can only confidently be able to make plays around the global silence. And of course, pre-15 minutes as well. And so assuming that Rubik's going to rush that Aghanim Shard. I mean, even just dropping down the Wukongs as a defensive tool, as a support, can't be underrated either. We've seen how much damage that's able to output too. Especially if you can go into something like a Mage Slayer, right? It's not really something that I think Topson would want to do, but I think Seb would be more than happy to get it if he's playing this Monkey King.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great call. There's a lot of value out of the Mage Slayer this game, and I think that's... I'm a big proponent to Monkey King overall as a support. This hero is just so goddamn versatile. Skill build, item build, really the one in particular. You can just go for so many different items, and it's incredible what you're able to provide the team. Team fight, split push with Primal Spring, pretty strong lane as well, which is really the big thing. You've got a stun. Like, it's... I do think it's a bit more of an undervalued support.
What are they going to go with this last overall pick is the real question that I have burning a hole in my brain right now. I mean, they've banned out the Razor. Could Rezo go something like an Alchemist this game? I mean, again, it's just like the hero that you're worried about running at you is the Leshrac. And then you just drop down Wukongs and like an Acid Spray and stand in it. And then what is the Leshrac going to do? What is Mirana going to do? What is Silencer going to do? No one's going to have the range to be able to attack from outside. Okay. Don't hate this either. Enables the greed style. More roaming around the map. I mean, you've got a Monkey King jumping around the map. You've got an Earth Spirit using the Rolling Boulder. We, of course, saw the Doom by the Boots of Travel last time around. And then, of course, Nature's Prophet. Enough said. More stuff that just instantly gets onto the backline, please. What can you look to do into a Nature's Prophet is the question. Slark?
Slark's banned.
So they banned it themselves. Ursa, they've banned themselves. Monkey King is on the other team. Morphling? Not horrible.
There may be potential for Batrider if they can play it as a 3. And you look to put the Dragon Knight as a 1. It just depends if Addy can play the Batrider or not.
I'm just thinking, like, you've got a lot to have to address, right? You want to make sure that you're not vulnerable to being run at. You want to make sure that you can get aggressive. And ideally, you want a little bit more lockdown to prevent the Wukongs from going off, to prevent the Doom from coming out, to prevent the Nature's Prophet from getting away, or, you know, Earth Spirit just using the Rolling Boulder. So is there something that they can go that's going to provide all of that? I'm not really seeing much. Don't really want to Terrorblade this game. They're not real aura buyers either on old G, so I don't think that would work that well. Not sure, to be honest, what Ivy are going to go with this last pick. They do Terrorblade, okay. Maybe just expecting that maybe they can look to bait old G into a bad fight, and then, you know, pop the Reflection, makes it a lot more challenging. Again, they're not real big aura buyers on old G's side. Like, Rezo's going to go a bit greedy. It's all more about the single target. And then you can look to turn around. Maybe even you look to use the Global Silence once those BKBs are popped. So you've got that turnaround potential. But I can see how it works. I'm struggling to see how they're going to get on the front foot with this, because I feel like old G have the ways to be able to address even some of the ghost push coming out from the TB illusion.
And that's going to be the big concern, though, right? Like, how do you get on the front foot? How are you, even just maybe even you're not making plays, how are you going to be able to combat the players that OG make? Because this is still a bit more of a slower paced lineup for them. You're relying on the Elder Dragon form cooldown. If you do not have a blink on Addy, there is no way you can make plays across the map in regards to starting fights first. TB needs a lot of farm. Like, this hero is, at the moment in this stage of Dota, it feels like he always needs an extra item. Just one more item until I'm strong enough to fight. One more item until we can turn this game around. So it's comfort, then he can play it, but it's just they can kill him very easily early on. It's going to be a lot of damage out of Thompson. You've got the Doom to be able to answer him at the early stage as well. So we said coming into it that Ivy need to probably address the early game tempo that OG going to run at them with, and I don't know if this Terrorblade kind of fixes that issue.
Yeah, I'm going to need to see a lot of 4-stars for sure on Ivy in particular, right? Like, you need to be able to take fights on your terms. You can't let them drop down a Monkey King ulti and just stand in there. You need to be able to get out of that, reset, and be able to go back in. So to me, it's about, like, they've got the potential to push, don't get me wrong. It's just that last game they didn't do it. You know, you have a DK, you've got a Terrorblade, you've got a Leshrac. 3 heroes that are great into this sort of lineup. The downside is that most of the time when this Global Silence comes out, it's going to stop Earth Spirit from doing things, and it's going to stop Rubik from doing things. But most of the time, the Doom's going to still be active enough. Like, he's probably gone on U, so he's already got the Scorched Earth active. He might even be able to get a Doom off before the Global comes out, and it might actually force Thompson to go into an earlier BKB than previously as well. Feels pretty value this game. So we'll see. We'll see what they're able to do this time around, but... Oh, Vincento, they both know that smoke was popped, so they're going to back off in time. I need to see them actually group up a lot more to be able to play around this big pushing potential that they've got.
Okay. Is there any ore items or early items that we could see come out from Ivy to kind of help that group up and take objectives?
Who's buying it, though? That's the question. Like, DK kind of needs to play for himself. Leshrac needs to play for himself. TB needs to play for himself, and I've already emphasized the importance of the 4-stars on the Ivy supports, so I'm not sure if they can.
Okay. They do have that cliff ward that's going to see Addy venturing up pretty aggressively into OG's territory, so it doesn't look like they have everyone nearby to maybe to combat this on OG, so it might just be a split in regards to the bounties. They are set up for both of the bounties down bottom for OG, so going to be a 2 for 2, nothing too crazy.
Mm-hmm.
They placed these goddamn sprays on cliffs and all that.
Pretty sure no one just gave away that cliff ward. Maybe not. Maybe the smoke popping was the one that did it, but he threw up the high five when they didn't actually... Well, I shouldn't have had vision of him, and I think they got a quick glimpse of it, so they were like, hey, there's probably a reason that they
what's
know
going on? What's going on here? Alright, so the real big shining light for Ivy in game 1 was Stoikov.
Mm-hmm.
Is this... Now that we get to see all of OG and how the lanes are set up and everything that they're going to be running at Stoikov, do we feel like he has a bit better of a time? Is he enabled for success or not?
I mean, I still think even just on his own, he did a decent enough job. He just needs teammates to be able to play around with. So it's a question of, are your teammates going to be dying back to back in lane? Are they going to get picked off solo consistently? So I think it's just going to be on the back of that as opposed to anything that he's going to be able to do. So that's really what I'm looking for them to change up, you know? How can he maybe make some... I mean, you know that Topson's going to get more active than you, right? Like, he's going to be the one making the reactions a lot of the time, so how can you look to read that and be able to respond effectively to it? That's part of the reason why there's this observer ward right outside the Roche pit.
Seb?
All right, in a little bit deep.
Very interesting that he's also got Orb of Venom into a Terrorblade lane, where you're, of course, able to get the reflection, so...
Yeah.
Actually, that's something that people might look to avoid, but... See, I mean, Reflection's got a bit of a cooldown, 25 seconds, but already First Blood's given over. Who got it? Was Vincento. Once again, back-to-back games, so the position 5 on Ivy's gonna get First Blood.
Does Seb have anything coming out to him on his courier? He should be sending out a...
Rezo? Alright, Rezo's gonna go down as well. Great
nice
start for... That it is. Ivy, 2 kills early on. Get first conversion out of the Metamorphosis as well. Meanwhile, does look like Addy's going to go down top lane though, so Kitrak and No One going to be able to even that up. That's a very early level in the Infernal Blade for No One, so even just that 1% damage is enough to help out.
Especially against a DK. You want to be able to have that against the strength hero.
Replay!
What? Oh.
Yeah, we got to come on, Seb dying, giving over First Blood is warranted a replay. That is a...
The most hype First Blood I've ever seen in my life. Addy's getting gone on again in this top lane, and some body block coming out from No One with that increased movement speed from the Scorched Earth.
Yikes.
Yikes.
Yeah, Kitrak's got that second point of the Fade Bolt now to eventually work with, so even more burst potential, but importantly, Addy, he's going to have to make the run to top and... Yeah, walk of shame, and let's see if they give him a smoke to do it. Oh, they're not even going to give him a smoke. That's...
You know what you did.
That's when you know... Yeah, that's when you know they're like, come on, man. You had a rough last game, and now you're dying twice as well. You think we're going to smoke you?
So a little bit, never mind. Going to be able to back off. Seb just trying to get that harassment going. Of course, he has that Orb of Venom. We saw that was the cause of his early first kill, but now at least he's able to get a little bit of harassment in onto Vincento. Too much CDPC.
Is he going to tick out? Zani needs some right clicks. With the boots, he should be able to close the distance. So this bottom lane. Alright. Terrorblade last pick for them is off to a great start here.
Yeah. It's all just about using Old G's strengths against them, right? You already talked about it with the Orb of Venom on the Monkey King, and I feel like specifically against Old G, Terrorblade and Undying are two of the heroes that you need to be prioritizing just because of their potential to turn around a full 5-man engagement onto the enemy.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Oh, Addy, not again.
You should be
gonna say. I didn't know if the tower was going to be enough of a deterrent for No One. He's been playing very aggressive on this Doom so far. I want to take a look at mid real quick because all the action we've been getting in the side lanes, which, yeah, might not stop. Vincento. It's going to go down. Jump on forward from 7 Resolution. Fairy Fire activated, but the bonus health is not enough to keep him alive. Resolution's going to take a little bit of damage with that second use of the Metamorphosis, but get the choreo. Okay, there we go. Well, it's a bit of a choreo. You get the full Wraithbane and the Obs as well, so about snipe.
What's happening in mid? I like the fact that Stoikov has put an extra point into the Edict compared to last game, just because, again, you know Topson is going to make this rotation. I think he's going to wait for this urn to be delivered through to him before he looks to try and do that, but it's about what you can do when he's missing. I don't think you want to respond to this. I think you want to try and take advantage of the fact that this is an Earth Spirit that's making rotations away as another courier.
Look at that courier.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's... Oh, there was just so much on it. And Zani's got no regen now because Vincento bought out to help the Terrorblade. So now they can look to play the trade game for OG down bottom, knowing that there's no sustain for them.
Yep. Plus side, Stoikov's doing well, once again. I mean, you got a slight lead against the Urs.
God damn it.
Earth Spirit. It's going to feel nice, but it's pretty standard to be in this sort of situation. You've even got a little bit of assistance coming through from the TB illusions, from the supports as well. It's going to be Q-Bubble towards the top side that has to be able to claim it for himself, so at least you've got that going your way. And Seb's actually looked to converge on this mid lane a little bit, but I don't think they should be in a position to get a kill. Maybe they will.
They got the 6 on Thompson. Seb's going to look to try and pounce on forward, and Thompson doing a really good job to play his distance. Not heavily committing into the middle of the team fight. Even Resolution is going to try and TP in as well to provide that helping hand. And Seb's wanting a bit of a wave, bit of a high five. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to find it, but OG, great rotation out of them early on, and a perfect timing as well for Seb to connect. As soon as Thompson had that level 6 to work with, Seb was there to be able to capitalize.
And we know no one's so comfortable staying solo on this top lane. He's got a 2-level advantage over Addy. He's double his net worth at this point, only 7 minutes in. And he's almost more than half the way towards that Midas, even just denying him in his face with all of that right-click damage that he's playing off. He dooms him as well. Oh, the mana burn.
On bottom lane as well, with a dive under the tower. And Sento's going to go down, and Thompson might even look over to Zani. He's got the kickback. It's still on cooldown, so Seb and Resolution going to struggle about keeping up with Zani. And
Thompson wants to stick around. They got the vision to be able to play with. No level 6 yet, no
rewarded
Sunder.
thanks to the vision. 5.5, very close to being able to work out with the ultimate, but unfortunately still just a little bit too far away. He's trying to cut through the trees, but Resolution will stop him short with that escape avenue. Beautifully done with the Sprout, and he's got the Wrath of Nature as well, just in case Coop thinks about stepping a little bit too far forward.
Even just keeps those lanes a little bit more pushed away from the towers as well, right? Like, you leave a long time away from the lane, and you could look to play off of that. Bottom towers being pushed into the entire time. Rezo, of course, with that Blightstone, is going to assist with that, with the Treants, and then mid lane. Kitrak was there to soak up a little bit of it, but just makes the Rubik's life a little bit easier as well. So you're not even losing anything in exchange for that full-on commitment to multiple kills on the bottom side of the map.
They're just going back down.
Why not? You
They
just
spy out
TP here.
Coop, they spy out Vincenzo.
Yep, and they spy out Zani as well. Still
That's a juicier kill.
No Sunder.
Who cares about Seb going down? Coop's able to get a solo kill. Really, all eyes on Zani to continue to slow down this position 1 Terrorblade. And meanwhile, Kitrak, he's even completely left no one. And he's able to do so because of no one having a great start on the Doom. So Kitrak is already level 6 on the Rubik. My oh my. It's a 4,000 inward lead. Oh no.
Yeah. Midas as well. Completed for no one, so he's going to continue to extend this. I mean, I was really expecting Ivy to get a little bit more tower pressure off the back of this. I think Stoikov has been forced down bottom just because of how well they've been able to play past this laning stage. Coop able to get another solo kill in onto them. That's multiple.
Addy's probably going to go down again, although...
Oh, he's so slow. He can't use the Dragon Tail just because he's out of range and he doesn't have level 6 yet.
And Dire coming. Kicktrack's going to try and put his body on the front line. Nice kick away, but it's not enough. So they're still able to get the kill. Now Stoikov, pump fake out of the split earth. No one has the Doom back up to work with. Stoikov's actually going to continue to run to the lane instead, but the arrow clips onto no one, but importantly, Resolution is able to come through with a finishing blow. And now what's going to stop Thompson? A kick away, but Coop, he's still got leap charges to work with, so... I mean, Rezo is here, and you might just look to get some damage into the tower, or they might want more kills instead. Spying up Vincento, he might run straight to no one.
Seb has just been keeping them completely occupied for the past, like, 30 seconds. You know, even under an observer ward.
Boo. Just ate the arrow. Okay, he's alright.
Tactical.
Sure. Hit
Gets the D-ward.
What do you do, man? Like, you've lost your bottom tower. You're soon going to lose your mid tower.
Zani's farming underneath the ward. Yep.
Yeah. And you're now going to kill Vincento as well as just hoping for a deny on the Ancients and won't find it. So this map is going to shrink. They're about to lose all their tier 1 towers in a couple of minutes. And like you said, they're going to dive Addy. There's just nowhere for the Dragon Knight to be. Kitrak's able to get a glimpse of the Dragon Knight looking to try and duck his way through the tree line. As soon as they see him, they're going to balance even Resolution trying to TP in as well. I mean, Seb, he's scouting out some of the other people as well. So it's like you've got wards, you got Monkey King even scouting you out. It's just... They're going to have no map to play with very shortly.
Do it, Kitrak. It's got 28 health. Hit the tower.
Wait, what tower are you speaking? Oh, the mid one. Okay.
Yeah.
What tower are you speaking about?
It's low as hell.
Dire's structures
Yeah.
are fortified. Radiant's top tower has
Well,
fallen.
they won't have any tier 1 towers to be able to play around with soon. And I believe now Thompson's actually got the completed Spirit Vessel. So previously his Vitality Booster went away, was killed on the Courier, but a lot more stats for him to be able to play around with, and we know how aggressive he can get without much. And, well, now you're not even that worried about a Bloodstone if Stoikov's able to go into it. You're not worried
Ooh.
about the DK at all. Not that you were previously, with how many times he's been dying.
Those odds from our partner esportsbet.io don't look too good for Ivy.
A little generous for
They
Ivy.
don't. Generous. It's one way to put it. Top lane,
Alrighty.
Thompson with the vessel completed. This is not being a series that Addy would hope to remember.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
They're just going to force people to come back top. I mean, Rezo's going to still use the treants just to be able to pick up a lot of farm, not wanting to feed them away for free. And are they going to kick him back inside? Thompson
They've already
actually
used
doesn't
it. It
have
was a nice kick before. Thompson
one more
looking
vessel
to do the
charge available.
chase. The silencer's going to make it a bit more of an issue. Vessel, is it going to tick out? Slither of health, he'll tick out now. Thompson rolls away as well in style. As well, Surfers all towards an arcane rune.
Tower has been denied.
He's just going to go back in. Why stop?
Don't. Ooh.
I saw that.
But who's going to cut down the tree? Rezo's ready. They just, what can they do to stop? Thompson is up in their face. Deep next to the T2 tower, there's just nothing they can do. Thompson is having free roam of the map. Maybe applies the arcane though. Ooh,
Yeah,
and
arrow.
again.
I was thinking maybe you get a breathe fire from afar, but Addy just doesn't feel safe enough to be able to go anywhere far away from his tier 2 tower. I mean, they haven't killed him when he was right next to it previously, and he's gone full in on this Blink Dagger. They just want to try and start a fight for a change. They'll be able to pick off Sep, so little things going their way. He's able to dodge out a lot of that damage going back the other way, as you would expect from the Grandmaster MK, but well, not going to be enough. So at least you stop a little bit of
This
that
is
aggression
Zani.
for now. I say that, but they're going to go in onto Zani, like you said.
Great roll. Wrath of Nature as well. A pretty good global silencer will enable Zani to get the Sunder into the teleport out, and now Ivy starting to bring some numbers over to potentially turn it. So the kill onto the Rubik, but that's a global silence used in the end. Yes, it keeps the Terrorblade alive, but now what's going to stop OG for the next 2 minutes?
That's one of those times where I'm like, Thompson could have just got 1 point in the grip, you know? Just for that 2-second silence duration, maybe you stop the Sunder from coming off and you're able to pick off Zani instead. It's a kill going back the other way. Sure, you use the global silence for it, but you can't let this TB start to pick up some of that farm that he didn't get in lane.
Oh, mid lane, arrow connects. Stoikov is in a pretty good position to be able to capitalize on that initial stun. So Thompson's going to go down. Bit of a streak given over to Stoikov, and he's able to get the power rune as well, being the region. So
Bloodstone's coming out to him too.
okay.
What's the vision like at the moment from OG? Do they see any of this? They just de-warded inside of the Ancients camp. So Stoikov is going to be able to clear this one out, and then maybe they can look to make a play up towards top side. They have taken tier 1 tower off the back of Stoikov, but they got to keep it going. Seb, though, is doing a good job just to clear out this wave. Just the 1 point in the Jingu was enough for the laning stage. Right now, it's just preventing them from hitting into your own towers. Big roll coming through from Thompson.
Poor silencer. He's going to try and run to Stoikov. Can actually look to turn this back around. Doom's going to be activated from no one. Looking to target down the left track.
Got the
So
Bloodstone
get
off.
some of the spells out, but a great sprout from Resolution will stop the escape, and now they'll turn to Addy as well. In the end, OG, a beautiful fight from them. They're going to be able to continue to put some pace onto the map and making sure that Ivy have no breathing room.
And that's again the power of fighting inside of that Wukongs, right? Like, if you want to try and run at them, then you're just going to drop the Wukongs, you're going to drop all of these other spells, and that was one of those fights. I said that TB is great against OG, but TB, because of the laning stage, just isn't able to join into that fight. He needs some of his items for himself. He needs to play selfishly.
Coin for me.
Twice now that Addy has just not been given a game. At least with this next wave, he's going to be able to finish up that Blink Dagger for himself, and then maybe they can look to make an aggressive move. But you know, LG, they're not going to give him the time to be able to do it. Thompson, he's even going into the Midas for himself, because why not? If you're going to be roaming around the map, making a lot of kills happen, it's a way of keeping up in net worth if not every single one of them connects. Rezo almost got the Glipnir as well.
Yeah, that was something I was going to bring up to ask you, or just statement in a way where it seems like Thompson, there's back-to-back games now where he's gone Midas on the Earth Spirit, so maybe feels like this is a core thing on mid Earth Spirit. You go for that one like early item to help your rotations, and then maybe the Midas after help you kind of scale if you fall off. So a very interesting read. It's nice to see the individuals on what they prioritize on different heroes.
Again, we saw him do it last game, right? The level 20 talent for the Geomagnetic Grip on allies. So if someone does get caught out by Dragon Tail, Arrow, Split Earth.
Speaking about the Dragon Tail, is the connection going to be there? No, the arrow just a little bit too short. That was your blink reveal, and no one, he's going to be able to survive. So
they should get the tower.
Looks like them. Yes.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're picking out like they want to defend it. Doesn't seem like it's going to be the case, though.
No
I mean,
way.
you do have Kitrak nearby. Maybe they're looking for a kill if they try and venture aggressively into the jungle. Well, Stoikov's currently doing that.
He's already popped the Bloodstone, though. Shouldn't be in too much danger as Kitrak, he's going to back off. Realizing that, you know what, I'm fairly strong. I'm level 8, but not quite strong enough to fight into this Lesh. And again, Seb, it's just this roaming potential, right? He's going to be able to get out in time before any kind of TPs go through. He knows he's got 3 seconds to be able to make that sort of play. And now that Stoikov's there, they can play top.
Global Silence might be able to cover the retreat, but the damage has already been dealt, it seems like, from no one. So they're going to be forced to look for a deny. They won't be able to get it. And they split away as well. Resolution is at least able to catch up to Vincento. So he'll get the kill onto the Silencer. Let's have to commit a couple of heroes, though, from OG inside that little skirmish.
No one... Okay, Bill, they got to commit onto Stoikov in the mid lane. 5 seconds on the TP through from Rezo. He wants to get in onto the tree line. Looks like he
Gonna get
does.
solo killed. Well, Resolution ruins the party. Such... Dude. Again, I didn't think this voice line could get better, but through every year, apparently it can.
But what if it gets longer? You know, the more old G battle passes you own over the years. Remember when they did that battle pass?
Yeah, no, I really like that with what they did for it, with how it got longer. I'm surprised they kind of took that out of the game, that little idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did like that.
How long was yours? Were you a Seb? Or were you a Seb?
Not too long. Yeah, I was like a good size. A good happy medium, right?
Uh-huh. Just a nice average.
Cute. Yeah, nice average. Vincento. Dude, tops him. Any little bit of vision you give this guy, he's going to continue to hunt. They try and jump in on the Dragonite, but there's no one there to follow up for Addy. Stoikov's soon going to connect, but the damage has been dealt. He'll try and get onto Thompson. Might still tick out to the Edict. Thompson still is able to get the kick slow. Zerol is able to live, and now with the rest of OG starting to be their attention over. 7-0-1. Can he catch up to Zani? Ducks into the trees. Pretty nice route for Zani. Oh, but the kick from Thompson, anticipating to step out of the right side. And now behind the T2 tower as well, Seb is still hunting Stoikov. The Leshak can just not catch a break. T2 tower for what? No one cares. OG certainly don't. There's going to be nothing to act as a deterrent. They're going to TP in, but they might just feed more lives away. The Seb, he'll turn over towards the Mirana. A global silence is outward. Might be enough to keep Coop alive. He's able to leap back over to the high ground. And in the end, they do get the Aegis onto Resolution as well.
It's one hero, though, that they're able to get off the back of, like, a lot of defensive TPs. And, I mean, this is exactly what all G want, right? They want them to be playing on the back foot. They want them to be farming. They want them to be using their TPs to defend, especially when they're still losing fights off the back of this, because this is triple Midas that you're going up into. So, all G are always going to be able to get that to extend their net worth even further.
Oh. So that went a Witchblade. What do you make of this? I know we were considering about a Mage Slayer too. What makes it nice against a TB?
It's constant damage over time, right? You don't really care about that high armor. Maybe they're feeling like they're a little lacking in their lockdown to be able to kill him before the Sunder comes through. Is he? I was about to say closing in on the Manta style. He has enough to buy it now, I think, if he wants to, but seems like he's walking in to prioritize the BKB instead. Nowhere is safe, though. Seb's just patrolling around, standing right on top of an observer ward, but who cares? And, well, that's an 82% win probability.
Oh, that's Stoikov. Oh, the Observer Sentry combo. It's a must when you're versing the Mirana, and thanks to the supports, they're going to be able to get a big kill onto Stoikov, and now they're going to turn towards the outpost as well. The Seb's in a little bit of trouble, but as soon as you say that, the backup has arrived. Cube's going to look to split away back inside OG's own triangle.
No leaps.
This has got TP up in a couple of seconds. Meanwhile, Zani, he's getting stalked down. Thompson is going to roll to be able to cancel that. So Zani, it's going to be an easy death for him. Tries to find an opportunity for the Sunder, but the chain control is perfect from OG. And once again, a zero casualty fight from them.
Yep, Seb continued chasing. Don't think we were watching that at the time, and even just uses the mischief to dodge the first landing of the Starstorm as well. So survives on barely any HP. Again, this is what happens when you give people their comfort, right? They're going to make these flashy sorts of plays, especially if there's someone like Seb.
He's already top as well, setting up just in case Addy's looking to try and shove that out. Look at how they're sweeping across the map. They take that fight down bottom, then instantly no one in Kitrak go over towards Radiant's Triangle. Just making sure there is no room. If they're here, they can either connect to top, where Seb's already setting up, or they can easily move back to mid and bottom.
They know where Stoikov is because of the Observer Ward, and Rezo's right in.
Resolution? Where are the balls on this guy?
He's got a BKB, he can afford to. He knows that there's no real damage coming through. Addy's having to play so passively, even off the back of this Blink Dagger, that he's not going to jump in. They've scared him enough times. 8 deaths, 22 minutes in on a DK? That doesn't happen unless you're specifically targeted. Seb has more net worth than him.
Akers. How many deaths overall has he had this series?
Let's not count.
Maybe I shouldn't highlight that.
Yeah.
Never mind. Sorry, Addy. It's a statistic, man. Come on. Sometimes they have to be brought up.
Topside, they were looking for someone just hanging off into the tree line.
Radiant's top
That's what I like about these old G players, right? They assume that someone's going to be there, so they're already like pre-casting their next spell. That's fine. They wouldn't have had the damage to kill him.
It was so funny though. We always jumped down into it off the tree, smoking out Ivy. Oh, kind of feels like it's a last fight if it doesn't go their way.
Maybe they're just waiting for Rezo to get into A, his Witchblade, and B, just have that BKB up again so that he could be part of that first wave of initiation. They've at least got the BKB to be able to play with on Zani. But is he going to be the one that really utilizes it? No, I think someone else is going to get picked off first almost every time.
Ooh. Well, I hear a Dragon Tail.
No one's a big pick
no one alone. It's a lot of damage to start. No one will turn and use the Doom onto the Dragon Knight, but Addy's already done what was required out of him in that engagement, so nice kill for Ivy. They're on the prowl for more, but OG going to respect this. Hero's looking to back on up.
They got a little bit lucky. The Rezo TP had just completed to the bottom side of the map as they made that jump, so there was no way for him to be able to come back in and try and save the Doom there just with the Glipnir. Did they have to pop anything aggressively? Yeah, they did. They even used the BKB just to make sure there was no turnaround potential onto the Terrorblade. So it's a lot committed just for the one kill, but at least Zani's the one to get it up. He's going to be looking to work into that Skadi next. I mean, he is against a ranged core in the Nature's Prophet, so it's going to give a lot of value there.
Stoikov. Aggressive roll in, and Thompson was just looking to try and maybe bait the Global Silence and also potentially bait Kitrak from wandering down the stairs.
Thing is, though, they're getting stuff in exchange for this, right? Rezo's continuing to push the bottom side. He's going into a Revenant's Brooch against the TV. You know I'm a fan. Just against that high armor. Obviously going to be very effective. Wonder if that's where Seb's thinking as well. He's got Radiance. Not against the TB, my guy. Guess he doesn't care. They're far enough ahead. 19k, 25.5 minutes in. They've found out Cube, who's trying to force stuff himself here, there, and everywhere. Well, Scorched Earth, actually, he's not going to stick around, so Cube might be able to live off the back of this.
Oh my god, Stoikov.
Alright. He lucks out.
It was kind of bad.
He's got to stick up
how
here.
that works.
He's got to wait a little bit. Yeah, there we go. The Cliff Teasy cam. The Cube Teasy.
Addy Bone Lane might be in some
poor
trouble.
guy. Still doesn't have BKB.
Oh, oh.
Is under attack.
Woo.
So he bought the Mithril Hammer. So no unreliable
Nice.
gold.
All right, silver lining. So I like these. You have some good silver linings when teams are 21,000 gold behind.
You know,
How's it
someone
set-
has to be positive.
Okay, I'm pretty positive. No.
Sure.
All right, come on now. Seems like there is a little bit of server lag as well. I got DC'd, and I don't know if you got that as well, but everyone else is.
No, I have a good computer.
What? Sorry, there's just no correlation between the two.
Uh-huh.
That's okay though. That's all right.
We're back
For
in.
me.
Revenant's Brooch is
Shut
coming
up.
out on Rezo as well. He's level 20, and he's gone for the mischance as well, so...
Is under attack.
I mean, do they have any 4-staffs? I said they needed to prioritize it. At least Mirana's got one, but you catch that TB inside of it if he's not able to use the Quelling Blade. Maybe they're just going to look to drop the Doom onto Zani from here on out, just so that he can't Quelling Blade himself out. Sprout him, nothing he can do.
Who would have thought that Doom would be used for a measly Quelling Blade 26 minutes in? Look,
You'd love to see it.
I get it. I understand, but it's funny the way it's worded.
Uh-huh.
Is under attack.
All right.
100 gold item,
Smoke up.
worth.
Yeah. All right, let's see what they can do. You got meta backup, you got BKB backup. You do have a very deep ward inside Dire's territory by the outpost. That's going to see Rezo, but there's no way you're going to get through the formation that's set up. Kitrak playing as a smoke block in a way, Thompson as well inside the river. Oh,
Speaking of-
Addy jumps in front of the Earth Spirit, so he's not going to be able to connect on the roll.
All right.
The Thompson goes down to start, but look at the turnaround. The Terrorblade was able to pop meta and BKB, so he's going to be pretty strong throughout the duration of the Doom. Will turn to be able to kill off Seb, but Stoikov will not have the same fate. No one. He can jump on forward. They know that the Terrorblade is completely isolated. Can he get the Sunder off? Whoa, very, very close, but the damage was just enough before the Doom expired, so... all things considering, and it's a rough thing to say, probably the best fight we've seen from Ivy so far this game, and they lost every single core.
Yes, and I think if you're at this state where you know that you're a hell of a way behind, I really don't think you can afford to hold on to as much gold as they are. Like, you can have a look over on the net worth chart. You know, it says Lishrak's got 11,000, but he's holding on to nearly 2,500 of that. Maybe things turn out a little different if he's got the Kyron Sanj finished. You know, maybe they pick off another target. Maybe you live a little bit longer so that your Terrorblade gets away, you know? But I really don't feel like the buyback is going to result in anything. You're probably just going to feed again because of how far behind you are. They're just going to continue to push on forward.
Did you see how long Roche spawn was? I know it's up very shortly, but it
It's
feels
like
like it's...
2 minutes.
Okay, I was going to say, it felt like it was the longest spawn possible, but... Up shortly.
Going for a dive, Thompson.
Ain't no connect.
Doesn't need a BKB
Pretty
this
surely
man.
to be able to follow up. Onto Addy they go, and no one's even going to turn his attention over towards Stoikov. Oh, gee, nothing to fear. You know that everything was used prior in that engagement.
Was that
Better on
completely
cooldown.
blind? I'm pretty sure that was completely blind, that roll. There's no vision for old G to be able to play around with, I'm pretty sure. That's kind
Let's
of
say
nutty
yes.
if it was.
Yeah, let's just say yes.
Well, level 20 now on the Doom, with Octarine Core.
Dire are
Even
scanning.
lower cooldown, 110 seconds.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Zion's got Scotty now.
Okay.
He's gonna get never mind,
level
he can get
15
scouted
though.
out.
Has fallen.
Oh, I'm
Great if he
surprised he
could
didn't
pick
kill
up
that courier.
I mean, it would have just
Yeah.
revealed his position, though. He knows that they're
I
able to
always
just
take-
join in onto him every time.
I suppose. Nah,
Feels
he could've
bad when
out.
you've got
I don't know what you're
a
saying.
level 16 and 3 level 14s on the team against level 22, level 20, Seb's level
Ooh.
16. They're having to feed Tome into Zani just so that he can get up into, I'm assuming, the health talent, so that he might be able to get off that Sunder. He's been pretty good with his BKB usages so far, but
Yeah.
I mean, you got to try and fight on old G's side of the map for a change.
All right. Lotus on Cube as well, which honestly, it's look to say because they're 28,000 gold behind, but they did just kind of pick up some important items. So
Gun smoke could be the last fight. They're playing around their own vision though on old G. Even has the bottle to be able to play around with the illusion runes, so you can afford to go in.
They got to.
He wants to bait
How
out
do you
global
read
silence.
that? Addy's still going to be able to jump. Should be able to set up for the arrow. The damage going to come through pretty shortly as well, but Resolution dead on in the Nature's Prophet, and we see what happens as a result of that. Rezo just pummels them down. He's going to TP in aggressively as well. Onto Cube they go, and now they can turn their attention over towards the Terror Blade, but the chain control is perfect from OG, making sure there is no threat of Asunder to repair some of the damage as OG. All they lost was Thompson, and no, he brought back. More than happy to use that one.
If they want to, they can go into Roche, but really, what's the point? You know, just keep pushing these lanes in, force some buybacks out. Seb might even be able to force it in himself. Use the Primal Spring onto the creep wave. Doesn't want to do it. Just wants to be able to instantly get away. The net worth is just going to continue to grow. Another Midas usage, another Devour, another creep wave farmed.
Oh,
Yep.
you know it's bad when the net worth is higher than the minute mark. What if anything's going to be a...
But it's a
Beacon
1% win
power
probability.
officer.
There's a chance.
Oh,
Gaben has
okay.
spoken.
Okay. Thank you, Gaben.
I love that green flame from Kitrak when he steals it.
Thompson was quite close to destroying Seb's tree. Meanwhile, no one. What's Rezo got to fear, man? Keep in. He's got Satanic. They might dive. Come on.
What is this might?
Come on.
It's all G.
No. I'm in the fountain.
Nice.
I don't mean none of this diving behind next to T4 Tower. I mean, that's just measly stuff.
Where are the tips? They got hit by the arrow on Kitrak. But they're going to be happy enough just to take out 2 lanes of Rax. Never mind, they might go for more. Tier 4s, like you said. Nearly 100 to 0 Addy just off the back of that Spirit Vessel and the Infernal Blade. It just forces them back. Maybe a little bit worried about the Global Silence to come through. But they just back off completely.
Arrow!
They're having fun.
They're definitely having a lot of fun.
Well,
I'm telling the
one of the
webcams
teams.
as well. Seb? No, dude, you can't use that voice slide and TP out in front of them. It's not fair. It's just not fair.
Seb wants to do more damage as well. He's going into the Desolator. Thompson, after this Roche goes down, should have enough for the BKB, and really then he's going to have nothing to fear. That is a horrific spray inside of the Roche pit. But we're not going to have time to look at it. There's another fight brewing.
No, it might be the last fight as well. Stoikov's going to go down. They're on to Addy as well. The Dragonite was hoping to act as a protection here for the Leshrac running interception, but yeah, you're 43,000 gold behind. Perfect D, but kind of sad and kind of bad.
Look at that picture in picture.
He's got a rapier. Rezo's got a rapier.
I mean, he's got the ages. He can afford to.
Oh, of course. Dude, what is that?
He's level
spread?
25 as well. But yeah. Now you got a BKB on your Earth Spirit. He's level 20. You can grip allies away if they ever are going in too deep. Nearly a, I'm assuming that's overwhelming blink for the Doom. Seb's got Deso.
Oh.
He can end the game.
Rezo's got a DD as well.
Oh, good.
No. Surprise! Oh my god.
You looking at that
He's
fountain?
gonna do it. He's gonna do it. Rezo.
No!
Kill them all. Come on. Oh, Addy, give him kills.
He's got Satanic. Ooh. Yeah.
Are they even kill? They're not even
1,
gonna kill
2,
him.
3,
back to
4, full HP. There we go.
All right. This is a very big win for OG. I know it was a dominant series. Game 1 and Game 2 was incredibly clean for them, but this is a team that you cannot lose any more series now for OG if you even want to hope of being promoted. And even then, luck has to go your way with some of the teams on top losing. So at least regardless for OG, they're going to be able to take this series. They'll jump up to 2-2, and honestly, it puts them, crazy to say, but kind of away from threat of even being relegated as well. But for them, that's not what they're thinking about heading into the season. They're thinking about being promoted. And after the rough start they had, it was probably a little bit shocking for them. But at least in the games that they've looked good, they've looked very good. I mean, demolished Into the Breach, demolished Ivy now, but they need to continue with this momentum.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be cheering for Alliance and Secret to be able to take those games off of D2 Hustlers, to be able to take games off of Ancient Tribe, because for OG, if one of those two things are able to happen, then OG's fate is kind of in their own hands, right? All they need to do, and I make it sound so easy, is be able to beat Secret and Alliance, and then they're going to be up there potentially 5-2, but some of those other losses need to come from those teams at the very top without a loss yet. So even if they do everything perfect from here on out, those early losses could come back to haunt them.
But something we were kind of saying as well when that game was going on is just the fact that, you know, maybe OG as his team, by every day that they are together, they're going to go stronger and stronger. More scrims they can play, more replays they can watch, more time they can just talk about ideas. So you know, maybe it's just unfortunate that some of the series early on weren't able to go their way, but we see that this is really the OG that a lot of people were expecting heading into this second tour. So very, very convincing series for them. And
yeah, for
also,
sure.
Side note, it's a little bit of a nice birthday present as well. Thompson's not going to lose on his birthday.
I wonder if we do get an interview with the birthday boy. I'm not 100% sure yet, but I really don't feel like Ivy did enough to be able to combat old G Dota, you know? You could play good Dota that's not specifically oriented to one team and still lose as a result of it, right? I don't want to say that that was probably the performance that they would look to hang their hat on, right? Especially Addy. Poor guy just felt targeted from minute 0 of game number 1. And, I mean, it was very clear that there was a targeted effort to kind of break his psyche, break him mentally. The emotional damage was way too high with what OG were able to dish out. But I really feel like the Terrorblade wasn't enough. You know, you need to go into these other heroes that really thrive off being funneled into smaller positions, or you kind of need to do what OG try and do to you, but better. You got to have the global presence. You got to have that +1 potential for yourselves. What's up?
Speaking about the psyche being broken from Addy, he had 28 deaths in 2 games.
Doesn't feel great, does it?
That's psyche broken.
That's when you get up and you have a walk outside.
His in-game name is Focus Up and Humble Down. So hopefully, I'm sure that game and that series humbles him a little bit there. But unfortunate result from Ivy. But who do we feel like deserves the MVP in this second game?
Take your
Mr.
pick.
Yeah.
Rezo,
Yeah.
I guess. 24, 3 and 12.
3 and 12.
Yeah, you got to give it to him. More than double the damage of anyone else in the team. Buys a freaking rapier at the end of the game. Why not?
What a Chad. What a Chad. Like, it's hard to not give it to him as well. Like, sometimes you don't want to give it to people. It's nice giving to support sometimes, especially because they're able to unlock the early game. But I can't really look away from the KDA. Like, it's glaring at me. I'm trying to hide it, but I see 24, 3 and 12, and it's like, yeah, he kind of deserves it in the end. So
Look at that GPM as well.
Yep. That's crazy. And maybe they've found something here with the No One Doom as well. This is something that we're also saying, like, Thompson likes to play some very aggressive heroes that just gets active very early on and makes a lot of plays. And Rezo, of course, he's greedy. He likes to farm. He likes to act as that carry, of course, what we know him from Secret. And maybe now No One can fulfill a similar role to what we saw from Crystallis as well on that old Secret, where he can sometimes be on a bit more of a carry that doesn't need as much gold. So OG, this could be a strategy to continue on through the further games coming up. It's going to be exciting to see. We do get an interview with one of the lads as well. I believe it is going to be Resolution joining us. So there we go.
Hello.
Resolution, congratulations. Very, very, very dominant performance. Danog, I'll let you start with the questions.
Thank you.
As always.
You hear me good, right?
So I just want to ask, Yes, I can hear you. I want to ask a little bit about the formation of this team. Obviously, like a lot of you guys have played together before, but maybe not so much Kitrak, maybe not so much no one like as fully together on the same team. How did it really come about, especially some of the newer additions like Kitrak, for example?
I mean, I was just, after Secret, I just wanted to see what my options are, and I saw Seb was playing like position 4, and like it just struck with me that we could make a team with these guys because I respect them so much as a players, and I really like believe in what they believe as well, and it just like came naturally to me that we could form this team and like try to play together. Maybe things will go our way. So yeah, it was like my idea. I proposed it to the guys, and they're like, "Yeah, sure, we are done. Let's go. Let's try it." Now we're here.
Nice. I want to ask a little bit about Old G's philosophy on picking heroes, like because it always seems like you guys want to force a bad movement, basically try and play like Tundra but a little bit faster, and a lot of high mobility heroes as well. Is that something that you specifically go into drafts looking to try and beat out the enemy team at?
I mean, it's just the way our players want to play naturally. Like Topias, for example, he sets a lot of our tempo in the game, and he likes to play these aggressive heroes that have really like fast timings. And we try to like follow up with that. Like that's why I like to play Nature's Prophet a lot, because like he makes a lot of plays, and Nature's Prophet are like really easy to connect to him. Like same way I was playing the Snapfire as well. It's just like it's very good synergy between me and him, and he's the one who's setting up a lot of tempo also with Seb. Like they're just playing together, creating so much chaos in the games, and it's just like for us it's easy to play, and it's also very fun to play as well.
I do have to ask, do any of you guys have a personal grudge against Addy? Because it kind of felt like it. You guys just kept killing him over and over again. The poor guy just couldn't play Dota. What was going on?
He could not. No, I think it's just like, I think it's more of his teammates not being able to help him out as much. Like we just saw on the map, like he was being left out alone, like all the games. So we just like, go to Ada.
Let's kill him. Yeah.
Let's kill him.
Sure. As well, I'm not sure if you know this. Who did the recording of the old Seb voice line? Was that Seb himself? Did you get OD Pixel to do it? Well, what's the sort of situation there?
I heard there was no tail actually, but it's such a good line. Such a good line.
Awesome. Any questions, Aries?
Yeah, I'm very intrigued on who you feel like is the funniest out of the team, because in the webcams it seems like throughout the games you guys are always laughing and always enjoying your games. So do you feel like there's one person in particular that is the funniest?
I mean, I just love the Seb's sense of humor. He's like very intellectual about it, and it's just like gets to me all the time. I'm laughing a lot because of what he says and what he does in the game.
Can you give us an example, or is it not safe for stream?
I mean, just too many. Like even like his joke about like how he felt after the marriage, like that he goes on the streets and everybody's like singing and dancing. Like it's just funny.
Nice. He's living in his own little Disney movie. I have to ask another question as well. Topson, it's his birthday today. Did you get him anything, or do you plan to do anything together as a team to be able to celebrate?
I mean, honestly, I feel bad about it, and I feel like a bad teammate, but I only realized it was his birthday after the game. Oh my god.
You couldn't even give him a rampage or anything like that. Come on, man.
Yeah. That's very bad by me. Sorry.
That's all right. You can make it up. You can make it up to him.
I do have one more question. Do you like the team atmosphere being lighthearted and very joking? Is it something you prefer, or do you have a preference between that, or maybe like a more stricter approach in kind of the team dynamic?
I mean, I think it also depends on how serious the match is. Like you're not gonna be able to have as much fun like if you're losing, for example, but we really try to do so. Like that's what we're aiming to do. Like even in the bad games you can have like you can talk more than you talk in the good games as well, and it's like we're trying to aim for that. But I definitely like that atmosphere that we can joke around and like have fun in the games where we just like playing competitive. I think it just lifts the mood, and it helps us play better in a way. It's just like very enjoyable atmosphere to be in, honestly. Like even if we're training, we're having so much fun right now. So it's nice.
Well, it's definitely showing in that series in particular. Thank you for joining us, Resolution, and hopefully we get to see some more wins and some more interviews from you guys as well.
For sure. Thank you so much too, guys. Bye.
Thank you, mate. Have a good day. All right, there we go. We got a interview with Rezu. I really like what he said about how they look to connect with Thompson. That's an insight that I don't think we get often, and honestly blessed that he's able to reveal that. And it kind of helps out where we look towards Resolution series, where he just said it himself, like the Nature's Prophet, the Snapfire. It feels like those type of heroes enable him to be able to play with Thompson's early rotations in some of the games and him being the playmaker. So it's nice to have an individual in an interview where they share sometimes a little bit too much.
Give us a crumb.
Yeah.
You know, that's all we want sometimes. Not the whole sandwich, but well, it's a very valuable 2-0 that Old G are able to get, certainly putting them up to 2-2 on the scoreboards. And I mean, just on that point that you mentioned previously, most of the time it's, you know, in the early game, it's the position 4 that's doing a lot of that connection through towards the mid laner. But I love the fact that Rezo is happy enough to be able to do it in the early game, because that's going to, for example, get Thompson into his Midas so that maybe you can afford to sit back a little bit more and, you know, trust that Thompson's going to get farm anyway, just every minute and a half. And then you can look to play a little bit greedier. And you would have to say Nature's Prophet, probably the Dawnbreaker as well, is another hero that they're willing to break out, but just that game into the Silencer doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, and yeah, in the end, OG, a very dominant series performance for them. So all their wins so far, all their series wins have been very, very clean 2-0s. Hopefully this is going to be the coming up for them with their remaining games, because again, like we've been saying, they really can't lose any series now if they want to hope of being promoted over into Division 1. But we still have a long day ahead of us. That's just our first series of the night. Next up, we're going to have the boys on Into the Breach up against Ancient Tribe. Another very difficult series. Into the Breach, they are currently without a win, and Ancient Tribe, well, they have looked incredible. Probably one of the standout teams so far in Division 2. That's going to be a bit longer of a break, probably about 52 minutes it looks like till that one is going to start. So you guys got plenty of time to freshen up on some food and some water, but make sure you don't miss it. It should be another exciting series. We'll see you guys after the break.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
All right, well, we had a long break in between our first and second series, but we are back here with two brand new teams. And two teams kind of in the opposite position here in the leaderboards currently. We've got Ancient Tribe all the way at the top with a 3-0 series count, and Into the Breach all the way down at the bottom with a 0-3 series count. So, gotta say, Denok, it's probably, if you're looking at that, a little bit more favored, but heading into the tour overall, we weren't really expecting these results, especially out of Into the Breach.
I would honestly, out of Ancient Tribe, you and I were both believers that potentially they were ones going up for relegation. Let's not forget that, but the trio of Serbs, they've really slotted in well. You know, the power of the Balkans, we've seen they like to get on camera, they like to flex their muscles a little bit, and, well, they're looking to try and do that once again against a team that, I mean, if we're basing it off form, this should be a relatively easy win for them, but they got to keep the W's coming.
Yes, that they do indeed. Got to keep the W's coming because it's a very, very difficult Division 2 here. You'd say Western Europe, the toughest region out of all, especially in that Division 2 in particular. So got to keep the wins going because, like we were saying previously with that last series with OG, really their fates, yes, you need to win all their series, but you also are hoping that some of the teams above you lose some series that they should not be losing. And this one in particular, like for Ancient Tribe, if you're going to be promoted, you've got to take the wins against the teams towards the bottom, and Into the Breach is one of them.
Yep, for sure. I mean, they've already gotten wins over some important teams, right? The ones that are contesting at the very top, but of course they've got a couple of those series to come. I mean, maybe one of the hype series that we're going to be waiting for is that Ancient Tribe versus D2 Hustlers one, which is just a few days away, I believe. But for now, they got to get through these opponents. But for Into the Breach, I mean, this series is important as any, right? Just because they need to try and avoid that full-on relegation. It's a roster that, I mean, Into the Breach has been around for quite some time now. You know, obviously a bit of a Div 2 mainstay. They've had some time in Div 1, obviously coming right back down, but you really wouldn't expect them to be out of the division altogether.
Yeah, so they've got to pull something out of the hat, and they've got to do it fast here for Into the Breach. Hopefully this is the series to get some momentum building, and whether that's going to be the case or not, we'll find out pretty shortly. Before we do get in the draft, though, of course, a big thank you to our lovely sponsors in esportsbet.io. They've got a new platform that they're launching, exciting new feature, which is a watch to earn, where you guys can watch all your favorite games and earn tokens that can help you unlock exclusive bonuses. So the tokens, you can get 3,000 of them per hour, which is equivalent to $3 USD, and there's nothing crazy that you need to set up. Just go over to the platform and start watching those games. And well, this series in particular would be one of those that you're looking forward to watching, trying to earn those tokens with these two battling it out. But we'll see. I've enjoyed our winners interviews with Ancient Tribe. We got to hear from LeBron, and then we got to hear from Mixer as well, for us two when we were casting, and they were some enjoyable interviews. Looks like some friendly plays. They're enjoying what's going on. Seems like the vibe in the team is great as well currently.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'd be interested to hear from some of the other guys as well. I mean, Alex would be great to be able to hear that insight from him, you know, moving obviously from NA previously, having the same kind of path as Devi Lama before obviously going for that split, but it's working out for both of them. You know, we talked about Kadaro previously he went from Into the Breach to Puck Champ. Neither of those teams have benefited, but both Ancient Tribe and D2 Hustlers have benefited from this separate move. So funny how Dota works out.
Yes, sometimes things go your way, sometimes things do not go your way. That's you gotta
50-50.
You gotta learn to appreciate. Yeah. So as we get to take a look at the odds, of course it is. I'm surprised at how close it is, to be honest, considering Into the Breach have really not looked that good at all.
Wow.
Have they won a map?
They have. They've won one. It's reverse. Okay. It's 6-1 versus 1-6.
Yes, it was against Alliance.
Just twist the knife, why don't you? They're already under risk of relegation, and then you're like, these guys, not good at all. You didn't need the at all. Okay, I'll just say that much. I can't wait for the Into the Breach winners interview to come, and then I'm going to throw you under that bus.
I'll sing their praises. Did I even say at all? I don't even.
You said at all, okay. I wouldn't have brought it up otherwise.
Oh, shit. My bad. But, yeah, I had high expectations for them coming into the tour. Still, they've got plenty of time. But really, now for them, they're fighting really to stay around in Division 2 and probably not what they were expecting heading into it. So we'll see what they're able to adapt in particular heading into this series. Because again, Ancient Tribe, they've looked phenomenal. I've really enjoyed casting them, and Lil Pleb has been on another level, the carry play here for Ancient Tribe.
Yeah, absolutely. Mostly on the back of his, the Slark and the Nature's Prophet. That'd be his big two that he's really been making a lot of those big plays on. Certainly not passive heroes. That's what I really like about Lil Pleb. He gets in amongst the action, and I think probably the one with the least amount of flex is probably Mixer. We've seen a lot of the Snapfire come through from him. Also, LeBron, he's been playing the Silencer and the Clock a fair amount, so maybe that's an area where Into the Breach can look to... I don't want to say exploit that, but I feel like if you take away the Undying, for example, even into the Snapfire, if you're going to be fairly confident that this is going to be either an offlane or a position 4 Snapfire, then Undying is going to give you a good amount of value. I do kind of want to see some of these, like, the weird sort of heroes look to come through, you know? Like, Respect plays the Warlock, for example. Not something that we see all that often. We saw in one of the replays at the very start of the day, Supreme on his Ember Spirit, he was able to get a Rampage just the other day, right? So they've got the capability for sure to be able to get some of these wins on the board. It's just going to come down to the draft. And to me, always with first pick, you got to play on this pick number 8. They're not going to be playing against the Broodmother because Ancient Tribe have banned it out. I like it. So what can you look to exploit? Rubik's fine. That's fine. It addresses a lot. They have banned out the Disruptor. Not like it really matters. What can we see? Can we see a Beastmaster? Can we see a Nature's Prophet come out at 8, and then you look to ban out Bat Rider, Primal Beast? Or is Ancient Tribe actually just going to pick it up because Lil Pleb is so confident on it?
Might even... could be a consideration for a DK go to be somewhere there in the first phase for Ancient Tribe, because remember in our series with the interview with Mixer, we kind of joked around like, do you mind playing the Dragon Knight in every single game? So there's a DK pick. Of course, some flex mode I can play at mid, but we have seen predominantly it's been Mixer playing in the offlane. Yeah, I mean, we haven't really... It's not to the same extent as the Monkey King, but you can go different item builds on this DK, right? Like, you can look to go the one that we saw them attempt to go in that previous series, right, on Addy, just straight into the Blink Dagger if you feel like you need to get really aggressive. You can go Meteor Hammer if you feel like you need additional push. You can go the early Midas if you feel like you need to scale. So there's options available for you. Man, Mobile is getting really, really heated with a lot of these discussions. But what do you go now Into the Breach? Death Prophet. Okay. It's fine. So another quick thing about the Dragon Knight opener is that maybe it is a bit of a deterrent for Into the Breach to pick the Ember at the 8th, which we have seen them do a couple times so far. You just mentioned, of course, the Rampage that that Supreme got previously in their last series. Remember even the game that they versed OG, and they lost that, and they lost pretty convincing, but Supreme had a very good... Yeah, he popped off. So the Dragon Knight, there was always potential to put it mid, and if they did want to go for the Ember at the 8th. Regardless, so it's going to be Death Prophet. Great hero overall, and still some flex for Into the Breach. Yeah, for sure. But Ancient Tribe have that flex too, right? They've got their DK, they've got their Snapfire. Both of them can go across 2 separate roles. Of course, one is even core/support, so that's going to give them a little bit of an advantage there. You haven't necessarily revealed 2 cores, for example, but maybe you have. Maybe this is going to be a mid DK. Maybe it's going to be into an offlane Snapfire as well. So I would say Ancient Tribe are pretty happy with how things have started off, but Into the Breach, it's not a bad first phase either. Yep. See, they're even going to look to try and protect it as well a little bit with the Shadow Demon getting banned out. Of course, a old-fashioned counter to the Death Prophet. Sure, would be nice as well. There could be even some potential to run like Shadow Demon DK. I know we're seeing a lot of the Dragon Knight 1, especially Skeeter playing it, but just thinking about being able to the classic, Shadow Demon Terrorblade, where you just banish the TB and you get more illusions. Maybe that could even be something that has a bit of synergy together with the Dragon Knight. So maybe a little bit of value in that ban as well. It's a possibility for sure. I really don't hate a Treant Protector here for Into the Breach. I think it'd be solid enough, right? What's the about? It was a big nerf, right? But I feel like it's solid enough. Like, they've already taken out the Undying, which is probably one of the heroes that you want to be able to
enable this Death Prophet, especially in the early game, right? Even if it's not going to be in one of the side lanes, it could still be mid for Into the Breach, and I probably think it will be. They're really protecting it already with the Shadow Demon removed, with the Drow Ranger. These are the heroes that DP doesn't want to lane into. So what else is going to enable that? It's the Overgrowth. It's the Living Armor to be able to protect you early on. And even just against the Dragon Knight, it feels kind of nice, right? To just have that living armor for being able to slow down the game a little bit and let the DP get into that BKB that she really needs to start taking over this game.
Do you reckon Nature's Prophet's going to be banned out here as well in the second phase?
For whom?
For Into the Breach to ban.
It's a possibility, for sure. I mean, again, ups the tempo, feels really nice. You're able to connect on through, I mean, like Reza, we just were talking with Reza, right? Talking about how this Snapfire is really able to play off the mid laner quite heavily. So I wonder if that's going to be the case as much with a Dragon Knight. But maybe you can look to supplement that a little bit if they do get that Nature's Prophet through, right? It's just another one of those heroes that's able to, again, deal out a very high amount of damage very quickly, and most importantly, from afar. It's another hero that does damage from afar, but it's not the Nature's Prophet. So I really wouldn't hate to see Ancient Tribe pick this one up. You'd probably want to try and save it until the last pick of the phase, though, right?
Yeah.
And they've gotten rid of the Slark, but Bat's in the pool. Primal Beast is in the pool as well. I would probably look to ban the Primal just because you're going to have plenty of options to be able to counter out that Bat Rider if they do go down that route.
Yep. And I do think for Ancient Tribe, regardless, so we're going to be looking for position 5, so they're actually going to get the Enchantress route. I was going to mention something like a Clockwork, but Ench Snapfire works very well together as well. Ench, very single target, Snapfire, a lot of AoE damage as well, and a very, very strong laning support to help set up for Lil Pleb.
Something LeBron plays quite well too.
Seconds remaining.
Always great to have that comfort.
5 seconds remaining.
Still kind of like the Treant, I gotta say. It's just going to give you a lot more sustain in these fights. Yeah, the living armor really isn't going to protect you against pure damage, but I don't think that's the main concern. It's just, again, enabling this exorcism. Maybe it makes you a little bit too, like, cooldown heavy, you know? Being able to fight around the overgrowth and the exorcism. So maybe they want to diversify a little bit here. But I really wouldn't hate it.
Wonder if there's a potential for Timber to be picked up for Zibe here if he wants to. Where'd it get banned? Oh, Jesus, first phase. Okay.
Underboy, perhaps?
You say Thunderboy?
Underboy.
Underboy. Okay.
It's a possibility.
What do you see the value out of the Underlord here?
It's for Into the Breach. Again, slow the game down. CM doesn't exactly do that, but I guess against an Enchantress it feels kind of nice. I'm just a little worried about...
Radiant team pick.
Well, I suppose as well, Oteka really likes playing these aggressive heroes that are more likely melee. Obviously, this gives you a little bit of both. But the thing is, there's not really anything that's going to stop you from running at them, right? Like, yeah, you've got the Crystal Nova, yeah, you've got the Reflection, but I feel like once these BKBs are there, you're just going to be able to get right in on top of this this Death Prophet without too much concern. So what hero can they look to get that's going to be able to stop that? I'm assuming that Puck's going to be banned out. I know Puck into the Dragon Knight isn't the best for example, the mid lane, but I think that's still going to be a little bit of that deterrent, right? The Dream Coil to just hold the team fight in place, because there's really not much else that I'm seeing. Unless they do just go that Underlord as well, right? For the Pit of Malice. But again, you just don't care about the BKB quite so much.
Gotta say though, Ancient Tribe in particular, Lil Pleb has to be pretty happy with the Morphling. I'm almost certain he's Grand Master on it. So you're playing it into a very comfortable matchup in the Tarot Blade. Used to be a little bit better with that E-Blade build where you're able to blow him up, but still Scepter's going to be great to be able to steal all the stats. And TB can have some issues, but
and
it kind of does
as well. So
yes,
nice.
That's the nice thing as well. So we're going to be looking towards the more than likely the mid laners. Though. I mean, Ancient Tribe still have a crap load of flex. It could be a 2 DK with a Snapfire 3. You could play DK 3 with a Snapfire support and still look for your Mobe hero. So there's still a lot of room that they have to work with.
10 seconds remaining.
Like this Ancient Tribe ban of the Pangolier. Again, high damage, potential for instant lockdown, Mortimer's Kisses, Disabler, because right now they've got nothing that's going to be able to do, honestly, all of that, right? Like, lift into what? Silence or root? Morph could just Manta it off. So they need some form of stun, they need something that's going to enable them to either run away or be able to gap close, and they just don't have anything right now on Into the Breach, so Pangolier provides a lot of that. I still think the puck could be decent here, but maybe Ancient Tribe just feel, look, we're going to get BKBs. We don't really care about the puck even.
What do you make of the Viper OD ban? It seems like they're trying to set up for some melee potential tankier hero. I'm still considering about the Ember, even though you could just put the DK mid. Maybe Supreme thinks he can outplay that matchup, but is there something else you could be thinking of?
I wasn't thinking the Ricky. How quickly are they going to pick this? Maybe they were. I mean, it's one of Supreme's most played heroes. What can you even look to go into this? Leshrac, again, it doesn't really act quickly enough for mine. It might just be a mid DP still, though, right? So what offlaners are available for Zibe to be able to play?
5 seconds remaining.
Well, he stuns, right? That's what we're looking for
Doesn't feel
overall.
like an Enigma game. Axe, okay. It is that instant lockdown. It is that hero that you know they're going to run at you, right? So it's a good way to have some level of counter initiation. So what are they still needing to pick here? Mid or off lane that's going to be able to deal with an axe?
10 seconds remaining.
You like a bit better of a way to address the Terrorblade.
5
I think they might be lacking damage until the Morphling comes on and they need Kisses to blow him up inside some fights. Zeus was really the better one. I hope they don't tinker.
It's actually a pretty decent setup for the TB, right? Zeus is banned. You know DP is going to be against a lot of these heroes, so you can't Ember. Timber's banned, Viper's banned, OT's banned. So there's a lot of stuff to be able to protect. What you mentioned Tinker, what did you say, sorry? Feels decent, doesn't it?
It does. It really does. Because I don't... Well, you don't really want to play the Dragon Knight into the Death Prophet lane. Sounds pretty free for Death Prophet.
You could use an
I think you're
Enchantress
looking for a
creep for
different...
vision as well.
Yeah. They are really going to struggle about getting on a Tinker. It's just a question of, like, at the moment, a lot of people are saying Tinker's busted on heroes that are comfortable on him, on plays that are comfortable. But if you're not, then it's still a hero that's not very strong at the moment overall if you're not very comfortable. So is there another hero similar? Sure. Okay, that works as well. I mean, that still gets all the way through, so...
And it's a way that you don't need to run through this axe either. You can go around. You can find that instant pick off onto the back lines, and then, I mean, they've got plenty of stuff to confirm, right? They're going to have a blink stun on the DK. They're going to have a cookie. They're going to have a adaptive strike as well to be able to kill whoever gets gone on, right? And there's no save right now. Glimmer Cape, not going to do much. Force Staff, not going to do much. You can't lift the hero that is being lassoed, so feels kind of nice. Good last pick here.
My one big question mark is his axe. We don't see it often. Do we think the kind of surprise pick of Zibe's axe might be enough to get them over the finish line here in this game one?
The thing I'm most interested in is that it's Immersion playing the Crystal Maiden. So it's CM together with the Axe. So I think they're just wanting to get really aggressive in this laning stage when Morphling's perhaps a little bit squishier. Look to use the counter helix to be able to do a lot of damage. Maybe go for some early dives around that level 3 point and try and get a couple of kills in onto Little Pleb if possible. It's going to be pretty heavily around making sure that they block up a ton of those neutral camps though, because you can't let the Enchantress just get one of these creeps and be able to throw it back the other way.
So let's see how this matchup is able to go. I feel like Into the Breach, again, with us heading into this series, we're saying that probably favoring Ancient Tribe in regards to how the leaderboard is standing at the moment, but I don't hate their draft at all. I think they've got a recipe for success. It's going to come down to how they're able to set themselves up, though, overall in the lanes and the early game as well, and if their carry on Otake is going to be able to come online or not, because definitely the Terrorblade into the Morphling. It could be okay if you're decent in farm compared to the Morphling. Like if you're even, then the matchup is definitely not as bad as what it used to be. So it's just going to come down to how this early game is able to play out for the lads on Dire.
How's LeBron's positioning going to be around this smoke? He's hiding behind the tree for now. He's going to pop it, and then, I mean, you're an Enchantress. You're going to be able to get away, one would think. He's leveled up the Nature's Attendants, just to be sure. And even with all of those slows, he just sprinks away.
I don't know if he was behind. Yeah, they're pinging out like there was a ward nearby. Like, I think he was behind the trees.
He was.
Yeah, great read. Right.
All right.
This,
A little bit gold coming through early.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Is this a game-winning Batrider pick with the loss from Mobe? Do we
Feels
feel
pretty
like
nice.
they have? Yeah. Like I'm trying to see if there's a response to it, and I don't know if you can see something else because
No save, no dispel. Avoids running through the axe to be able to get to a lot of these fights. I think it's really solid. And again, you can use Ench creeps to be able to find the right target if you're not making a play around vision. I mean, yes, it sucks that you get that Observer Ward dewarded, but it does mean that you're using a sentry not for blocking up camps, you know? And again, me with my silver linings, but it's those sorts of things that can really just change the outcome of this lane.
Well, Immersion with the gold that he got from that was able to bring out another sentry, so
Okay.
yes, there's still going to be block on the small camp regardless.
He's probably going to send out another with the bounty gold that he got as well. He's going to need to.
So, are there any lanes that you're in particular paying attention to? Just what do we feel like is the important thing for either side, the catalyst for them to have a good early game?
Bot lane. It's all about this
Bot lane,
bot
okay.
lane. I mean, LeBron is going to be harassing as much as possible, keeping them away from Little Pleb if they can. I think they might be trying to rush up a very quick level 2, if possible, on into the breach. They are slightly ahead. No, they're actually basically identical right now, despite taking out that Observer Ward. So we'll see who's going to be the ones to be able to claim that one first. You can see they're pinging out that range creep, really not wanting to let them get into it because they're going to be looking to go for these dives. They're going to be using the creeps to be able to block out a lot of that early aggression.
Just so much harassment between the two, though. Crystal Maiden.
You got to secure the kill.
Over the axe.
That's the thing, right? Like it's just about sustaining in this lane. That's part of why LeBron goes that Nature's Attendants. I think he would have leveled it up anyway, even if he wasn't the target of that initial go. And, well, Immersion's only got one Mango to be able to play around with.
Now towards our other side lane. Got to be cautious about the level 2 timing that they will be playing with pretty shortly here on Into the Breach. You've got the stun now to help set up for the meta damage.
Respect.
Rotakers. Yeah. Almost getting the kill onto Alex.
Oh, respect though.
They're actually... Alright, Alex. Got the Mango to work with for the Scatter Blast, and Nyx is going to find first blood, so... After a great start, we even heard in discussion when we had the interview with him about the Meteor Hammer on the Dragon Knight. It looks like once again he's going to be going back into that item build.
Yeah, I mean, it just lets you stay out on the map, right? That's basically what he was saying. It's a substitute for the Soul Ring. It's a substitute for the Aghanim Shard, so you don't need to go into the Fireball. And it's a bunch of early stats, you know, going from +4 all stats to 8, just based on completing the hammer, seems pretty value to me. It's a free crown, 450 gold for free. Going for a bit of a play down here onto LeBron, but well, he's going to be able to Sproink his way away. He's got a healing self to be able to play with. He's got the Nature's Attendants, which he's going to be trying to hold for Lil Pleb as much as possible. Of course, he's just feeding him through tangos as well. Of course, having that magic wand certainly helps things, but this is the issue. Immersion is out of mana, so you really can't do much into this lane anymore, and LeBron's just going to continue to harass you back the other way.
Does seem like this bottom lane is getting much easier. As meanwhile, just
Go
top lane
aggressively.
mix. Alright, GB. They're going to be able to get a kill off the back of that aggression. So let's see if LeBron wants to put a second point in the impetus to help out a little bit with the damage. Pure, of course, versus the axe, and might be awkward for them to play this lane now. I mean, Lil Pleb, he's got level 3 as well, so let's see. I mean, Axe is a hero that if you start to fall behind, it's just good luck playing the game of Dota.
I think 1 point in the enchant is nice. Like, he's obviously not playing around these neutral camps much. The small one's been blocked up, but would be a nice Satyr Mindstealer if he's able to go into that one, though. I mean, just look at that. He's got the Nature's Attendants to be able to play around with. You can just enchant to be able to get a little bit of extra range away from the axe. I'm kind of surprised that he hasn't. Instead, looking to take away the Hellbear. I mean, it's more space that Morphling's just going to have to be able to farm, right? You're very happy with this.
Mid lane, Mobe. Oh, what? I don't know how many stacks he had to get the kill, but that was a lot of damage.
I mean, he had 21 charges to be able to play with, so maybe he just felt he was dead anyway.
Yeah, I guess maybe didn't one before he TP'd out. So, well, that is a big kill to find considering Supreme was actually having a pretty good time versus Mobe on the Bat Rider, and something to be expected with the Death Prophet, but Mobe gets a solo kill, is going to be able to make the trek all the way back to base, so he's going to have full resources for that contestation. And you see Supreme's going to make the walk as well out, considering his teleport is on cooldown, so very good start to the last pick Bat Rider.
This is not what you wanted out of the Axe CM lane, though, for Axe to just have to leave the lane entirely. It's something that had to be done, though, of course, to be able to... just looking to harass with the Shard Golems onto Zibe. You want to try and make a play around this mid lane, right? You've got the Siege Creep available. Supreme recently just TP'd back to lane, and if you want to, you've got the Lasso to be able to play around with. So I'm honestly a little surprised that LeBron hasn't made a bit of a rotation there to try and get that kill onto Supreme, because they can do a lot of their damage from afar. Actually going to go the other way.
Yeah, let's see how much trouble he's going to be in, and it looks like it's quite a lot. Great placement with the Flame Break, but it's not going to matter. Supreme gets the kill, gets the Courier as well, which had a ward on it. So they're even going to be able to secure the Power Rune, it looks like, even though Supreme doesn't have the bottle. Of course, not needing it versus the Bat with the one, but that is a great way to get him back into this lane.
Really just highlights the importance of what I was just talking about, right? With not having the supports being able to play in that lane. That doesn't happen if you've got the Enchantress there to be able to slow down with the enchant, or maybe the Nature's Attendants to provide that little bit of extra healing, and maybe you use, for example, the Lasso to be able to get the pull back underneath the tower and get a second kill. Mobe is actually TPing up top.
The respawn. Yeah, this is not looking good at all for a Taker. Still not playing with a level 6 as well, so no threat of a Sunder turnaround. And great use of the... would say great use of the death in a way, but just teleporting back to top. Mobe gets the kill and should be able to connect mid as well, because they do need some members now to be able to slow down this push. Supreme,
look at this cheeky
got
play.
That Exo activated. Oh yeah,
Enchanted the creep, pulls the wave away, makes sure that the Siege Creep is going to die, and well, it's not great value that you're getting out of that first Exo. He wants to try and do some damage so that you get the spirits coming back into him. With the Lasso, he has to be a little bit careful of going too deep. But it's taken long enough that he's going to at least be able to get the magic wand off if he went for that dive, but should get some value back from the spirits.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Pleb is just completely free farming bottom lane. Almost getting, almost zoning out Zibe.
Nearly got a Vanguard though.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Do they have any stacks? I'd love to see them start making stacks. You see LeBron is also
he's checking,
potentially scouting that out, or even maybe looking to wrap around to try and get the kill onto Immersion. Should be able to find it. Little Pleb's going to waveform in aggressively, and then make sure they get the kill as well over to the Morphling as well. So, I mean, we're seeing what Lil Pleb's been able to do so far for Ancient Tribe, and he is off to a monster start.
Yeah,
top. Look. Early rotation coming through again. It's going to be off the back of the smoke, and Mobe, well, he's got the Lasso to work with. There is a skill level here from Otaka. They should be able to bring him down through the stun lock. Beautifully done. Mixer holding the Dragon Tail just in case there was a threat of the Sunder. Now that was the timing with the older Dragon form as well. And, well, into the breach, they're not going to have the cute micro shenanigans like we saw prior from the Enchantress. So they're going to be forced to bring a lot of heroes top to defend it.
Oh, they're actually not going to get Mobi, despite this movement through from Supreme. Who, of course, doesn't have the exorcism to be able to play around with, and they should be able to just get Mixer back to safety. Maybe they give up Alex for this, but I mean, it's a rotation that gets basically nothing. LeBron can even look to continue to play around this TP as well, right? Enchant onto the TP illusion feels kind of nice.
I guess the one thing is they do help defend the tower, but that's going to go down surely. Mixer's got this Meteor Hammer now completed, so he's going to be able to continue to play out on the map. And this will be a Dragon Knight that does scale as well with the early media timing. If they do not continue to find kills on him, as Meme will actually Zibe, well, that's going to be another death here for the Axe. Mobe, once again, he's just getting so active across the map. What did he cull? What?
Did something get cold?
Yeah.
Was it a shard golem or something?
I don't know, but I was trying to see if he killed a courier, but I think it was just a creep.
It
That's
gives you
Kindblade
movement
on corner
speed,
for
right?
80.
So maybe you just
Oh,
want
he
a
was
little bit of
dead.
escape.
Ah.
Farm.
Okay.
Can't fault the man for wanting a bit of farm, alright?
No, you can't in all those greedy cores. Let's mix a
Dire's bottom
great
tower
read again. Hope we're gonna need some TPs this time to keep him alive.
Ooh.
Even Exo is gonna be committed as well, so let's see what else they're gonna be able to get out of this though. Killing to the Dragon Knight definitely feels nice, but
scanning.
you're hoping for a little bit more
Dire's
of
middle tower is under attack.
conversion out of the second Exo of the game.
The thing is, though, look at how many people needed to rotate for that in LeBron. This is what is great about having multiple avenues of push, right? You deal with someone in one lane, yeah, he pops the Elder Dragon form, but you're going to force a defensive rotation back towards mid, and you're not actually going to get any value out of that exorcism other than, you farm a couple of camps, you get a DK kill, but who cares? He could just come back out, and like you mentioned, with that Meteor Hammer, you've still got some push threat in onto this tower. Siege creep helps, of course, as well.
So you just take a look at the lives of both the carries right now. Little Pleb is still free farming bottom lane, and then you see the Terrorblade has no home at the top side. So yes, the Terrorblade doesn't mind to be in the jungle early on, but Morphling can also get this wave farm and continue to farm that hard camp and the small camp. So that's a big reason why there's just such a huge difference in the net worth.
And most of the time when you go this Vanguard, it's to be able to stay in the lane, right? To be able to create a lot of that space away, but instead you've got poor Zibe just forced to play a little bit further back, take some of the farm that maybe TB wants to get at this stage of the game, and the question is, where's DP going to get that farm?
Still no stacks as well, which I was really hoping for them to give over to Zibe's Axe to get an earlier blink timing. But the supports have been... Their attention has been pulled elsewhere so far this game.
They're even going to go for a backstab here. He'll get revealed, though, underneath the ward. Zibe, with that haste rune, wants to go for a little bit of a dive here. Why not?
Yeah, surely not.
I mean, he's going to enable them to take the tower for free, at least.
Is under attack.
And that's pretty important to be able to take this one away to enable moving on into this ancient camp area. They can see Oteka taking these ancient camps at this point in time.
Mid lane. That was a smoke from into the breach and... Ooh.
Cancels the TP.
Trying to get on the other side to get the regen. Which they will not be able to for Mobe. So overall though, even though the kill count is 7-2, and they haven't been able to find a tower just yet for Into the Breach, the net worth lead, it's only 1,000. So nothing too crazy. You've still got the Death Prophet that is getting a lot of farm. Supreme's going to be rushing a BKB as well. So do we feel like this is going to be a big concern for Ancient Tribe once his BKB comes out? Are they going to be lacking some damage to kill the Death Prophet?
Oh, absolutely. He's the one that's going to be able to go in, that's going to allow the TB to start to join these fights. So my main issue still is going to be, when can you get into this Blink Dagger on Zibe? Because what DP going in does is it forces a reaction to come through, and then Axe almost always wants to be that second wave of initiation, right? You almost never... Well, with how this game has gone, you're not going to be able to put down wards deep enough that Axe is going to be able to find that Blink call off the initial burst, They're using him as a bit of bait down on towards this bottom side, though, but you got to have backup if you're going to do this.
And it's just respect. Without the T1 tower, no one can TP in, and if they do it, it's going to be the T2 tower, and it'll take too long to connect, or it's just a long chase down onto Zibe, and once again, his Blink Dagger is going to continue to be delayed.
And the thing with Mobo here is that he's got boots of travel, so he makes a rotation down. Sure, you use the lasso, but you're pretty quickly able to reconnect through to the rest of the team. You can see him even using the Firefly as he looks to farm the camps to maximize the efficiency. Nicely done.
They're doing a really good job on Ancient Tribe as well to swap around the supports in the mid lane. Like previously it was LeBron just trying to soak some golden experience. Now Alex is going to be here as well. Maybe looking to put a little bit more priority into Alex, considering this drums is already done on the Enchantress, and Alex is wanting the mechanism because they don't really have an offlaner that's able to build some auras. So, I mean, they are just completely maximizing the farm across the map. We were saying just before it was 1,000 net worth lead. Now it's jumped up to 3,000.
Wonder if Mobe is going to go and take those stacks as well. Looks like he's just farming in the jungle for now, but I mean, you're playing with an Enchantress that's building up a lot of those stacks, so I mean, he's very close to... Actually, he could afford the drums now if he wants to with that bounty room freshly picked up, but I mean, that's just going to skyrocket your farm even further, right?
Yeah.
Might just want a third stack, perhaps.
Now, what are we hoping out of this Terrorblade in this game in particular? Is so thought they might try and get aggressive there. When is his true spike going to be? Because Ataker's having a pretty good time at the moment, keeping up in farm, but are we hoping he gets involved in some of the earlier engagements?
I am. I think... I mean, look at how annoying he's being with the Enchantress solution as well. Blocking the ancient camp, and yeah, that's the reason behind the voice line. I mean... This is the time, basically. You've just freshly picked up a Blink Dagger on the axe. Hopefully he moves an item from his inventory, so it's not immediately realizable. But you also see that there's a siege creep pushing in. You've got the DP, freshly picked up BKB for her. So this is the time that you need to make something happen. They're going to push the lane in with the Terrorblade, with the siege creep as well. Immersion has to be careful, though.
Oh. Aggressive waveform, who cares though? Lil Pleb just blows up one. Waveform still on cooldown for a little bit of time.
Got off the strength
morph. Zibe is nearby to be able to reveal the blink, but he was able to get the strength morph out. Gives him enough time for the waveform to come back off cooldown. So now they have at least the knowledge that Zibe has the blink completed, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to defend this bottom tower. Even though they got the kill into the Crystal Maiden, this is still Exo committed, and Otake is nearby with meta just in case is required.
Yeah. Love that from Alex as well. Just a value point in the Little Shredder, meaning that you need to make that move back a lot quicker. Otherwise, that tower is going to take a lot of damage. I know it's a tier 2, but it was this big siege creep wave that they did that off the back of. At least not having to pop the glyph for that defensively. But yeah, Lil Pleb, he's going to take every single opportunity just to get that quick pick off that he can, right? And if the CM walks on forward into range, she's just food for him. Most of the time, you need someone like the Bat Rider, like the Dragon Knight to be the one that goes in first. So for him to be able to pick up a freebie is a big win. And, well, now with the DK, he's got that Blink Dagger as well. So might look to see Lil Pleb with the Manta style look to join in with the rest of the boys quite quickly. Going into an early Aghanims shard as well. So we'll be able to always get that strength morph off unless he's getting, like, silenced into instant cold.
It's going to be Radiant that actually look to kind of make their first proactive play of the game.
It's that Blink Dagger.
It's through the early stage. Yeah, they're ready to go.
It's the one they're playing around.
What's a triangle is going to be the call. Otake just is able to avoid that, but they might still scout him out. Got the vision, mix it with the jump, and they've got the damage through the Mortimer Kisses as well. It just blows him up. Whoa, whoa, whoa. 3 tips. All right, Otake. Ancient Tribe making sure he knows about that one.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I was just having a look at the player cam, smiles across all the boys' faces, and, well, at least this time around, they're going to be able to maybe get something in exchange for it. Supreme instantly making that movement towards mid. Not with the Exorcism, though, so won't be able to fully convert on this tower. I still really want to see Zibe play with even just Immersion, the duo together. The Blink Dagger plus the Freezing Field. That's going to be the damage that they need to be able to maybe turn this game around.
Yeah. And I think now for Into the Breach, they can't even... Oh, Mobe? I see a couple of them inside the river. You've got this second point in Exo, so there is a potential if you win a team fight, you can lead it into the pit. You're 7k gold behind, which means this next engagement's not going to be easy for you to come out on top on with the deficit in gold and experience, as Supreme might be in a little bit of trouble. LeBron's playing pretty aggressive, but it looks like the Enchantress trying to force out some spells, trying to bait his life, but how can Into the Breach craft a successful skirmish, a pick-off, or even a team fight around the pit for them to be able to go take it afterwards?
I mean, it's always just going to be off the back of a smoke, right? Like, the thing is, though, with how aggressive Ancient Tribe are able to play with this Meteor Hammer, with the Enchantress constantly pushing out lanes, they're forced to make a defensive movement. So maybe they catch out Mixer, but I really don't feel like that's the target that you want.
They will be able to get in nonetheless, and hopefully Jibe is able to find his first cull stack of the game.
Yoink. But this isn't really what you want, right? It's away from objectives. It's a kill onto the DK. Yeah, it's still going to hurt his net worth a little bit, but the hero that you're mostly worried about is this Morphling. He's not even rushing into the Aghanim Scepter either. He feels comfortable enough to go into the Skadi just because how effective it's going to be against the DP as well.
Jibe, though, just going to be shy off the call on LeBron.
One's going in.
Mobe's going to try and look for the angle as well. They're actually going to commit the Mortimer Kisses, so slowing down Otake, the Terror Blade. He might be in some trouble if Mobe wants to commit with the lasso. He's going to use it. What do you use it on? All right, and now they stole the lasso. Still, it's a lot committed as well from Into the Breach. So it's not just like Ancient Tribe wasn't able to get anything out of their spells. We see Supreme was forced to use the Exo and the BKB just in case that fight truly did break out.
Yep. I would still say the winner of that one... actually, they popped the Mortimer's Kisses, so... Probably not Ancient Tribe, but they didn't have to use the mech. You've got the Elder Black Dragon... Not the Elder Black Dragon. Dragon form coming out soon again for Mixer. He could look to join in the rest of the team. He even just feels so much stronger once he gets the Ogre Axe, because now he's level 2. So he's going to be dealing a good amount of damage. He's not just a blink stun tower pushing bot anymore. But yeah, that's always going to be the issue, right? It kind of feels like TB needs to get a little bit more active before the Morphling is able to get into these next few items. Like, I don't think you're going to be able to avoid this Skadi timing, but you've got to make sure that you're winning a few fights before that Aghanims truly comes out. You can see Morphling, of course, against this TB. He's going to go into the 16 seconds morph duration talent at level 15. And, well, TB, I think he realizes that now's the time to try and be able to go in.
Simultaneous jumps from either side. Immersion's got a pretty good spot with a freezing field. They get the lasso, but of course, playing around with the Aghanim Shard means that he's going to be more than okay.
Whacks him onto the low ground.
Even knock Immersion down to the low ground as well. Blink's going to be up in a couple of seconds, but the flame break position from Mibe was perfect. Just stops the Blink at the last second, and Mobe did still pop the BKB nonetheless, but Ancient Tribe, they're starting to wrap around as Alex finds a great opening with the cookie. Zibe's in a little bit of trouble at the moment. They'll repair some of the damage, so the Axe can reposition, but Mobe, look at the Bat Rider just playing around with the free pathing, still able to get the kill, but at a result, Mixer goes down as well.
If they really want to, they can fight. They got a Mortimer's Kisses, they've got the lasso coming back up right now. I guess just without that vision. Respect looking to play off the back of it. Look at that, just an aggressive movement forward. Probably not even going to need to use the lasso for it. Might even be able to take out Otake here.
Yeah, they're thinking about it. They still got kisses.
Stay at range.
Otake. Oh, great silence. Supreme. Wow, that was huge silence before he was able to get the lasso, and that's kind of the first real big thing that's gone the way of Into the Breach this game.
Probably didn't need to commit the body, right? He was slowed by the enchant. He had the Mortimer's Kisses raining in onto him. And it was a level 2 kisses as well, so... I mean, he would have been forced to at least use the Sunder on a teammate instead, and maybe then you could look to commit on the Bat Rider. But to be fair, they didn't really have the vision to be able to play around with, right? There was a lot of emphasis being put on the Rubik to make sure that that high ground was dewarded. And now knowing that the Bat Rider's not there, knowing that the Mortimer's Kisses isn't available, they're going to look to go for another play. To me, this is still all about TB. If TB can get into that BKB and you can look to take the fight into the Morphling, even against the Skadi, I think they can look to maybe put themselves in a good spot here.
And that's really going to come off the back if they can convert on the smoke.
I'm just watching LeBron's positioning.
Great positioning
always.
Again.
Yep.
They're going to be forced to get him. No one else is showing. Maybe the kill at Roche, though. Supreme, level 15, still has that EXO up. A little bit concerned, though.
You're not feeling confident enough.
Yeah. So, you did just mention...
Oh, mid, though. That's a valuable kill.
Yeah.
I think they would Roche off the back of this. No Greaves. Much higher damage input into that tower.
Simultaneously, though, in the river.
Well, can't be giving this up.
Yeah. No, you really can't. Still Supreme. Consider about venturing on forward. Maybe if they had the Rubik as well, they might be considering about getting that Roche, but not going to be the case here. I do want to mention, you were just speaking about kind of the BKB being super important from a taker. I still think for him, it's got to be Skadi. And usually with this matchup between the two, it's kind of whoever hits Skadi first has Spike in maybe one fight, or maybe a second fight if it takes too long for the other person to get it. So, no, a taker has his BKB and it is there because of the magical burst. He's still going to have a big issue that Pleb has the Skadi before him.
Sure, but my thing is, with this BKB, it's going to enable you to fight, and I feel like you need to do that, because if this Morphling gets Aghanim Scepter, it's over, and he's already so far ahead.
I don't think he could have gone Skadi before the BKB. I'm just saying it's the status of the game. This is the draft that he's playing up to, and it means that Ancient Tribe have a big window now without it. So he's going to need a lot of items, and this is it's another game where we're saying that Terrorblade needs a lot, because now you need Skadi, and then afterwards you're going to probably need Lincoln's, which is a great item overall to address the Morphling, but even the Dragon Tail and the Lasso. But he just needs too much this game.
Yeah. And I mean, both of them are about 3,000 gold away from being able to pick up that big item. Morphling's actually making a TP mid to be able to defend against this. They don't want to enable more space for the TP to be able to pick up this farm. Go for the morph into him.
Down before the response.
Yeah. It's a big win for Into the Breach to be able to have that to play off of. And, well, despite making the movement back, they're just going to go straight back towards the ITB side of the map. It's just about, like... TB can fight right now, but he doesn't really want to. I think it's more of a fail-safe for himself. But the thing is that with this Aegis, you're going to be able to play so much more quickly on and more fearlessly on Little Pleb in particular. They're going to spy the courier as well. It's got a Blink Dagger on it. That's a big deal.
That's a big one.
It's going to scout out immediately where he is.
As well. Just a big old beacon where the Death Prophet's looking to play. Zibe, he's in with the call, but he's too late to protect the Death Prophet, and he's going to go down as well as Ancient Tribe. They just have such an overwhelming net worth lead, and they will not look back. Ultra kill for Pleb. Just barely anyone gets scathed in that team fight. Just what a perfect engagement again.
Yeah. I want to see the whole team make a bit of a move up towards the top lane. You know that the TB went up here. He's farming underneath your vision still. And, of course, Bat Rider, with that Boots of Travel, he's going to be able to connect at any sort of possibility. So Alex shoves in top. You get a haste rune. You might be able to find him with a quick pickoff. But, well, the boys aren't all completely there. I think this is probably a tiny bit deep.
And maybe they're trying to see if any buybacks come out. And just being annoying as well. I see a couple of voice lines.
What is jam?
It's just a mental game.
Never heard of jam before. Guessing an Eastern Europe Div 2 team. But yeah, they're even taking away his farming tools in that that illusion there. LeBron using that to assist with the farm. Again, more Meteor Hammers. You can't make the jump onto the Morphling, but who do you make the jump on? They're going to go for the Enchantress.
They're going to try. Supreme's going to be in as well. It's a lot of damage onto LeBron. A great start for them, at least being able to get an easy pick off onto a support. They're going to look for the Morphling next as well, but the Frostbite holds him into place. All right. How can they set themselves up, though, with the call still being on cooldown? Pleb, unable to get away. He doesn't have to Manta. Great timing out of the silence from Supreme. And Azibe's got the jump over the top as well, is finally into the breach. Catch a break and take a successful team fight.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that Mobe would put himself in there onto the front lines. I was watching, all right, what cooldowns are coming up as this Aegis is being reclaimed. They didn't have the Lasso yet, but he had the BKB and the Firefly. So I was thinking, you know, maybe you put yourself out there. Maybe you throw in a flame break and force them to perhaps play a little bit more scared. But instead, they just give up the life of a Morphling, and it's a big life as well. Giving that godlike streak over to the TB. That's going to enable him to get so much closer to the Skadi. I mentioned that they were about equivalent timings, but he's actually going into the BKB now on the Morphling instead of the Aghanims, just on the back of that. So could that be the one play that just turns this game completely around for Into the Breach? There's the Skadi.
All right. Now let's see what the call is going to be. If he wants another defensive item in the Lincolns, or if he feels like he needs damage this game.
I really don't hate the Lincolns.
Yeah.
It's so good, this game.
Because
no Lasso,
you also,
no Elder Dragon Form stun, no Morph.
And you've got Supreme that's going to be able to pump out a crap load of damage as well. 426 on the Death Prophet. He is going to scale with all the farm he's been able to get. I mean, importantly, this Chiron Sunge, it helps out so much with your survivability, but and your damage as well inside the middle of the team fight. And we saw what he was able to do just before. So this is only a 3,000 lead now. Like, Into the Breach are definitely in this game.
It's basically a 50-50 game, according to Gaben, and well, we'll see if that is the reality of the situation. Again, I'm really liking the itemization that Supreme's got queued up. He's going straight into that Scythe of Vice, so just a way to, again, mute the Morphling, prevent him from being able to get
Look at
that.
this. Oh, they're on the low ground. It's not a good spot. Mix is able to get the jump.
Call!
What a call from Zibe! Oh, he's done it! Holding all three into place. And they're able to get the BKB just before the lasso, so Otaka's okay. He's going to be able to stand strong in the river. This is Otaka's team fight. Going to get the Sunder though at the last second. He'll go down nonetheless. But Into the Breach are looking to clean up. Supreme, he's the man on the mission. Trying to chase down Pleb. They've got the ward on the high gun, so they know exactly where the Morphling is. Pleb's going to wait for him over the top of Respect. Telekinesis to hold him into place as well, but they've got to be cautious. Have they gone too far? Mobe, he's going to look to play with Pleb, but he's maxed out the strength. No more room to give him the health, and now Supreme. They might even be able to get Mobe if Zibes can get in range for the blink. He's thinking about it.
A lot of the damage right now is magic, so Respect, he's going to be very happy with being able to get that attribute shift into the strength gain. Doesn't really care about armor. He just wants to buff up his HP as much as possible. This is going to be a big benefit for him, especially if he's able to steal something like the adaptive strike as well. It's going to give him a big benefit. And off the back of that successful team fight, he's even able to buy into that Aghanim Shard. So you know how effective that is going to be up against this sort of lineup. Just able to throw it back the other way, provide that save for a lot of the follow-up damage that they're looking to get off the back of that lasso, the DK stun. The cookie really shouldn't be landing off the back of this.
And the momentum is starting to build now for Into the Breach. This net worth lead has completely been cut down. Not only that, but the confidence as well. Importantly, I think for Zibe. What a call. And he's going to be feeling good off the back of that. He's really struggled this game so far, but the fact that he gets in that team fight, gets a bunch of gold out of it as well. So he's now higher than Mix's net worth. And we'll see if he's going to be able to replicate, though. So the thing in question, the upcoming team fights,
though, right?
They have.
Those only happen every so often. I mean, the one that you're predicting is going to be happening pretty shortly is in about 1 or 2 minutes towards that Roche pit. That is where an Axe wants to be able to play with. What's CM got here? Just the drums, just the Aether Lens right now. Well, he's got the Psychic Headband as well, so that's going to provide a whole lot more wave clear from afar. Be a big benefit to the team. Of course, Freezing Field not really affected all that much by that, though.
Man, Supreme can buy out for this Hex if he wants to. He's so rich.
A few successful team fights will do that for you.
That it will.
It's really just going to depend on how deep they can get their vision down and how confident they feel of being able to do so. I mean, they're really protecting this high ground ward. Sipe has not moved. Respect has not moved. Immersion has not moved. And Otaka, he's just farming the 2 creep waves right next to him. Looks like he is going to go for that buyout.
Okay, there we go. Hex completed on Supreme. I think this is a big item as well that Zibe is going to be working on next as well here with the Shadow Blade. We've seen how difficult it's been throughout some of the fights, really earlier on though, in particular, not the last 2 fights, but where the Bat Rider has just been able to prove to be an issue from afar. Like canceling Blink with Sticky and a random Flame Break, but now that in a lot of the engagements he's going to be under the cover of the Shadow Blade, it'll make it that much easier for him to get that jump onto those key targets on Ancient Tribe.
It's going to be a little bit of money, though. That's the thing, right?
Yes.
Still a whiles away. You would assume that the Roche fight is going to come before then. The big thing is, to me, how is Morphling going to be able to play before he gets into this Aghanim Scepter? Because it's been delayed far too long. You know, you've had 2 deaths back-to-back on Little Pleb that have really slowed his item progression. It means that TB is going to go ahead. Does he have the full Satanic picked up, or is that just the Reaver and the fact that he was DC'd previously that we couldn't see his...
No, I don't think he does.
Nah, I don't think he does either. Not sure, but... Well, Axe is nearly into that level 3 on the Culling Blade. Of course, that's going to give a little bit of assistance as well. The plus side is, of course, you should always have first information about the Roche respawn on Ancient Tribe. You've got an Enchantress, you can just look to put the creep into there. The big thing for mine is who gets the jump. It always just comes down to that for this. Of course, Batrider, DK, they would love to be the ones to just instantly be able to find that quick pick. But if you get that counter initiation, if you don't know what Zibe's positioning is like, we've seen what can happen.
Still, though, for Ancient Tribe, you have a lot of this scaling potential. If anyone's been watching a lot of the Dream League games, and Mikey in particular, the Batrider, this late game, he just shines. His hero is absolutely ridiculous with that level 25 talent, with the Flame Break applying 2 stickies, double lasso with the refresher.
You one-shot
the Ag Shard and potential Scepter. So you die. You die through that combo. You've got the Dragonite that's scaling as well with the Scepter, so... Still, even though they've lost the past couple of fights, Ancient Tribe, you don't have to get too worried just yet. They do still scale very well.
TB knows that Roche is up, though. They're still... I don't think Respect has moved an inch in the past, 2 minutes. He is just standing right next to that high ground ward, not wanting to give up any position. He's got a 4-staff, so I'm a little surprised that he's not turned back towards the rest of the team, just to be able to instantly get that 4-staff back if they were to put down any sort of deep vision, but... Both teams know that this is available. Any big items that were just picked up? Oh, they've almost got Satanic, 30 gold away. TB just got it coming out to him now.
We're going to see the fight. Ancient Tribe. Smoke for them, but into the breach. Standing firm on their high ground. A smoke from them as well. It's going to go on to Zibe.
They're going to dodge.
Can he rep... Oh, they got a DD as well. Supreme's going to be able to scout this out. Where's Zibe? Is he going to be able to find the call? They'll start with the lasso. A lot of damage onto the Death Prophet. There comes the call. Is it enough to keep Supreme alive? It is. The Death Prophet's going to be able to activate the extra, but it's too late. His little pleb picks up the DD and blows up Supreme. Into the breach. Can they still take the team fight down? The Death Prophet Taker. A great man to dodge. Able to avoid the slam of the Meteor Hammer. And now pleb, he can get into the middle of the team fight. He's going to be able to get rid of the Frostbite thanks to the Manta, but it's not going to matter. Pleb goes down to the overwhelming amount of damage, and now they're not done just yet as once again into the breach. All the momentum is now on their side, and they're going to be rewarded with that second Roshan as well.
I mean, Zibe, clear MVP of that fight, not just for being able to get that secondary catch, but more importantly, the call isn't onto everyone, but it catches the Morphling. He is still the main damage dealer onto that DP, so she's able to get away, you split up the team fight a little bit, and you find that key catch. I mean, props have to be given, of course, to Oteka being able to Manta dodge the Meteor Hammer as well, but by that point, Zibe had just done it for him.
Who would we like to give the shard to? Okay. Shard?
Yep.
Not the Death Prophet?
Not the Death Prophet. Come on.
Why would you like Immersion to have it?
Because he's got Boots of Bearing, and you move at maximum movement speed when you've popped it, so you're not actually just locked into position. You can look to chase down, you can look to play a bit further away from the rest of the boys. Oh, they make a jump.
Yeah, and that jumps into a pretty juicy target in Mobe.
Psychic
BKB
headband.
TP out. He's got to do it pretty shortly, though. BKB's about to expire. Jumps to north. Zibe might jump. Okay. Didn't go on the tree line. Pinged it out where it was in the end, but... Be able to... Regardless, though, there's a BKB expended there for the Batrider. He's got Octarine, so it's not the longest cooldown. We do see as well that Alex is...
Damn.
Who did he give it to? As expected.
One of the best ones, you know. Basically, his job every fight now on Supreme, I would say, is just to try and run at Alex with it, right? Take away that Mortimer's Kisses. Get as far away from the rest of the team. Force them to converge onto you, and then it's just going to set up another Zibe call from being able to come through. And he's got the Shadow Blade now, so you can look to...
That's a big one.
Just play a little bit more elusively. They've taken away their towers as well.
All right. They feel strong. I don't blame him. Oteka, top of the net worth, ages in the hands for another 3 minutes.
Those TP illusions are going to soak up a lot of the multi-shot.
They're going to look for the trade. It'll take them a while. Of course, just Mixer has the Meteor and that third level in the Elder Dragon form, but See what the call is going to be for Into the Breach.
They actually go to the Fortify, obviously wanting to protect their siege creeps as well. Zibe actually gets caught by the Flame Break, so they're going to have to be careful not to take a fight right now.
Scepter just completed on low pleb as well. That's a really big item pickup.
Look at all that
Look at
damage
the damage they did
Enchantress is
from
able to
far.
put out, yeah. So being able to steal it over. Poor shit.
Don't get one hit, hang on. Oh, LeBron? Enchantress just putting himself on the front line, trying to take some spells, and also was doing a lot of damage as well to the Terrorblade, but they're going to back up, so Ancient Tribe didn't want to continue with that split push. They do get a decent amount of damage into the top tower, but nonetheless, they will not be able to even up the objective trade that we just saw. And still Into the Breach, they've got plenty of time left with the Aegis, and you see Lincoln's is almost completed as well for the Terrorblade.
It'd be such a big item. I was really thinking that they would afford to go that before the Satanic, but you probably don't get that kill if you you went the Lincolns previously, so really just putting a lot of faith into Zibe, and he's repaid it handsomely. Really just thinking what's next for him. Like, are you going to look to go into an AC perhaps, just to assist with a little bit more of that push potential? Is it going to be an overwhelming blink maybe?
Dude, this is huge that he gets Lincolns before a real fight breaks out, because that Scepter may have been the potential advantage you have, and now you've already been able to counter that item. So it feels like the Scepters, and they don't have the greatest way to pop Lincolns, honestly. Pleb's got to be pretty on point with his recognition if Lincolns is up to use the Adaptive Strike.
Yeah.
Hang on, what's Mobe doing? Whoa, 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 whoa. Mobe? Zibe, Blink is continuing to get cancelled thanks to the Firefly. Alex gonna try and help him get some distance away, but the call just shy. They will get Alex at least. But I would have loved the juicier kill onto the Batrider.
I mean, this is the thing, right? You gotta try and split up the map somehow. So 2 up top, 2 down bottom. You force a lot of rotations down bottom. At least Otaker's come back towards top. He's even looking to get into that Demon Zeal for a little bit of that damage. You cannot kill Otaker. We'll maybe see that the Lincolns is in the backpack. Might make them feel a little bit keen to look to go for one. You see Supreme with the Exo wearing off. That'd be a great target to be able to take away that Scythe of Ice.
Yeah, they're thinking about it. It's kind of a double back there. They've got Maybe nearby as well, ready with the lasso. As soon as they see the real Terrorblade, they're going to be a little bit concerned. It's daytime now as well. Might know there's a wall up on the cliff with how they were positioning. Seems kind of obvious, and Ancient Tribe, they're going to be forced to back on up now. But again, it's just like Mixer just pops out all of a sudden from the top tree line. So all of it is just do your best to stall out the Aegis, and they've done that. Aegis is about to expire, so all they'll lose within that 5 minutes was the T3 tower and their melee barracks down bottom.
Also gives time for the DK to get into the Aghanim Scepter as well. So he's starting to scale. Obviously, his net worth really started to suffer when the team fights turned a little bit more into the Breach's favor, but almost level 20 as well. So it really does feel like that's going to provide them a lot more sieging potential as well. Fighting from afar. The extra attack range from the Elder Dragon form means that the DP might find it a little bit more difficult to be able to get off those Spirit Siphons. Of course, she's got 5 to play with now with that Aghanim Shard.
Yeah, and even the Scepter as well has the attack speed. Oh, alright. No buyback. Just bought out here from the offlaner, so Mixer gonna give over a stack to Zibe as well. Up
Felt
to
safe
9.
under his ward. Obviously not the case. They're even going to get the D-ward off. They're probably like, why is he there? He must have felt safe. Let's use the gem. Remove that one. Remove one of the last tier 2 towers from the game. Mobe, he really wants to go for the style plays. Refresher orb being queued up from him. But he's going to be forced back. They got the enchant off onto a Taker, and there we go. They get the Aghanims morph onto the Morphling. So slightly slower attack speed coming through from Otaker now. Nice done, but I mean, bench has to be careful.
Runs out of mana.
Yeah.
Supreme's just waiting for an opening. Mobe.
They tried
the lasso.
Was it on illusion again? I didn't see.
It might have been all the Lincolns. I'm not sure.
Alright.
Alright, well. These little things.
It was a
things
bait.
that you
He's
have
got
to-
refresher. It's not going to show. Supreme wants to go for a
Oh,
quick
there
jump.
we go. There's a refresher. But the hex stops the damage.
Oh,
on
the man to dodge.
Morphling. Zibe's going to be in with the call. Is it going to be enough to keep her taker alive? He can look to turn and Pleb's gone. This is the fight to potentially end the game. Is into the breach. Oh, they just take so much. Pillaging heroes and now it's soon to pillage the base.
gotta buy back.
It's respect. Where are the buybacks? Finally, they're going to come out from multiple members out of Ancient Tribe and into the breach. They'll
they
signal
run?
the retreat. A telekinesis gets a taker out of danger.
Is under attack.
And they are out into the breach to take so much, but Zibe's not done. Gonna be a bit
Ooh,
cautious though,
okay.
Sunder. Keeps him healthy. Ancient Tribe, though, do need to get something out of these buybacks, but they're just
They're
too
not
quick on
gonna.
the fingers to get out. That is such a heavy commitment.
It was another fantastic man to dodge coming through from the TB there. Granted, it was right at the end of the stun, but that's when they were able to land that cookie in onto him, dodges the stun, able to pop the Satanic and just get back to max HP ASAP. Holy. They just keep doing it, man.
Double damage.
Even
Oh, there's a DD now on him as well.
Barracks are under attack.
And so you got the Demon Zeal, so... Too worried. A bit of wrap around. LeBron did buy back prior.
Anyone
Of course,
that bought
Alex
back is
bought
the
back
goal.
as well. Yeah. Just
There's
get the
one.
numbers advantage and... Ooh, cookie down to the low ground. Pretty nicely done here from Alex, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter. LeBron will still die nonetheless. All right,
Slippery
LeBron
boy.
will not die. Very nice. He's able to get out, but... what? Dude, what the hell is this turnaround into the breach? They haven't lost a fight, which feels like 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. They are just on a roll.
Yeah, since 26 minutes, they haven't lost a fight. Kind of nutty. Even looking to go into the Ag's Blessing on the TB. Looking to have that extra Metamorphosis duration as well. It's going to feel real nice if you're able to get into those two. Looking to try and even deal with the top lane a little bit. Again, with the TB illusions, means you don't need to commit. You want to be able to stay as close to this Roshan pit as possible. Because, I mean, that is even higher of a priority right now for Ancient Tribe with Little Pleb committing that buyback.
Yeah.
They're leading
Smoke
with
and a sweep
Zibe now.
across the map. A smoke on smoke.
The jump.
Can they get the jump once again? They're all grouped up. The call. It's going to be a little bit too late. They should be able to bring down Zibe to start the team fight. It's a lot of the control and into
the
the
DP.
breach. They'll get respect as well. A great start to the fight, but Dire, they're going to look to play
They
off
need
the
to go
back
low
of the buybacks. But can they join fast enough as Lil Pleb's in some trouble? Feed up, and all his damage drained and his health pool gone as well. It's a dieback on Pleb. And now into the breach. They're going to be able to deal with the remaining members. A couple of kills and moments away of taking this game one, and a crazy comeback from them as well. Multiple fights in a row. They've been able to come out on top. Zibe, he'll find Mixer in the tree line. They have a stun. They do not, so Mixer will live, but their base,
Two diebacks.
it's not going to be able to stand.
No, it will not. They're just going to look to beeline down this one, picking up a bunch of level 25s as well.
Radiant's middle tower.
You really got value out of the DP shard there. He got the Satanic off to be able to break out of a route on the Morphling, but he just instantly got feared afterwards. About a centimeter away from being able to get down onto that low ground and back to safety.
Honestly, they might not be able to end with the
Demon
25 on bat. Let's see.
Radiant's middle tower.
I don't know, actually.
Demon Zeal powerful.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Yep, they're not going to go for the end, but they'll get the full set of barracks, and they've got Roche up as well. So, third Roche of the game. They're going to look to play this one safe. Just taking a look at the buybacks previously used from Into the Breach in that fight. It was Zibe along with Respect. Of course, you're
TV's
more
got
than
Blessing
happy.
as well.
Jesus. And now you can give the scepter over to someone else if you want to.
Who do you even give it to at this stage? What's Axe got? Multiple battle hunger?
Or just cooldown on call could be nice, but it seems like he's TP'd out. He's trying to set up on the side lane, so maybe Supreme's going to get the scepter.
Yeah. Boring. We want to see new things. I can't wait a week for the patch. Zibe also just trying to become unkillable himself, going into that heart. Obviously, having the vitality booster. What are we chuckling at?
Immersion has the attack speed talent.
Easy D-wards.
I don't know why.
D-wards. Legit. You just
Oh,
want to
is
be
it?
able to
Radiant's
pop, pop.
top tower is under attack.
Kill that pesky enchantress as well. Who cares about untouchable? Actually directly negates it, so you're just attacking at normal attack speed.
What's the probability? It's still 19%.
It's still a Morphling into a Terrorblade, who is level 25 as
rape.
well.
He's got Rapey queued up, but he's a lot of gold away from it.
At Bat Rider 25, though, with the refresher of he's able to blow up anyone. The ideal target would be Supreme. I think Supreme is just providing way too much control for them. You're scared of having to play against the Scythe of Ice as well, and, well, even with that cheese, you're going to be able to find that 100-0 component if you are landing that lasso off.
Zibe's been perfect, though, with his counter initiation. As soon as we see the Bat Rider jump, he's always ready to stop the enemy heroes from getting that damage inside the lasso. They're looking for a long wraparound. Alex going to try and give them some information. They're going to be able to get the jump. This time it's onto Zibe. And you see the damage from Mobe. They just blow up the axe. That's a dieback. Now Otake is inside the middle of the fight as well. They're doing a good job to kite the Terrorblade at the moment. Telekinesis in forward though. Never mind. Now he's on top of them. Otake gets an easy kill, but can they lock onto any more though without the axe? They're suffering at the moment. Supreme, though, is hunting the Bat Rider down inside the river, but that means Supreme's not with the boys. Mixer's going to go down. Immersion's going to be caught off as well. Finally, Ancient Tribe. Can they do this? Down 19,000 gold. Somehow been able to take the team fight. Otake, he should be able to lose the first life. Maybe they can do it. 2v3, 2 against the world.
Supreme's out of siphons.
Yeah, it's not much. He's got the cheese look to work with for Supreme.
He had the Scardy on him.
Get a little bit of health back. Any detection?
Oh,
No
Trickster's
vision,
cloak.
detection. Hello, Supreme's out. Mixer's hunting. They're pinging the gem. Mixer jumps, but there's no one there. He sees an opening, but Pleb, he looked to back off, so Mixer was by himself. Now Pleb's gonna go in. But now he's too by himself. You're gonna be forced to buy back out of Mobe. He can look to TP into the Boots of Travel creep. So Supreme's gonna go down, and now Mobe, he's got Lasso up in a couple of seconds. Otake's just gonna look for the TP out. He should be able to make it. Pleb just not there. Whoa, what the heck? Great
The only reason
fight
Mixer
from...
died there is because he went back for the gem. That's why. He was looking to be able to find that chase in onto the Death Prophet. I mean, if you could take back a hero that doesn't have buyback, of course, that's the better one to find the initiation onto, but you just saw how important it was, of course, to take the DP out of the fight as well. Great kiting being done by Mobe there.
Yeah. Oh, thank God we got a replay because that fight went on for ages, but well, I love the call just to get Zibe out of the team fight. And we see that enables them to kite now. You don't have a potential to anchor the fight off the back of the call and allow the Terrorblade just to freely right-click.
Gotta be careful of not just giving your life up for free, though, on these respawns. You can't trickle in. Of course, Little Pleb, one of the ones that survived that last engagement, is that he almost has El Rapier.
Okay.
He's farming under vision right now, though, so gotta be careful. Not holding the gem anymore.
Man, what a chaotic fight in the end. It felt like a lot of that was set up off the back of that ward as well, that Alex placed, that survived the whole fight. It's still up as well. That was probably another big reason why they're able to perfectly kite everyone onto the breach, because they just had all the vision they would need. So it was not only a cute wraparound from the Bat Rider, but also for Alex to be there to recognize how important that ward was going to be.
There it is. Rapira picked up.
Rapira.
So gotta be very careful when you show yourself on the lane. I think the ward on the top side got the briefest glimpse of the courier going back, but it would have been too quick for them to be able to pick that one out. You can just see the fact that they've probably got vision around this. That's where they took the previous team fight. I don't want to go out onto the lane. I don't want to reveal the fact that I've got this, even for a split second, because you could just look into it. You could see the fact that he's picked it up. And just with this creep wave, it's going to give it away. Although, he Trickster cloaked after he waveformed in. Wonder if that's going to keep it hidden. He's gonna go
He
in
come
first,
into the
though.
breach.
Bye-bye.
Mobe's well.
First.
Osprey's gonna get the start though. This is a huge pick
Oh,
for the
what a
cookie.
cookie.
Is it going to be enough to keep him alive though? Mobe's falling pretty low. They got the Terror Wave as well. They need the Batrider for the control in the fights, and they're not going to have him. Lil Pleb now forced to use a defensive BKB. He's out of danger, but into the breach. Sense a weakness here without the Batrider. Huge component of the draft.
I mean, he needs to go in
get caught as
first.
well before the force starts. Zibezi once again. Lil Pleb, where's the opening going to be? When can the Morphling start to get the right clicks out? He's not been able to see a window.
He's hexed.
Hex is there before the attribute shift, and the Rapier is going to be dropped. He tries to get out with the Manta, but wasn't able to do so. And without the buyback, without the Rapier into the breach. What a performance. What a way back into this game one.
He was waiting for 30 minutes to get that counter tip off after he got ganked right next to his Ancients. And, well, big smiles all throughout ITV. What an important win for them to be able to start off this series. Their second game win for the entire tour of the DPC, let alone series. So it's a great way to be able to come back into adversity as well, staring down the barrel. And, I mean, is there any question as to who the MVP is? You got to give it to Zibe for sure.
Some clutch goddamn calls after a very rough early game here for Zibe. But it felt like 25 minutes in, every single fight after then was all into the breach. And this was that first fight, though. That was the call that really turned the game around. That single fight where he got it onto multiple people, and we saw the craziness from the Terrorblade and what he was able to do inside the middle of these team fights.
Yeah, they just had too much, right? It was weight of numbers. He was holding on to, I believe, at the end of the game, the what's it called on the Morphling? The Witchbane. He was switching back and forth between that and the Trickster's Cloak just to have something else to be able to get a Dispel off, because you had to worry about reflection, you had to worry about the silence, you had to worry about the root coming through, and you can't afford to pop the Manta style because it shows what a difficult position it is. They nearly made a comeback off the back of that Refresher lasso, but, well, you saw how long this fight went. I counted nearly 1.5 minutes, and it was even enough that they were just able to make a play off the back of another great initiation coming through from that axe when they eventually did go up onto the high ground.
And man, this is really the into the breach that we've been waiting for, and what we were expecting out of them as well, and I'm sure what they were expecting as well heading into this tour. So finally, we see the capability of this team and how strong they truly can look, and the fact that they're able to, like, that's got to keep in mind, this is a team that is 0-3 in series count. You're down a crap load of gold. Let's take a look. How much were they down? Oh, 9k at like 20 minutes in. Felt like the game was starting to get out of your hand, and the confidence is not there when you're 0-3, and the fact they can somehow find a way back into this game when the season has not been looking at all, not good at all for them. Just huge props to the discipline and for them to be able to somehow find a way back in. So maybe this is the turning point for them in this season. Not enough for them to be able to potentially be promoted, but enough for them to stick around in Division 2.
God, how big would this have been if they were to be able to pick off that? You know, maybe you force a buyback out of the Terrorblade as well. Maybe you put him in a risky position. Maybe that lets you get the buyback back on the Batrider as well, and you look to take another fight, but didn't end up happening. Lots of positive KDAs on Ancient Tribe, but once again, it's just off the back of a player playing a very, very solid game, and there he is, Zibe. It's a pretty terrible Scrabble hand, XIBBE, but he's a very good Dota player, so he was able to, especially off the back of that Shadow Blade, find a lot of those great calls in the later stages after really setting them up for the comeback initially.
Man, it's got to feel good for them. A game like that, to be able to find a way back in. Got to give them so much confidence. Now, this, again, against a team who's looking incredibly strong. Ancient Tribe has been running through teams. They've only dropped one map prior to this, and that was against PuckChamp as well, to even start off a team who isn't even looking strong overall in the Division 2. So
I could tell you,
really, the thing is,
I was about to say, I could tell you some people, obviously, Into the Breach, they're going to be happy with that game, number one, but you've also got Alliance, Secret, Old G, D2 Hustlers. They're the ones that are happy if Into the Breach are able to take this win. Of course, it means a lot for ITB as well to be able to avoid that relegation. You would have to say with 3 losses, no chances of Div 1 promotion for them, but there's a lot of teams with a lot riding on the stakes of this game, even if they're not playing.
It comes down to the question, can you replicate this game? Can you continue with this success and really the momentum that you've been able to build now off the back of this game 1 victory? Because they looked incredible, but can they copy what they're able to do in game 1 and paste it into that second game? We'll find out after the break. Oh, after game one, that was definitely the into the breach that a lot of people were expecting heading into this second tour, but it's just a question of are they able to replicate the recent success we've seen out of them. It's just a map victory, but it is a map victory that could potentially give them a lot of confidence and a lot of momentum, especially considering this is against one of the best teams right now in Division 2. Yes, we haven't seen Ancient Tribe match up against some of the other top teams, but they are currently 3-0. So taking a map off them in the fashion they did is definitely no joke at all.
You just see the odds slowly start to creep a little bit further towards into the breach as well, with good reason. You know, they... it's not like they dominated from start to finish, right? They made a comeback, which I feel in some ways is even more important, both for morale as well as just understanding of a team's ability to play in clutch situations. And that's what Zibe did. You know, well worthy of the MVP. He clutched that one out. You know, they don't win that game if he doesn't get the call off onto multiple heroes. They chained it together with the silence really effectively as well, so that you weren't able to get off the Manta immediately after that call lands, right? As long as you're using the DP silence onto as well. So just a few too many times, I think Lil Pleb was caught out, not fully strength morphed, and I mean, even a few times after those first few turnarounds, there was just way too much farm on the TB to be able to contest against it.
Let's see what adaptations we have heading into our second draft, though. Trying to bans real quick. What did we have prior? So Ancient Tribe, they banned the Broodmother and the Undying in game one. Undying's going to get let through for them. They've got first pick, and well, they're going to pick it up themselves.
I think it's important. You know, again, it's versatile. You don't lose your lane off the back of it. The thing is, you can go for like a quote-unquote weaker offlaner with it, right? You know that you're going to get some level of farm if you do not lane into the Undying. I hate repeating myself, but it's just true, right? There is nothing he can do to stop you from pulling. You know that he needs to spend money on... man, Alex is a Hydra homie. You know he needs to spend money on things like mangoes and the like, so he's not going to have an Orb of Venom. He's not going to buy boots really early on, so you're just going to be able to get away most of the time with your position for buying the boots and doing that job.
I really wouldn't hate...
You know, go on.
I was going to say I wouldn't hate if they first phase DP again.
Yeah, but you have a response this time. That's the thing. Like, the DP was 8th pick, right? Last game.
Oh. Hey. They got something out of the hands and... Whoa. Alright, well this is a
Do you snap
Eastern
fire?
Europe classic here. With the Skyeth Mage getting picked up, so something I imagine Immersion is very comfortable on.
I feel like you snap fire here.
10 seconds remaining.
Why? What's signaling a snap? Is it to get out of the Mystic Flare? Is that the main thing?
To get out of Mystic Flare, we know that Mixer can play it in the off lane as well. It means that you're not going to get snapped against as the Undying, so just helps protect the Tombstone a little bit. You're buying Greaves as well, so you're going to be able to break out of that Ancient Seal. It means that you're going to be forced to find the... Oh, okay, wasn't expecting that. The stun plus the Ancient Seal plus the Mystic Flare onto the main target, but... Oh, we'll see what they do with the Viper here. I mean, it's something that Ancient Tribe do on Mobe a lot, and I mean, maybe they're just thinking that this really isn't a Zippe style of hero with the DK, but I kind of beg to differ when it's paired together with a Skywrath. I mean, obviously it's much more Supremes, but I feel like you're very happy to flex this one to the off lane, and then they can just go and ban out some of those big lane encounters, right? Slark, Lifestealer, Ursa, Monkey King. I'd be surprised if those weren't the main priorities here for Into the Breach.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Mobe played it very recently against OG. It was game one. He went Scepter first, BKB, Manta, Bloodstone, and Blink. So
Yeah, that was against like
kind
the Zoo build, right? And they won.
yeah, there was a Beastmaster. Rezo was playing that. No one was on an Abaddon
We were
as
casting
well,
that.
so.
And I remember I told
we
you
were.
this is a good Viper Ags game, and it was, and I was very happy.
And it was. And it finally looked like it. It looked like a good one as well when they pick it up. Like, not only maybe like, you know, conceptually saying, could be good, we actually saw it come into play as well and showcase the strengths. Because so far we've got some Viper games that go Scepter, and it's looked very mediocre.
It just leaves you going, huh? Why?
Yeah.
Against Zoo, I like it. If not, not so much, right? The BKB is the big counter to it, and the units, creeps, minions, whatever you want to call them, they can't buy BKB, so they're always going to be super susceptible.
So I like the Clockwork Band a lot for Ancient Tribe, because I think you really do want another hero to be able to play with the Sky, and it's best if you have a support as well. That means then the Sky and your other support can look to run like a ganking duo across the map, and you're not as reliant to have a core with you.
I guess Naga kind of fits that same sort of boat, right? It's not as a support, but obviously you enable kills just with the two of them. You think they're going to ban the Tusk as well? I kind of feel like Tusk is value. Snowball into punch up. That gives enough time for the Mystic Flare to be able to get full effectiveness. Even some potential save to be able to get away from that Viper. Let the poison attack debuff wear off as well inside of the Snowball.
Gives you Roshan potential as well, considering you're on Radiant. So just helps that out a little bit with the tag team.
And if you run it as a 5, then you could afford to go something like, I don't know, Drow, Sniper, up against this Viper, which you feel pretty satisfied with.
10 seconds remaining.
You see, though, a lot of respect from Into the Breach with his second phase on the Plebs heroes. You know, Terrorblade now, Morphling also banned out as well. So he's got a very diverse hero pool, but just looking to take away some of those to make him maybe a bit more uncomfortable.
I mean, he can go these ranged heroes that we've been talking about as well. It's just which one they feel is the strongest to be able to respond to what Into the Breach have. Of course, it is Ancient Tribe that have first picks, so they're not going to be able to find that last overall response, but maybe that's going to be where they're prioritizing a lot more of these bans, because right now they're just... I'm not sure how I feel about the OD ban. What do you think they're going for with that? Like, Timber's not banned, I guess, but I don't think it's really a Timbersaw game this time. Yet.
I don't know. Maybe it's protecting something. It was kind of banned out last game, and we
First phase.
wasn't. Yeah, the sorry, I mean the OD.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't really see like a big reason why. So maybe it's just something that you're looking to take out of the hands for Supreme. So. Okay. You get the break for the Viper, which is going to be nice. Can kind of play with the Sky. Definitely. It's an okay support. There's definitely some other ones, like melee ones, that are able to jump in, but the Hoodwink can do that with the Bushwhack, so... I hate it. One, I just even thought about it.
5 seconds remaining.
Actually, never mind. I'll bring it up in the game.
I'm guessing that... They're assuming that this isn't going to be a Viper 3. I'm not sure if that's the... I'm not sure if you can look to get away with that. Oh, okay. Anti-Mage feels kind of alright into the DK, right? Even just against the damage coming through from the Skywrath, Counterspell's going to do a decent job to deal with that. You're against 2 squishy int supports. And the thing is, like, what if you do choose to flex this Viper to a 3? Like, do you feel like a Hoodwink's really going to be able to do too much against it? Because I don't. And you're kind of forced to go a melee hero.
And Viper also blocks like the potential of a Phantom Assassin or an Ursa, because you just body them in the lane, which have good matchups versus the Anti-Mage. And I think you have to pick your carry here, because if you don't, a lot of them's going to be banned out, and there's really not a whole lot left that's going to be able to potentially lane into Viper and do well versus Anti-Mage.
Okay. Let's go to Aga's game.
Well, who are you biting? The DK?
No, for Viper.
Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. I thought you were speaking about the Lycan. Yeah, it is a good Axe game now for the push. So it gives you some flex. It's if you are looking to lane the Lycan into the Anti-Mage. Okay, so it's definitely not your... He's going to have a fine time, but a lot of people like to address the Anti-Mage in the lane and try and... They feel like that's the weakest stage. If you can try and slow down his Battle Fury timing, then it's just going to reduce all the other timings that he has throughout the game, and often you can just have a sizable control of the map, and you don't have to worry about that. So really the ones that come to mind is Slaughter Legion, but I'm, of course, now with the Lycan getting shown, he's going to be fine. He's going to be able to CS without the mana, but I don't think it's going to bully out the anti-mage, which is the big thing.
What can you afford to go here for Ancient Tribe? I'm thinking, can they get away with a Mars against the Lycan? Gives them a bit of lockdown as well, just to allow Viper to go to work. And I really want them to maintain some level of flex, considering they don't have the overall last pick. I want them to have the potential to do a lane swap and, you know, put the Viper into the Lycan's lane, for example, if that's the way that it turns out, because that's going to take away so much of ITB's tempo if they can do that. But you don't want anti-mage, your true carry, into a horrible matchup, right? So I think that the Mars at least gives a little bit of flexibility as to, you know, who's actually laning where. You think of any other heroes that do that other than Razor, but you don't really want Razor into a Lycan.
I can't really think of any other heroes that
Dawn,
do. I think
maybe?
you can.
It's about the only other one. Alchemist. But, you know.
Elk AM sounds... Yeah, I understand kind of the idea you're going for, though. So besides kind of wanting to keep the flex for Ancient Tribe, what do we feel like they're lacking overall? What do they need to cover?
Tower damage kind of poopy right now is the main issue for them. Not expecting Viper to go a Meteor Hammer or anything like that. So what could they look to go into? Could they... I mean, if you Beastmaster, you're just going to be throwing creeps back and forth. Actually going to get rid of the Timber, so I wouldn't have hated the Timber now at this stage of the draft. You have to make a choice as to who you're breaking on the Hoodwink, and does provide a lot of that burst damage as well, which I feel like they need. Because you don't even necessarily need like a pusher, you just need pick off into push, and I feel like Timbersaw is going to provide that. So... I don't think they can afford to Nature's Prophet, can you? It's banned.
On Ancient... Well, they still even have the potential looking to put the Tiny Mid and going for a different support. Tiny Mid, Viper 3... I mean, Viper 3, Tiny 4, looking for another mid. Like, they've still
snap?
got a lot of flex.
Can you snap and then have that flex and still have that save? I feel like Snap Tiny is not the worst lane if you want to run the Viper mid.
I think they do have some damage issues early on for Ancient Tribe. They're going to Tide. All right, I thought about it. I didn't think they'd pick it up because I think he's very susceptible to die in this game, actually, with Sharpshooter and Mystic Flare. Usually you'd be okay because you can break out of whatever the control is inside the Mystic Flare, but it's where the Sharpshooter is able to come into play.
Yeah, this is one of those ones where you're happy to just instantly launch off that Sharpshooter, right? You don't need to charge it up.
Yeah.
You just get the break off, get into a bushwhack, Ancient Seal, Tide's dead.
But they did kind of cover it with the Ursa getting banned.
And the OD as well, a little bit. So, what do we think?
Could Monkey?
Monkey, yeah.
They don't have a lot of control, though, to keep someone inside the Wukongs.
Don't think you necessarily need the Wukongs, though. Like, I think if you just can find a way to get on top of the Viper, that's the most important thing. He, by far, is the one that you need to be looking to take out of this team fight. It probably does mean that you can't fight until you've got a BKB yourself. Yeah, I think Monkey's pretty solid here. What else could you go? Marcy. Okay. Well, it's a very quick jump. It's a lot of physical damage, which Viper doesn't like playing up into. Once he gets Bash, it's going to feel pretty solid, but it's a question of what do you do before then. Big smiles on the MVP, though. He seems pretty satisfied with this game, Zibe. It is kind of what we were expecting, right? You get the mid Viper with the mid DK. Both teams are fairly satisfied with that. I would say that Ancient Tribe are happy with the Tide Hunter response to the Lycan, especially if he's able to delay the game out enough that you're going to get into that Aghanims on the mid-Viper. Anti-Mage into this feels decent, right? It's obviously going to depend heavily on whether he's able to find that initial jump. Do you really have the heroes to be able to do it? Probably not until Supreme gets into the Blink Dagger. But again, mid-DK, when can you afford to go that Blink Dagger? How early and how much are you going to gimp your farm if you look to go down that route? So I'm still undecided as to how this game's going to go, to be honest. I really think it could just go back and forth off the back of a quick pick-off, because if Into the Breach do find one, then they can, you know, you get the break onto the Tide Hunter, you take him out pre-Ags on the Viper. There's nothing really stopping them from just pushing into you, but post-Ags, I feel like they're going to have a lot more difficulty.
Yeah, I don't know. This is we've got an interesting draft from either side. So, what I'm kind of intrigued on is if the Zibe Lycan considers about going Accepted this game to try and give the Wolf Bite over to the Marcy. Maybe that's some mid to late game thing that they could be hoping for to prove to be an issue, because I've got a bit of a concern that Otaka might get kited this game. That's really the one thing about the Marcy. Like, you really need stuns on your team, and they are lacking that. And Dire have a decent way to be able to cover retreat. So I also don't think this Marcy lane... I wonder how it's going to go. I think the Tide should be pretty okay with the Anchor Smash. Maybe there's going to be some kill threat though, because Hoodwink's a pretty strong laner, and at least having a stun in the lane for a Taker to be able to fight. But
And a Blightstone as well. Tide doesn't have any armor purchased up just yet. I wonder if they're even going to try and start this lane off as a tri lane, you know? See if they can get a quick kill onto the Tide Hunter to be able to begin things.
ugh, man, I don't know.
Seconds to battle.
In terms of predictions,
Yeah,
go on.
I'm gonna say Dire.
Are you believing in the Viper Ags? You just needed to see it work once, and now you're a believer.
No, I don't really believe in it. Marcy might just rip the Viper apart.
Again, it's all about
If it doesn't.
Can Tide get you to that point where you're not worried about that? I think that's the crux of this game. Because you're not going to be able to make too many aggressive plays, right? Like, Viper doesn't want to move. It's going to need to be tiny going to him, and it's about leaving AM and the Tide Hunter solo, hopefully safely, for as long as you can. But again, low damage. Like, dying provides nothing. It's really just going to be all on Viper and the Tiny. So it's a question of what are they going to be able to do. You can already see brought into the negative armor by Respect here for this lane with that Blightstone. Not just good against the Tide Hunter, it's great against the Tiny.
Yeah. So definitely level 2 is something they're looking at for Into the Breach to potentially be able to find a kill once you get that second point. The level up and the rebound's really the big thing. So we'll see if that's going to be something they're able to capitalize on. And meanwhile as well, we've got some top shenanigans. Pretty good micro from Jibe. That's the nice thing about the Lycan. You're able to just use the wolves to send the creeps all the way around. And one thing I wanted to mention into the game is that another thing that there's value out of the Skyrith Mage is I'd say you're the best support to lane into the Undying. You've got great movement speed, so the Undying is never able to slap you down. You're intel, so you do not care about the decay. You can just easily trade from afar. So not only...
And you buy a stick,
Is it
right?
kind of-
You use mana effect incredibly well. So he's just going to be spamming out that concussive shot whenever possible. Just trying to keep himself as far away. Oh, they've even got a little bit of a body block going on here with the Wolves trying to lock in LeBron. Really, it is just, again, getting Zippe into those early timings unopposed.
Now you're fish food.
No, I really wonder how Supreme's going to be able to play this lane as well versus the Viper. Like a melee hero into it. He's got very good position in the crit wave so far here, but once Mobe is able to find that second point of the poison attack, Harass will definitely start to ramp up. So big reason why Supreme had to follow up in the second point of the Dragon's Blood just to help with his sustain, but definitely feels like it is going to be more of a lane favored matchup for Mobe.
He's doing a good job so far. 4 denies in this lane.
Yeah.
Gonna try and get the right click on, keep the creeps aggroed up towards him. Unfortunately, misses it that time around in the lane, and topside, they're looking to put a little bit of pressure in onto the anti-mage, but yeah, this is just the situation whenever you're laning against a Viper. He's going to be able to get the water rune at least and recover the lane as it pushes underneath the tower. But for now, Supreme's got a decent amount.
Honestly, seems like it's going to be a pretty boring laning phase.
Maybe
I
bottom.
can't see. Yeah. Maybe bottom, but even then, Marcy went sidekick level 2, so the Taker's got no regen, so kind of forced to level that up to help a little bit with the lifesteal to keep him afloat.
I'm just keeping an eye on Otaker's XP bar. You know, does he look to go for an aggressive play onto this Tiny at level 3? Maybe in combination together with a Bushwhack earlier on. So it's going to be very important. Just Alex's positioning. Of course, all of that physical damage really does get even more importance when you've got that Blightstone available. Obviously, you're able to get a lot of harass from the Hoodwink, but plus the sidekick, you're going to be able to play around with a lot. Just about to get onto the level 3. Doesn't have the dispose just yet, though. Oh, he won't have the sidekick either. So, yep. You're right. Boring laning phase.
Lads, that top rune spot is...
That's not the lane. Yeah.
Man, I was thinking maybe Supreme's like, oh, I'll take that. I'll get him range from extra experience. Yeah, oh, we're starting to see, though, now that Mobe's been able to pick up the level, Supreme is having a bit more of a difficult time. So, see what is able to come down to in regards to some of the rotations. How do we feel like the Viper's going to even look to play as well? Will he be calling from supports to potentially move mid, maybe once Mobe hits the level 6?
Yeah, I would say so, but I really don't think the Undying is going to be able to do too much of anything. It's legit all just on Alex here to be able to make those moves. He needs at least level 3 to be able to do it. He's close to being able to pick that one up, but it's just put such a great importance on being able to enable that rotation. He's nearly got the boots of speed as well on that Tiny, so I think both of those timings, just the level 3 plus the additional movement speed, is going to be big to sync up together with that level 6 on the Viper. Just trying to get him low for now, force him to come back into the lane so that you can then convert onto a kill. Very juicy creep wave. Need to be able to try and pick up a few of those last hits, but not quite. There you go. Alex level 3. Courier's coming out to him. He's going to stick around just to make sure they're not getting any of these pulled back for free. Almost gets the range creep deny as well. And now you can look to make this play. I mean, look at where the creep wave is. This is the ideal situation for Mixer.
They should be able to keep the wave here as well. Although Taker might be able to get the hard camp pull. Is he a bit too early? Just aggro's the catapult.
Yeah. But here's that mid rotation. Alex is here.
Yeah. Oh, they're even going to drop the tombstone as well.
May as well
We're
confirm
going
it.
to try and rotate some of the TPs in from into the breach, but they will be way too late.
I think it was the zombie that got the last hit on Supreme, unfortunately. So Mobe would have loved that one, but again, such an important kill to be able to pick up. It's even going to have this tombstone up for the next 11 seconds for a little bit of that additional push, just dealing with the creeps, and it's a regen rune. Yeah.
So, why...
Oh, I did bottle it. Never mind. Go ahead.
Why did they pick the Lycan? I do not understand this pick. Because he's getting bodied in the lane. 17 and 4 compared to the 34 and 11. Look, maybe it didn't matter regardless because you're playing to the Undying. Maybe like the Legion or Slaughter, you're still strength heroes and you still would have struggled as Supreme. He's in some trouble as well. They got another Toxic back up shortly to provide the break. Great jukes from Supreme. So able to get some distance away. Now a lot of damage in a Mobe as well, but the Viper's in some trouble. They're going to be off the mark with the Breathe Fire. Turning towards Respect. Another round of the Bushwhack. And a big kill onto the mid counter. So Supreme, they might be able to get LeBron as well. Dragon Tail at the ready along with the cube. And Supreme is so happy with that skirmish. Against the counter matchup in the Viper, he's able to get involved in 2 big kills.
He is, and it really goes to show the importance of... I mean, I know they've really wanted to drop that tombstone just because it was the First Blood. I feel like if it wasn't First Blood, you probably don't do that on LeBron with that rotation. But if they have the tombstone there, that's probably a fight that goes in your favor just because of all of the additional slows that are going to be able to get through from that Deathlust on the Undying. But yeah, I don't know why they picked the Lycan. Just to answer your question there. Again, into the Viper as well. I guess they feel like this is just something that was going to accelerate the game so that Viper couldn't get to that stage, but that's... I really only like seeing the Viper against lanes that it's going to crush and against Zoo. And this is Zoo, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. They did get a lot of damage into that mid tower, though, off the back of the first kill onto the DK, so there's that going for Ancient Tribes still, despite, of course, the DK getting a little bit of that recovery. There's Tiny, that's what I want to know. Just protecting the rune at the moment, but, I mean, they're just standing underneath Respect's ward right now, so complete understanding. Are they thinking of potentially going for a kill onto this Tidehunter? I don't think they can. A, he's level 6, but B, no break. So it's going to be a little bit until they get into that stage where they can actually look to confirm
But they
the kill.
do have the Unleash. That's a huge damage ramp up from Otaka, and you see Respect is trying to see if there's anyone playing behind the Tide and holding his Sum just in case he looks to go for a TP out as well. So big kill for them to find.
I mean, they make the rotation at the end there, just as he's about to die. This is a little bit slow there on LeBron. I'm kind of surprised with that. Was expecting him to be able to walk his way away, but I guess I didn't see that he didn't have the boots yet on the Tidehunter, so maybe he would have been able to make his way back to safety with the Kraken Shell previously, obviously not wanting to drop the Ravage, needing to use that a little bit more aggressively.
That's Escape. Respect and Immersion covering each other very nicely, so they will know there's a ward up on the cliff, though. There was a Courier and a Sentry there, so they're well aware that Into the Breach are playing with this ward, but it looks like Mobe, now that he's taken mid, he's going to consider about sweeping down to bottom to try and shove Otake out of the lane, but they want to fight, though. I do see this. LeBron's going to look to drop
Triple!
the 2, so defensively, what a bushwhack! With the jump in as well, but Otake's going to be cautious now. Mixers were
Ravage.
starting to move over as well, but the threat of the Ravage, and they're all grouped up. Meteor Hammer to drop, and it was a great start, but as soon as that occurs, it turns into a disaster.
Oh man, I mean, it was a really good initiation, right? Bushwhack at the jump from the Marcy actually ends up breaking the tree, so they didn't get the full value out of the damage there, but I mean, you take a triple stun as well to follow up on another stun, but that ends up working out worse for them just from the stun component and the damage, so
Yeah.
just needed a
Let
little
me
bit
see
more.
that one back. What level Tombstone was it then? It's only level 1. Dude, that Tombstone did so much. Look at all the zombies stacking up.
The Ravage though.
Everyone's kind of Krieg-as him off the back of that start. The Hoodwink, then the Tide with a Ravage. They're even going to continue to go bottom once again. Mobe.
Simi's got to be careful here. Yeah, he just gets mana voided up on the top side, loses all of his creeps that he was able to dominate with the Dark Troll Summoner, and he might even be in a little bit of danger himself as he's getting chased down, but some decent micro coming through from the... Is he just standing there? Is he just watching him? What's going on?
Maybe just...
Yeah, relax, brother. He's got the Vanguard to be able to play around with on pleb, so he doesn't care.
Bottom lane though, there we go, that's big. Gonna be able to shove the Marcy out of the lane. This is a hero that can struggle to keep up farm inside the jungle. T1 Tower is gonna go their way. What do you want to do on the map now for Ancient Tribe? You've been able to open up the map, getting this T1 mid and T1 bottom. Do we expect them to make any aggressive plays, or is it just chill out a little bit? Maybe give some time to Alex to get towards the Blink Dagger. You still have the Anti-Mage as well, who's not going to be involved at all. What's kind of the gameplay here for Ancient Tribe over the next couple of minutes?
It basically, you need to react to whatever Into the Breach are doing, right? If it's it's 11 minutes in, so you should probably assume that you've got ultimates on the supports that are going to be a bit more of a kill threat for yourself on this top side, but if you see those supports, there's no way you're dying up top. They don't have the chain stuns to be able to play around with, you've got the Vanguard to be able to play with as well, so most of the time Little Pleb would want to go bottom, but not in this situation. I mean, maybe if he gets caught out here by the Ancient Seal, though. There we go.
Blink's on cooldown. Not going to be able to keep him inside the Mystic Flare range, so... that's honestly 60-second cooldown. It's a lot of the damage early on for Into the Breach, and they want the Helm Dome creep, and they should be able to find it. So plus
Look at
100
that
gold.
tombstone.
Yeah, they might be able to get some kills as well. Zibe activates the shapeshift's going to be able to address the tombstone, but the soul rip will keep it up for the moment. They need to turn to it. Finally, they're able to do so. They might be able to get the anti-mage as well. The long duration silence and the double bushwhack. The backup has arrived. Mobe, he's here on the Viper, and as soon as they see Mobe, they're going to look to try and respect the Viper. Back on off as best as they can, but respect will not be able to get enough distance away. As in the end, a 1-for-1, but of course into the breach. Very happy with that. Yeah, meanwhile, Mix-Up is in trouble. A Taker doesn't have the Unleash anymore, and I think Mixer should be fine. He might be able to get a solo kill with Ravage. He's going to look to try and turn. Gush up in a couple of seconds as well, but there was a big Wong usage from a Taker to get the bonus health back, but it's not going to matter. Mixer, a well-deserved tip and a great read that he could turn to kill off the Marcy.
She is going to be a lot of that early tempo, right? She's going into the Battle Fury as well, just so that you can try and keep up with this anti-mage. And I kind of mentioned what Little Pleb had to do, right? He just needed to keep an eye on the supports, and, well, all the supports revealed himself, and he still went in. So I think that just goes to show that, you know, just the 1 point in the counter spell is probably a little bit weak against all the damage that they had coming back the other way. It was a good Ancient Seal that Immersion was able to land in onto him.
Maxed out as well, so really it's going to prove to be a big issue till Pleb is able to find that Manta. Of course, will take quite some time.
He's learned his lesson, though. He's avoided that top lane. I still think he can go top, honestly. Like, Mix is showing up mid, but I'm not sure if he needs to. There's no tower for him to take. This is relatively safe farm. This isn't where the Lycan is going to be setting up to be able to take towers. So...
maybe just on his way to top.
Maybe.
I like the Force Staff that Mixer's got queued up though next. That's such a great item burst into the breach. That is the big thing I'm concerned about, is that they're just going to be kited. Marcy hates to be kited. You
break the bushwhack,
the same with the Sky, the same with the Hoodwink. Just so much value out of the Force Staff this game. And you know the supports, they're going to struggle with going to it. Like Alex needs a blink and then he can consider Force next. You know I mean, we see that the Undying's going Holy Locket, so he doesn't want to rush it.
Break in onto the Tide, but he's not all that concerned. They're giving a lot of this farm over to the Tiny, realizing the importance of him being able to respond to a lot of this. Okay. Quick pick.
He's going to get blown up.
Viper even making the rotation up towards top. I mean, again, this is a space for anti-mage. I think you're happy with this. You're not losing anything on the map right now with just Tidehunter putting himself in front of that tower. And look what you had to pop. You pop the Shapeshift, you pop the Sharpshooter, you pop the Mystic Flare, Elder Dragon Form, and you got basically nothing out of it other than a position 5. So Ancient Tribe are over the moon with it.
I see one more creep's going to give her enough gold though for the Battle Freeze. Nonetheless, it's a pretty good timing here for Otaker. And I mean, we see Pleb as well is very close. He's going to be able to disassemble the Vanguard, so just really needs 400 for the Void Stone. So full weight down bottom, and
Marcy's going to need to be that hero though that takes out the Tombstone. At least it's just level 1, so you know the 3 strikes should put it down to low HP pretty quickly. But you want to be doing damage onto heroes. You know, you're the position 1.
You don't think it's Zibe's job on the Lycan?
I guess, but I mean, you get extra movement speed. You don't get extra damage. You get crit. You can't crit a Tombstone. AM just blinking away.
Yeah, very close. They had the Wolf scouting out Pleb's position, so we're almost able to get that jump. And maybe that's one thing that we could see from Zibe with his micros to potentially help out some of those pickoffs, because that is really the name of the game for Into the Breach. Like, their team fight is very, very weak. You are relying on these pickoffs, and we're yet to see them. You got it as a Skyeth Mage. Yes, this hero lane's very well versus Undying, but you have... your level 6 is a crap load of damage and a low cooldown spell. Level 1, 60 seconds. You gotta be keeping it on cooldown, getting kills across the map, and they're unable to do so fast. And a lot of that is props to Ancient Tribe, though. They're giving them no room, and as a result, they haven't been able to get some deep vision down because they haven't been able to get the towers as well.
That's the thing, right? No pickoff, no towers. You've got the Blink Dagger to be able to make a play on with the Dragon Knight, but I think he wants to guarantee his scalability just with the Aghanim Shard as well. So again, different strokes for different folks. Supreme wants to go down this route instead, but again, the longer you take to make this move, the closer Mobai gets towards that Ag. So he's, of course, got the Dragon Lance, which gives great value to the Viper right now. And then, of course, you can disassemble it so that you've already got that Blade of Alacrity available. So you're not losing towers, you're farming on Lil Pleb, you're farming on the Dire side, on this Viper, taking multiple camps at once. This is a dream for Ancient Tribe.
Yeah, and LeBron knows his role as well this game for the Undying. We just saw Prior into the breach made an attempt on Lil Pleb in the bottom lane with the Sky and the Hoodwink, but LeBron was just able to get a little bit of vision to scout that out, so they couldn't follow up. And he's making sure he's always playing in front of the anti-mage so he can pop that smoke as mid lane. Toss back. DK's going to look for a TP out. That's a pretty good read. Very nicely done. Supreme, he's out.
LeBron not wanting to go in too deep, but again, though, that's some of the kill threat off the map. They're actually going to go for an aggressive play themselves, giving the bottle over to the Tiny. He's actually going to be the one that goes in first. I mean, he's got the Blink Dagger to be able to make the plays. Smoke will pop first onto him, so he can just continue to move on forward, and that's a big kill.
But it is indeed. Meteor as well, dropped down on the head. And with that attempt, we saw into the breach. They were trying once again onto Lil Pleb. And able to catch up to him. And
how are you going to kill him without a DK, though?
Yeah. They were trying to... Ooh, see this time. Well, again, they're just a little bit too late.
And the thing is, I really like LeBron's build now that I see it, you know? He's got the Holy Locket, and he's got maxed out Soul Rip, because it's almost entirely single target damage right now on Into the Breach. So it's just about saving that one person. I really wouldn't hate to see him go like a Glimmer Cape after this, just to be able to double down on that. So it's meant that he's had to sacrifice the points in the Tombstone for now, but he's even going to have that leveled up to maximum soon to be able to address that. You might find a pick off, though, on the back of this ward.
And they got the Helm of the Overlord as well from Zibe. So this is really the first big timing we're going to see from the boys on Into the Breach, but they need to use it. Supreme's going to get the jump. A heavy commitment just to kill LeBron, and Supreme jumped on the low ground. So there's no escape for the Dragon Knight, and now the rest of the Into the Breach, they feel awkward of whether they should continue on with the team fight or not, as Mobe are going to wrap around. They're not going to be able to get the kill on the Helm of the Overlord. Zibe, of course, still with that Shapeshift activated.
But I mean, you just said it, right? Shapeshift activated for a kill on the Undying, where you lose your DK. This is not the situation that you want to be playing into. It puts a lot of emphasis onto Otake to be able to carry.
Again, someone is always playing next to the Anti-Mage to act as that bodyguard. Just intercepting the attempt. They tried to go for the burst, but... Oh, man, Alex and LeBron are doing a very good job with their positioning so far. That's a big reason why Lil Pleb is top of the net worth.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You just want to get that Sky scaling as quickly as possible. What's he going? He's going to 4-staff himself. I mean, it's important against the Viper for sure, but I almost wonder if you're going to get a little bit more value coming out of something like an Atos, you know? You are against a lot of 4-stars, of course.
Supreme.
You just TP back here.
And he's not going to be able to make those TP shenanigans like we saw prior. Supreme, he'll go down. He'll trade the life for the Tiny. And he might be in some trouble as well, but that's where LeBron's able to come into play. They're going to get the Helm of the Overlord creep as well, plus 250 gold. They also see Marcy farming under the triangle. Nixon might just force stuff in and look for the Ravage. He can chain control with the Meteor, but they actually want Rosh instead. Flesh Column activated, and 3 points in the Tombstone.
Kind of crazy that they're still going to have this high ground ward as well to be able to play around with to lead into Roshan. I think maybe without this, they wouldn't have felt confident enough to go for it, but yeah, just another freebie, something else that Lycan Wolf is going to walk its way in, trying to get a little bit of a last hit and bit of information off, but they'll deal with that before claiming that Roshan. So again, they could just fight even more aggressively now, and now you've got a Manta style as well to be able to deal with that Ancient Seal.
So there goes your kill potential. Like, that was it. You had a window where AN didn't have the Manta, and
nice
now it's going to be off the back of very close to getting out, but now you group up off the back of the Ages, and again, we spoke about earlier, but Into the Breach, they can't fight, man. You don't have a team fighting lineup, so now their strength is just, it's dwindled away.
I don't even know if they want to group up yet. I still think it's going to be like, maybe make kills with LeBron. Can you? LeBron, Mixer, and Alex as a trio? Don't feel all that confident about that. Anti-Mage is happy to continue to farm. Viper still needs the Ags. He chose to go into the Hurricane Pike first rather than wanting to break down the Dragonlance into that Blade of Alacrity, which again, I don't hate. You're up against a Bushwhack, you're up against the Mystic Flare. Makes a lot of sense. Does just mean you're going to be a tiny bit slower. Can they protect him this time is the real question. Alex has that blink available to be able to make this counter initiate.
Obey. Oh, they might be able to blow him off the back of a Taker. Assassinates the Viper. A Taker's going to look to Alex next as well. But the Marcy playing with the BKB, so the Ravage will not connect. A gigantic flag for the carry of Into the Breach. He's able to deal with the Tombstone as well as finally Into the Breach. Some signs of life for them. And I gotta say, it's around a pretty similar timing to what we saw in the previous game as well.
Otaker deserves tips from his entire team. He couldn't have done anything better that fight, right? Finding the initial jump, using the BKB at the perfect time as the Ravage comes out. That is one area that they're seriously lacking. It stuns. You know, they didn't land the perfect Avatos combo. They split up enough that it was only able to catch onto one or two, and then he just rips through them all. Of course, having that help the Overlord for the bonus damage really does help.
Otaker's pretty much got enough gold now for the Blink Dagger, which is now going to further help him lock onto his targets. So, all right.
Still needs the Basher for mine.
What's it going to go for?
Yeah, they're going for dive here.
Yeah, they're going to try and bring down the Marcy.
Guess he doesn't have
so it's enough mana to be able to get the jump away. A little bit hesitant kind of with the which person they wanted to prioritize down there from Ancient Tribe.
He just got out of vision very briefly on the Skywrath Mage as well, so wasn't able to land the Mana Void. They're still playing around this Aegis, though, for the next minute and a half, and, well, they're going to take away a lot more of that vision that they have to play around with. Maybe they're just feeling confident that, hey, the BKB was on cooldown, let's look to play aggressive once more. Little pleb, though. He's just going to fight away from the team for now. He's got the Basher.
Go time again.
Well, Mobe is actually going into a Halberd, so clearly wanting to force an early BKB out of Otaker.
It's a pretty good ward for Radiant to play with still. You get a lot of vision, but do they want to go this deep off the back of the smoke?
Tiny's the hero to jump on every time. Okay. I think it just takes away all of that control.
Okay, that's the big thing. Just the control you're looking to take out of the equation.
Because you're going to have movement speed on the back of the Lycan, right? So Ravage was down for about 30 seconds when they were making that play, but with them not connecting onto anyone despite that vision, it's going to be back up in another 10 seconds. You've got the Blink Dagger, of course, on the Tide. He's even got the Plate Mail as well to be able to survive. Perhaps Otaker finding that jump onto him, even with all of that extra damage. They're going to see where the courier's going.
Yeah. They really wanted Zibe. This Lycan is... You need to shut him down. He's got the Scepter queued up, and that is a big spike. Honestly, that could be the way back into this game here for Into the Breach if you can get that Wolf Bite onto the Marcy.
It's a big deal as well. Being able to take out that courier, just going a little bit too deep on the Viper, just auto-sending the courier through onto him. Can they find the jump? They've still got 50 seconds left on that Aegis. They want to put Anti-Mage first. They want to force out some big cooldowns if they can afford to. They might get Immersion for free, though.
But they will. Might be able to go to Taker as well. Alex very close to getting the jump. Taker's going to be able to TP out. Alex won't be able to find him. So you've now... Your lanes are still in a pretty good position here for Ancient Tribes. You're going to be able to shove mid, look to shove top as well. Again, for me, I'm paying a lot of my attention on Jazibe. How long is it going to take him to get this Scepter?
Still puts a lot of pressure onto Otaker, right? Like, he's going to have this Basher finished up. He's going to need a Nullifier next because they're just about to finish off the third 4-star on Ancient Tribe as well. You mentioned before the potential for the Kite. Tiny's got a Ghost Scepter queued as well with a Philosopher's Stone. So, like, good luck trying to find the kills onto these heroes if you don't have that available to yourself. That buff remover. And now, overall though, the lane's shoved. Respect doing a decent job on the bottom side of the map.
Also, I'm quite impressed with the fact that Into the Breach, this lead is not growing now. That past fight gave them a big opportunity to be able to continue to play the map. In fact, they've even been able to cut a little bit into the lead. So, Tribe struggling to try and find some openings across the map. I mean, they are still continuing to get a lot of farm, though. This Abyssal Blade now completed on Lord Pleb. Halberd's going to be picked up shortly once the Cory respawns for Mobe. So still it's good for them, but into the breach, just with how they're playing across the map, and they've got barely any vision. Oh, shapeshift? It's like just to try and keep the Helm of the Overlord creep alive. So that's shapeshift now on cooldown for Zibe. She's really close to the Scepter as well, so not going to have the Wolf Bite and shapeshift in combination together if they wanted to fight straight away.
Pretty significant, right? Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, did they use the Ravage on the creep? We'll put Ravage on cooldown.
I don't actually know.
Huh. Oh well. We've got but they will know that they've got that halberd available when there's no shapeshift, right? So you're really not that worried about just popping it onto the Helm of the Overlord creep because it's not going to be moving all that fast. You can't put it onto the Lycan because he's a non-factor. It's all about the Marcy, and again, it just forces a much earlier than ideal usage out of the BKB. He wants to have that in response to the stun combinations that are coming through, and he just won't have that if Ancient Tribe look to take this fight once that Talisman of Evasion gets picked up in a little bit. But he's been 200-300 gold away for quite some time. Actually sold something, didn't see what, to be able to pick it up. So I think they want to be able to make a play around this. What's he got here? Okay. Not going into the... Alright. Flesh Golem to be able to kill the Ancient Black Dragon. I guess it's a lot of gold. But with that time, they're just going to move back out onto the map. You know, they had a rough time taking a single tier 1 tower.
Supreme? They've got a Grey Ward in the river. They know that no one else is playing behind him. Big Wand is going to give him enough mana here for the BKB. There we go. There's the charge up and there's the Wolf Bite. Oteka. He's looking to get in the middle. They've got a Great Ward in the cliff as well to take the fight here for the boys on into the breach. But how can you enter the middle? Oteka's going to look to make the attempt. He wants to take Mobe completely out of the equation. But the 4 staffs are kiting him. Oteka still hasn't been able to secure the kill. Now Mixer, considering about jumping in the middle, won't be able to find the angle for the Ravage. Ancient Tribe losing multiple members. Supreme, though, finally will go down. So the person they started the fight on will be the last person that ends up dying inside that skirmish.
Oh, they might even find the Hoodwink here. Yeah, they will. Not quite giving the kill over to Pleb, but, I mean, their game plan is pretty simple, right? They lay down the Tombstone, they fight in this big open area where you're not going to get good value out of some of your AoE stuns or the Battle Fury, and then kite out that BKB. This is the value that we see out of the Halberd. I don't think we even saw it in that fight. I might be wrong. But it just forces a really early usage out of that BKB.
Yeah. And we saw as well that was a fight where Mobe was actually able to Viper Strike the Marcy. And even though you're not going to slow it down, it's the attack speed, the attack slow, which was the big thing, why she wasn't able to rip the Viper apart. So that's another thing that we kind of need to be looking at in regards to Mobe and his spell casting. Not only the Halberd, but now you got the ultimate to deal with her.
At least got the drums, I suppose, to be able to play with on the Lycan, but yeah. Only lasts for so long, right? 6 seconds. Trying to find a quick pick onto Alex. He looks like he'll be able to get away. I want to know the point when someone buys Gem on Ancient Tribe. I mean, they're leading up towards Roshan. You've got Wolves constantly scouting you out. And I think you just need to try and use that to be able to take advantage of this. You should know that there's no shapeshift.
LeBron, whoa. Oteka's kind of stuck here, though. He needs someone to jump off. He's going to be able to find that target. Mixer's looking to jump and find the Ravage as well. It's on to 3, and that's going to enable Lil Pleb 1-1. They're getting chased down. Oteka finds an angle to TP out, a little hidey hole, so he'll escape. Zibe as well is going to run to the northeast, so Lycan's okay. Another fight goes the way of Ancient.
Run, Golem. Stop standing still. Okay, run, Golem.
Radiant's bottom tower
See though, like, yeah, it can.
I don't even know if there's a winner
fights
off that, though, right?
Gotta be dire. I mean, you buy back out a Hoodwink, you have to kill in the sky. Even though Ravage is used, it's still also... I mean, Wolf Bite's back up with the Quickening Charm, but probably get just with the slight advantage off the back of the kills and that buyback.
Very slight. And,
Okay.
Oteka's tired of getting kited around. Nullifier queued up next. Makes a lot of sense.
And they're going to smoke as well with a... Ravage on cooldown for 90.
They did buy a gem off the back of that, though, so now they're wanting to really take care of these wolves, but it's not like Tidehunter is the easiest one to make the jump onto unless you're just so on point with that break coming
No
through from
BKB
Hood.
for 10 on the Marcy.
That's why they're
Wait for
hesitating.
this. We're going to look for the long wraparound, but there's the wolf bite and there's the angle straight onto the Viper. A prime target to take out of the equation. A take it turns to deal with a tiny, but he's locked into place. Pleb finds the bash, but the BKB is going to get activated to take a more than healthy now to look to turn. He wants the man fight. Pleb just able to get the blink away at the last second. A take is hoping for some life still. And Mana Void's not enough to bring him down, but it looks like Ancient Tribe should be able to clean up. Over to Hoodwink they go, turning over to the sky as well. Both supports once again, back-to-back fights. A bit killed off, and now they're not even done as well as Supreme is next on the chopping block. Lil Pleb should be able to get the chase down.
Toss in onto him, maybe?
Getting range for the gosh. There we go. Pleb's in. It's got the mana burn to slow Supreme down. And this time, a much more valuable kill as well. And Ancient Tribe will be rewarded with that second Roche of the game.
Man, that Boots of Travel paid dividends for Mobe. He kited out a Lycan, chasing him for a solid 15 seconds until his Halberd and Ghost Scepter were back off cooldown. He completely took the Lycan out of that fight. And that's a big reason why, you know, of course, after landing the initial Viper Strike, after getting the Halberd in, forcing in that BKB, they were able to be on the winning end of that engagement. Now, of course, with the Tombstone being dropped, they should be able to secure this Roshan for themselves too. I just see, like, they're going the Ghost Scepter on the Undying too. They're just like, all right, you can't nullify everyone.
It seems like Otake just has to do too much in the fights, right? Like, you gotta kill the Tiny, you gotta kill the Viper, because if you don't, you get kited with Viper Strike and Halberd. And now if you don't jump on the AM, then AM's gonna jump on you with the Abyssal Blade, and then you might not have mana to play with inside the fight, and kind of Marcy needs that to be able to get in and out, to be able to play with the sidekick, to keep you healthy, so he's got to do too much. Low Pleb.
They think they can burst him?
Alright, well they're gonna see the Anti-Mage alone. Oh, just gets the Abyssal at the last second. Otake
Leaping Wolf
wasn't able to play with the Dispose, so we're trying to catch him out of the tree line, but hang on. For both the carries DP out. Zibe, he's got no TP though. Do they want to go for the chase? Do they know this though?
Nah, I don't think they know. They are not aware.
If they click the melee creep, they might see some
had
of his auras.
It had it previously, and he made sure to walk away so that it didn't. Yeah, Alex keeps the wave shoved out. He knows that there's no kill threat really on the map, and even if there was, he's got all those annoying items. He's got Glimmer Cape, he's got Force Staff, he's about to go into Ghost Scepter, so the game plan is so simple. Be unkillable. Even Mobe Ghost Scepter.
The odds from esportsbet.io very much favoring Ancient Tribe at $7. 11,000 net worth lead at this stage in the game. We saw they did have the lead in the previous game. The Breach was somehow able to find a way back in, but it feels like if they were going to find a way back in to this game in particular, it was going to be off the back of some of the earlier usages out of the Wolf Bite. Now I don't know if the potential is there for them.
Yeah, like you said, everything is on Otaker's back here. Like, he needs to do so much, and honestly, it almost feels like you're not going to be able to do it until you get, like, the Nullifier and a Refresher, maybe.
They see Jibe and Otake down bottom. And look at Mobe's position, the high ground. Oh, it's a perfect setup. All thanks to the ward usage. Jibe even popped the shapeshift as well, so that's another thing on cooldown.
Top tower is under attack.
Even Viper just not wanting to go the BKB. He's looking to go into the Manta style for a little bit more of his own survivability, of course. And, well, he's starting to scale. Like I said, screw the Aghanims. Don't need it. Just want to find the right target.
What a decent person. Actually bring down a start, and Supreme now. The free pathing's going to be able to fly over the top. Pleb might be able to get respect, but he's got enough mana for the Force Staff as well. There's a cheeky
no way you
psychic
go back
headband
in.
usage.
No way at all. Thinking maybe he lays down the fireball and blinks back. Looks like that might be the case, but gotta be careful. I mean, his DK is kind of, I don't want to say squish, but Anti-Mage does not care.
Middle tower has fallen.
especially now with the butterfly. So even now, if Marcy gets the go in onto the anti-mage, you might miss a few of those hits. You might need an MKB. So it's just more and more items are being racked up that Marcy needs.
Yeah.
It's honestly going to get to the point where maybe... All right, what's the ideal item kit for the Marcy to have? I think it's like Abyssal. You probably still need to keep the Battle Fury just for the farming purposes. You could sell the Treads. You go into a Swift Blink. You have a Nullifier and a Refresher. That's what I would want to have.
Yeah, I think Scepter's also pretty core on a RC1. Bottom lane, respect. Chilling for the moment. Radiant there. Do have some members down bottom. Like maybe they're going to be gearing up for a fight. Oh, they're able to get the Lycan. Shapeshift is activated from Jibe, and as a result, he should be able to duck on out. It's going to come down to Alex if he can find the angle.
I was wondering if they were going to use multiple 4-staffs onto Alex just to be able to get him in range for that Avatos. Not going to happen, though. Again, they stall things out. I mean, I think Zibe realized the sort of situation that they're playing into with Ancient Tribe wanting to group up and fight, and them just trying to stall the game out, get Marcy into those next items. He bought the Aghanim Shard, so those waves are going to push out a little bit more strongly. That's why that even with all of this, there's still a melee creep hitting into that tier 2 bottom, so... Will it be enough? That's always going to be the big question. 500 gold short of the Sacred Relic as Oteka. Oh, he's in that spot. He's in the spot. Pleb knows. Oh.
Is he? Oh, wait, he did know. Okay.
Oh, how are you dodging this?
What? He's alive?
It's Frankenstein. Where's Monster? Aegis expires as well.
Right.
They've delayed it.
Yeah. Let's see how much that's gonna matter though. 15,000 leads still. I mean, Anti-Mage just with that Aegis. Yeah, you can take the bottom tier 2 tower. You've already got a mid, but he's just skyrocketed his net worth. Level 25, 4 levels ahead of the second highest in the game in Mixer. He's 10,000 gold ahead of the Marcy as well. So we spoke about how much how much pressure's on the back of a taker. How are you going to be able to kill the Anti-Mage now with Butterfly?
Good question. Very good question. Like I said, needs way too much. I mean, could have gone for the... Might be dead. Facing the wrong way, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But, like, that's what I was about to say. Like, he could have bought the shard a while ago, but I think he still feels like Tide is one of the more important targets to be going in onto. He wants the Blink Dagger. He wants to be able to blink in his face, sharpshooter his face, and then get the rest of the team to jump in onto him and burst him down. I mean, then does Mixer buy the Ghost Scepter?
This must be such a frustrating game to play for Ancient Tribe. Even though you have this huge lead, you just get it kited across the map. Like, their pickup potential is kind of poopy. And you see, that's why they're just running them across. Your bottom, top to mid, they go anywhere. It doesn't matter. And soon, Ancient Tribe just going to try and force the issue. You've got such a big lead. Like, what are you really waiting for?
Though, right? Like, you've got this double siege creep wave. You've got the wolf that, of course, you can then look to apply that debuff onto a lot of these creep waves, so they're just spamming it whenever it's available, right? They want these waves pushed out. They want to stall the game. They've got the Nullifier. It really doesn't feel like Roteka can get into a second item, though, before the next team fight breaks out. I mean, you would have to assume it's going to be around that Roche pit. But they've been able to pick up the AC on the Lycan, so again, little things going in their favor. How close is DK to the Manta? Still about 1,000 or so gold. But he's getting there, you know? Top lane's pushing in. Anti-Mages had to make more of a defensive rotation.
I mean, maybe with that ninja gear on Lil Pleb, though, it's going to help out with them getting the pickoffs and catching out some of these heroes being a nuisance in the side lanes.
Water Malone, he's going up first. Again, just being scouted out by this this wolf, though. Anyone holding the gem right now? It's going to be Alex.
We'll get the break. And now Oteka's going to be in as well.
No buyback.
We'll get rid of the big team fight here on the Tide Hunter. For the help, it's there. It's going to stop Oteka from getting any right-click damage out. And Pleb, they're going to be able to secure the kill. So a lot of damage on the Lil Pleb. But the BKB is going to be activated. He can look to stand strong.
Is under attack.
Repairs a lot of the damage. Is now looking to jump on forward as the retreat has been called. The Breach will cut their losses with just Oteka going down. But it was a great start onto the tide and be a bit of a window for them to get more out of it. Unfortunately, it just won't be the case.
I wonder if they're going to have a quick check of his items. They should see that that nullifier was available, and, well, if that's the case, probably doesn't have the buyback, right? It's going to at least give them the opening to go into this Roche pit. LeBron might even just choose to stick himself in here. Or they could look to find another, but top lane not really pushed out. Little pleb just trying to find someone out on their own. See you later, Emergent. Maybe? Maybe not. Maybe yes.
Maybe not.
They can get refresher on Tide would be pretty nice.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
We'll have the mana for it too. Plenty of mana items.
Alright. Should be an easy roach for them to find. They know what's going on though on Into the Breach. They have a relatively good ward placement up on the high ground. They are gearing up for a smoke as well. They're going to have a Taker back alive, and importantly, they do have that wolf bite as well.
You know exactly what's
Gonna see them coming
there.
over. They don't take Roche overly fast. So Ancient Tribe, they're going to be forced to try and stand their ground and take a fight. Supreme wants to give them the vision, but Emil down to the south. Oh my lord, look at the mana void. Pleb just blows up both the supports and a Taker. He's too far behind. He can't man fight. The Marcy, you picked the hero to try and stand his ground, but they don't have the net worth. Ancient Tribe are way too far ahead. Trying to catch up to Supreme they go. He's going to be able to dash into the trees, but now after the successful fight, Ancient Tribe, they can look to go back and find this third Roche of the game and give that refresher shard like you're saying over to Mixer. So now you're going to have a double Ravage to work with inside some of the fights.
Did feel like a little bit of a desperation play, but I mean, it got to that stage. But that's just 2 fights in a row where Marcy's not able to do anything up against the anti-mage, especially. Now, even with the Lycan Wolves pushing in multiple lanes, mid's pushed, top's pushed, no Marcy. Marcy is your damage. You just can't fight into this. They won't be able to find a single pickup. There's no real need for them to split up. Immersion trying to get at least the bottom lane in a little bit of a better spot, but doesn't have a TP for another 10 seconds, so actually going to be forced back a little bit. Wolf trying to drag the wave, but it's not going to be able to do enough. 1 melee racks minimum.
What's going to stop them from going more? Like, finally, you're up in a position where you're going to get objectives. That's been the issue for the entirety of this game. They've just been kited across the map. I'd be quite surprised if they leave.
Even, yeah, they want to. Placing down the tombstone preemptively. Again, this is not something that Oteka can deal with. It's not something that Lycan wants to deal with either. They want to get in onto the backlines. They're even just using the Viper illusions for some of that vision.
Let's see.
Shapeshift.
Potential last fight here for Into the Breach. How can they find the angle that... It's going to be a miracle fight for them. Supreme's going to look to try and start them to the tide. They get forced off aggressively into the middle with the BKBs. They're trying to deal with Mobe on the backline.
They can ravage.
The Taker's doing a decent amount of damage at the moment, but once the BKB expires, they can turn to hold the Marcy into place, and in the end, Mobe doesn't even die, so no buyback on Oteka, and this should be the G's coming out pretty shortly.
Meteor Hammer backpacked. Not going to matter. Anti-Mage has finally come online. They're even going for more. They're going to be able to find out that that DK could be looking for another toss back, another Tombstone. They'll have another Ravage if they want it as well, but might just be a celebratory one, and it is. Game 3, Lucky.
Alright, game 3. Quite a showing from Ancient Tribe as well. They definitely had to work for it in this second game. 46 minutes in. But the Marcy last pick was not enough, and the Marcy Shapeshift as well. Definitely felt like that was something they were looking to play off the back of for Into the Breach, but they just were not able to capitalize on some of those early timings, and we just saw I got too farmed in the end, where all the weight of the world was on Marcy's shoulder, and no, she wasn't able to pull through.
Just the one death on Little Pleb that time.
Anti-Mage, one of his better heroes. Again, he really does thrive on those ones that could look to scale into the later stages. He farms so effectively. This was really where it started to turn, right? Just a 4-for-1 exchange. You get the tiny, but for what? You know, it was always going to reach this stage, and they just itemized perfectly on Ancient Tribe to be able to deal with a lot of what they were throwing at them. It's almost entirely physical damage outside of that, the Skywrath. So what's going to stop the Skywrath? 4-star. It also happens to be very effective against the Marcy, against the Lycan, and then triple Ghost Scepter coming through for them as well, just to be able to kite them out endlessly. Butterfly, armor, they had everything. They just dealt with them in a perfect fashion. LeBron, he would have been having a little bit of a rough time towards the very start, but he should have felt like this one was in the bag once Little Pleb really did start to get the ball rolling. And this is that big kite around that I was talking about, right? Zibe just goes on a bit of a hunt for Mobe, never catches up onto him. You can see he's playing Ring Around the Rosie right now while the rest of the team just melts to Anti-Mage.
You just brought up LeBron as well, and we brought it up throughout the game, but I think his read on the game was incredible. Like you said, single target, just go max out Sorip, go the Holy Locket, but also just off the back of his positioning throughout a decent chunk of that early game. It did a really good job to make sure Pleb only had 1 death and Mobe have 2 deaths as well. That was all off the back of his positioning to play in front of the Anti-Mage, to act as that smoke block. Just if they come for my boys, well, at least they can get me and my Anti-Mage can continue farming. Alex also did that on a couple occasions as well. So definitely felt like the supports on Ancient Tribe had a very good read on where they needed to be playing across the map.
We would have to say Little Pleb's the MVP for that one overall, though. It was into a Lycan that, the Lycan knew it was going up into the Anti-Mage, so probably got out of that laning stage a little bit too free. He had some space created for the rest of the team, but you got to convert on that, and Little Pleb did. So Anti-Mage, I think, is a well-worthy recipient. Just the 1 death, then, well, pretty high kill participation at the end of the day for an AM.
Yeah. This hero's continuing to rise in popularity, man. Like, this is another Anti-Mage win, and another win where it looks pretty goddamn good as well. So every game I see out of it, getting more and more impressed out of the Anti-Mage. It's starting to come out of nowhere. I mean, the carry pool has been stale for quite some time, but it's good to see a new one into the mix. So yeah, and this is also another game that Pleb is just dominating. Like, it seems like a vast majority of the games that we're classing from Ancient Tribe, Pleb is just putting in God's work to get them over the edge. And that was what he was able to do in this game. A big reason why he got the MVP, and a big reason why they were able to find that second map victory. So we're going to be going the distance here for our second series of the night. We've got game 3 up shortly.
Yeah. I'm chasing them. Nice! I can get maybe one. I'll get it. Yeah, I have blinked in 1. I can get in 2. Okay, maybe not.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
All right, well, definitely the game we were more likely to expect out of the boys on Ancient Tribe. The team on top of the table and proving why they are there as well with a very dominant game 2 performance. But now it comes down to game 3. Where do we feel like this is going to go? Off the back of game 1, off the back of game 2, is there a side you'd maybe edge the chips a little bit, or is it too early to say without seeing the draft?
I think it's too early to say. I want to say that draft was almost unplayable by Into the Breach. You know, like, way too one note, you know? Almost all single target, almost all physical damage. I mean, the push was on the back of a DK and a Lycan, which isn't bad by any means, but you were up against a Tide Hunter that stops a lot of it that you just couldn't kill. So, Tier 1 towers stayed up for way too long. You were against an anti-mage that was going to be able to out-carry you a lot of the time, and he was just one item ahead of the Marcy, it felt like, every single step of the way. So there was really nothing they could do. So for starters, non-losing lanes would be a good way to begin things, but also a little bit more variety in the damage sources and ways to be able to take some of these towers.
Well, it looks like Into the Breach are playing with second pick, so they will have the potential to set themselves up maybe for some stronger lanes here.
I think so. I mean, you should always be able to get out of that in a pretty solid spot. I mean, it just can even go back as far as, like, one of the first overall picks in the Undying, right? Sets yourself up well in the lanes. Lets you take fights around these high-value objectives. Even the Flesh Golem to be able to provide that value to take Roche a little bit faster with a lineup that, let's be honest, like, Ancient Tribe didn't have the fastest Roach takers. You know, they were playing off the back of a Viper, an Undying, an Anti-Mage, a Tide Hunter. Sure, he has Gust, but, like, you know what I mean, right? He just isn't able to quickly take that one out. But 30% damage amplification? Yes, please. That really does make up the difference there.
Yeah. I mean, Undying's quite a hero. He's been a very strong hero for quite some time as well. So definitely with the patch coming up, that's where my eyes are going to be as an offlaner. Playing to the Undying is not very enjoyable at all. So hopefully we get some changes to him in particular, but that is still a week away and something we don't need to be worrying about for a little bit of time. We do have the draft though, getting ready to go. So like we said, it's going to be Into the Breach that are playing with the second pick. They're on the Radiant side, and for Ancient Tribe, of course, on the Dire side and with first pick.
You want to refresh for the viewers the stakes for this game?
Well, stakes for Into the Breach are pretty much, you lose this, then yeah, your season's looking pretty goddamn rough. You need to get some wins under your belt. You're 0-3. Ancient Tribe are 3-0. So it's do or die for Into the Breach if you want to try and stick around here in Division 2. And well, for Ancient Tribe, you have to get this series win against the team you are expected to, because you still have some very difficult opponents that you need to be going up against.
Actually, they do. They have Secret, Alliance, and D2 Hustlers after this. So
3 the hardest right now, that it's looking like. So
yeah.
It's and we also said as well, for potential people at the middle of the pack, OG, Alliance, Secret, honestly as well, you're wanting Ancient Tribe and D2 Hustlers to lose against these teams, because then it means that tiebreakers might be
opens it up for
might
you.
occur. Yes, opens that potential up. So with how competitive Western Europe is, doesn't matter if it's Division 1, doesn't matter if it's Division 2, you cannot give up a series against a team that you are expected to win. There is no breathing room. You have to come every single day with the A game.
Yes, you do. All right, well, Disruptor's a decent way to be able to start things off. Again, not going to be playing into the Rubik. Feels pretty good. Now, I know he plays an amazing Ember Spirit. You can't first phase it. I'm really expecting this to be... I don't want to see a DK. We've seen a lot of DK losses today, dude. And I really feel like no one's been able to hit that sweet spot. I think you just need to bank on scaling. And you need to make sure that the enemy team isn't going to be able to push you down in the meantime. I think that's the best way to be able to play the DK, because they tried to go for a DK Skywrath, was it, last game? And it just did not work out at all. Unless you're getting kills, the Sky feels kind of worthless.
Yeah, I don't know if they can Ember here any... Oh, no, they're going to DK.
I mean,
yeah, well, I was
they want to put it mid, I think. Because, again, Mobe is like their DK player. And they did it last game, but it was into a not-so-great matchup, right? They were able to get those couple of early kills in onto him off the rotations. probably should have been called out previously. Like, as soon as you had Alex make that rotation away when Tidehunter was left solo, whoever didn't make the call of, hey, Tide's just here solo, Alex has been giving us a lot of grief lately, and, maybe things could have changed up a little bit differently. This is a good way to be able to protect against the Static Storm and the Glimpse, though, with the Shadow Demon. And you can play it on the Radiant side, too. So if it's going to be played in the position 4 role, then maybe you can get some nice, easy stacks off, considering the Ancient Camp's just that little bit closer.
5 seconds remaining.
Zubair needs to wash his face. I don't know what he's yawning about. It's barely early evening over in Western Europe. I think he heard me.
Ah, you on it.
He raised the eyebrows at me.
All right.
Don't hate it at this stage. You're going to have plenty of bans to be able to protect it. Mobe is going to, of course, be the one that wants to pick it up. Going up into Supreme, it feels incredibly solid, but it's not like Mixer can't play it either, so it gives them flex. They're going to ban out the heroes that are going to stop it from being played up in that mid lane. OD would absolutely be the number one that you're looking to address. I mean, is there even anything else that you're really all that concerned about? Maybe the bat a little bit, but even then.
Yeah. Bat and Lesh.
Even Lesh
but-
doesn't feel horrible, right? I think you just don't go any points reactive and you just get really active onto him.
Well,
Radiant
Um,
team ban.
what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Timber was banned out first phase, keep in mind, in the first game. So obviously there's Into the Breach a lot of
ban as
concern.
well. Like, they're very
Yeah.
high concern from them.
And look, you do have a decent... Shadow Demon used to be a great response to the Timber when you had the Soul Catcher. Still, it's an okay way if you're able to get the Scepter, though. A 4,200 gold item is
big if.
a lot, though. So I kind of would like to see Immersion playing the Shadow Demon just so we can get a little bit more farm prior to this game. Because if they get the Scepter, then there will be a response. And overall, maybe you even want Shadow Demon to have more farm priority against the Disruptor, just to minimize his effect overall in the game. So I'd kind of like to see Immersion picking up the SD and pray to God they get a Philosopher's Stone for a relatively decent Scepter timing.
Yeah, build up the stacks. That's what I want to see from him. I mean, you have to think like, okay, well then what mid laner is going to be able to take those stacks effectively? Bat Rider's already gone. You could think probably Leshrac. Maybe if they're thinking that this is going to be a mid Timbersaw, can you afford to go for a TA, for example? Just someone that, at level 6, things become a little bit more challenging for you, but at least for the very start of the laning stage, you're going to be in a decent spot to be able to get a lot of that pure damage out off the side blades. No real way to be able to break through the refraction either. That's really where my mind goes to. Build up the stacks on the SD and take them with someone incredibly quickly.
Dire team pick. Mirana.
Mirana doesn't reveal that
Look at
much. Probably going to be the pairing together with the DK, though. You would assume.
And a Vessel Builder.
Yeah.
So that's nice.
Slowish.
I think, yeah. Yep, slowish, but at least has the potential to go down that route. It's also, of course, Shadow Demon's able to set up for it as well, so you do have two supports able to roam across the map and potentially find some kills depending on who they run into. So let's see what they're going to follow with Ancient Tribe. You already mentioned before, but Mobe's really going to be asking for the Dragonite, and that kind of is showcased in their bans as well. Like, they didn't ban any of the rough kind of carry matchups in the lane, so that's maybe a bit of a signal, again, that you probably need to try and put this DK as a 3. But we're going to see Lopleb once again onto the anti-mage, so should have a pretty good time.
10 seconds remaining.
He will. Against the DK feels kind of nice.
Seconds remaining.
DK's probably still going to have a little bit of a right-click advantage over you, and maybe you just look to put a little bit more emphasis onto the Disruptor instead. My thing is, like, can it Into the Breach? To me, I kind of feel like Leshrac is still the build, but again, with the anti-mage picked up, it makes it a lot more awkward, right? It's just a matter of, do you feel like you can start the fight onto either AM or Timbersaw? If you can, then you've got a pretty good lineup to be able to do it, right? You land onto them with the any kind of physical, then, I mean, yeah, where do you lane this DK now? It just feels so challenging.
Do you know what Ursa, though? On Into the Breach, you've got a good you're able to blow up the Timber throughout the game. You play pretty well versus the Anti-Mage. You can address the Tombstone.
BKB
It
buyer as
shuts-
well, so you're not going to get kited out by Kinetic Field.
You're on Radiant, so easy for you to be able to take Roche. It shuts down if there ever is kind of a potential for Timber to go off.
There we go. Good call.
Yes, sir. So still though, there is that really scary thing. If DK's middle off lane, he's going to have a shit time. So have fun either Jibe or have fun Supreme. You're just going to have a rough game.
And then even then, I guess they have the last pick overall. I was about to say, like, if you think about putting the DK into position 1, then you just flex Timber to offlane. And then you're like, all right, we're just going to follow you, DK. Sorry, bad luck. So what? I'm just thinking what hero or ancient tribe going to look to pick that can go into multiple lanes as well, that might be able to disrupt this a little bit. You would assume it's going to be, you know, a mid or an offlaner.
10 seconds.
I mean, it's not the worst Razor game,
5 seconds remaining.
right? Kinetic Field,
For
hold in
into
place.
Breach? Oh, for Ancient Tribe,
Ancient
okay.
Tribe, yeah. They're kind of static. You buy BKB pretty early. I mean, the one downside is that you're going to have the Demonic Purge onto you, which kind of sucks, but other than that, it feels relatively solid to me. Put some decent pressure on as well, in combination together with the Timbersaw. Any sort of glimpse back into wherever the Tombstone is set up is going to provide a ton of teamfight effectiveness. I'm also, like, whenever I see an Ursa, I always want to see someone that can buy Nullify, and they don't really have anyone right now on Ancient Tribe. I'm trying to just get an idea in my head. No, you can't.
No. I 100% agree. You want Nullify versus Ursa, but you've already showed your Anti-Mage, so...
Yep. And you can't really go Invoker because then that takes away your Timbersaw advantage. So it's not going to happen. Where are these bands going to go? So I guess they feel that the Timber has been minorly dealt with. I mean, again, against the
Radiant team ban.
against the Marana, I feel like they feel like you're going to be able to get into a BKB or a Lotus Orb relatively early, where you might not care about the Vessel if that's what she chooses to go into. I mean, it is still going to be especially important that you do get it, though, with the Undying there to be able to help buff him up once these big old team fights start to break out.
5 seconds remaining.
I'd like a hero to be able to take objectives on Ancient Tribe early. Able to open up the map a little bit. Just trying to think of what, like, Enigma would have been perfect for that. I don't know if there's another range hero that they could consider. I'm thinking of a Beast, but...
Can they Veno?
They can Veno. It's a pretty good Veno game, actually. I like that call.
Just constantly disable the blink on on the Ursa and the DK. Max damage against the DK feels good later on. Plague Wards make the lane a little bit more difficult. And provides a little bit of push as well.
Yeah, or a builder, which is going to be nice. I really like that suggestion, actually. I think it would fit in quite well. They would then have a lot of control issues, but...
Yeah.
I don't know if there's an
They have
offlaner that
zero
can
stun,
fix the...
if that's the
Yeah, I
case.
don't know if there's an offlaner that can fix control and also tower pushed right now for them.
What is there? DK, DP, Beasts, all picked or banned. I mean, DP is not banned, but you don't want to pick it into Shadow Demon. Brood is banned. Nature's Prophet, not a stun. I guess anyone that wants to build Meteor Hammer, right? But who is that? Mars. Don't really want Mars into the Ursa.
Yeah,
not terrible.
no damage.
You just spear him back.
Timber's good.
Team pick.
See, what do they go?
It's still
They do
DP.
Death Prophet.
Okay.
And it's also flex as well still. Like, you put the Death Prophet mid and the Timber off
True,
lane, you
true.
can do vice versa. So that's
This is
another
really
kind of... Yeah.
What can they get away with here? DK into DP, it's fine. You're not going to get kills, but you're not going to die. So I feel like this just needs to be an offlane Dragon Knight, and then what do you throw in mid to be able to counter this? Someone from range.
Oh, offlane DK. You reckon?
I don't think you can.
I don't know, man. He's gonna go for it. Sorry.
Oh, I was just about to say, like, I don't think you have the choice of where these lanes go. They're just going to flex whoever. I think even both of them are capable of playing DP and Timber in 2 and 3. So I don't think it matters who picks what. They're just going to put that hero wherever it's going to be, you know, solid, right? You just want Timber to follow around the DK if possible, but DP into DK isn't horrible either. There isn't a right decision for Into the Breach to make, is basically what I'm saying.
This is a hard pick.
What are they lacking?
Position you.
Good lane is basically what they're lacking.
Yeah, and team fight.
Yeah, I guess. Everything is off the back of like an initial catch, right? There's nothing there for sustain yet. They couldn't Venom, could they? Doubt it.
No. You could go, but no, I don't think they'd go back into the classic AM counter. They're going to Shadow Fiend. So you got a pretty good matchup versus Death Prophet mid lane. We will, and even if it's Timber mid lane as well, SF should be able to have a pretty good time to spam out the razors.
It's offlane DK.
Death Prophet mid. So offlane DK, he's going to get nothing. Like, Zibe is going to have another very, very bad game, but that's the cards he's been dealt. They first picked this hero.
Look at his face. He knows what he's in for.
Dude, he knows Eddie's going to be the worst game of his life. He's thinking how the first 10 minutes are going to go, and he's going to get nothing. He's going to have the worst time. He's going to have no mana. He's going to be dragging creeps around because the Undying's going to be up in his face, freaking spamming Decay with 500 mangoes that he wants to buy. Like, he'll want out. He already looks like he wants out of this game, and I don't blame him. I do not blame him. Look what they picked against him.
Just
what the hell?
You see LeBron? He's doing the soo. So I'm going to give you some copium then. I think Immersion is set up for an okay time this game. You know, he's going to be playing the Shadow Demon, which is what we wanted. You're going to be able to start to build some stacks up for Supreme to be able to take, or Ursa if he's building into that Battle Fury as well. But you got to be careful because Mixer could just look to try and steal it away if you take a little bit too long. I guess he could look to farm it himself as well, right? On the Shadow Demon, if he just builds up a lot of those stacks and you really want to get into that Aghanim Scepter, which wouldn't be the worst, to be honest, right? Just to have multiple Demonic Purges for the Death Prophet and the Timber Saw in particular for these fights. And you're into an Undying. So he's going to be spamming the Decay. You're going to have the Magic Stick as well. You can look to spam the Shadow Poison back the other way. And you can look to pull the wave away from this Undying so that the DK has a bit of a better time. If he looks to chase you, you've got damage to be able to go back the other way. So I think if they're going to get out a good spot, it's going to be on the back of this SD. So it's a good response to the Disruptor for the game, and I feel like it's a good response for the lane as well as their scalability. So let's see what Emerging can do.
And even just to add on to that, I think it's actually one of the few supports without control that plays very well versus the anti-mage. If you're able to banish him, get those illusions, burn all his mana, all of a sudden he's not escaping. And you will have like an instant stun follow-up or banishment into arrow, then you can follow up with the rest of the team, or DK can jump in instantly. So I 100% agree. I think if Into the Breach win this game, it's off the back of Immersion. He has to have a incredible game. And I don't think I've seen a better SD pick as well. Like the fact that we've already addressed, he feels like he counters 5 heroes in a wave. Like he's got good, maybe not counters, but he's got good matchups.
They know they're going for
this
this
is
move.
A dream game.
They spot him out as well. Are they going to look to fight into this? They don't exactly have the strongest level 1, and Mixer's not with them, so I think they're going to look to try and avoid this if possible. And yeah, LeBron just holding hands with little pleb for now.
Oh, Brab. Oh, Brab, come here.
All right, calm down. It's getting late.
It's getting late, yeah.
Ooh. Disruptor Blightstone. Don't see that every day.
Alright.
Someone's going to need to harass this Ursa.
Yeah, even the Marauders only got 2 starting armor.
Already leveled up the Thunderstrike. Wants to be able to get some of those right clicks into him as quickly as possible.
So, does it need to be said who we're favoring this game?
You could say it.
Ancient Tribe, just will make it clear for everyone so they know. If it wasn't clear enough
Don't
off
think it
the
was.
draft. No, it definitely wasn't.
LeBron's just pump faking the decay. Wanted to get right up in the face of Zube. This is the time where he's going to be unopposed, where you can't pull the wave. Really wants to get maximum value, try and burn as much of that regen as possible. And, well, if he's able to get those double decay stacks up, that's going to obviously serve him in really good stead. Hasn't leveled up the mana break yet, though, so that disruption isn't going to give them some value. And they're actually going to get this second creep wave as well. What's up?
Hang on, look at what's Respect doing. How'd he get here? Obviously leaped over, but how's he got leap 1?
What do you mean?
He leveled leap. Why was he forced to level it?
Maybe he was on that Blightstone, man. It makes you do crazy things.
That Blightstone. Look bottom and he's in the tree line of the T1 tower and dies. I'm like, hang on a second, what's going on here? So
look at LeBron, he's doing it again. Well, at least he gets the disruption off, so nicely done. Resetting the lane, although he's got to make sure to aggro the creeps completely. Of course, LeBron just giving Courier, just for free. Oof. Didn't even have anything on it. What's going on? No, I was about to say, did he forget to send it out to him? But I think he was just keeping it at the shop to be ready for that Ring of Health purchase. But it's going to be a while until he gets into it with LeBron just standing in his face. And, well, you see, they break out a few laughs there with the disruption being used at the same time as the Dragon Tail. So almost feels like this is going to be another game where Lil Pleb is just going to farm completely unopposed. I think the difference is that at least DK will get a little bit more farm out of this one with Immersion, once again being able to get another lane pull.
now, do you? I know it's very early on. Would you prefer overall just into the breach putting a lot more emphasis on Supreme's hero towards a later phase of the draft? Because he definitely feels like every game we've seen them shine, it's been Supreme taking over. Like he is really the one person that I'd like to see them prioritize a little bit more, because we've seen what he's been able to do on the Embers. We saw what he was able to do on the Death Prophet in their win. So overall, like, I know the draft is underway, but just a thought, just an idea. Like, is this something that you would like overall?
I mean, the thing is, do they really even want to go late? You're playing with a Shadow Fiend and an Ursa. I think, again, that 30-minute timing is really what you're looking to play around before Timber gets too many items, before Anti-Mage gets too big, before the Death Prophet is able to buy into even just like the Plate Mail after the BKB, for example. I think that's going to be their main issue.
I more mean like overall in the draft, sorry. Like to pick his hero last.
In games,
instead of like
rather
picking...
than this
yes.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know
I
the
think
draft's
that's
already
fine.
done, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got some time. Not going to be a whole lot of action in the side lane, so... Just trying to see. Because it definitely feels like he's their best player. And if you pick his hero first, you kind of sack him. So this is a game where he got his hero pick last, and he's got a pretty good matchup into the Death Prophet, which we do see Supremes under the pump a little bit, especially with that aggressive glyph used from Mobe. So like how he's looking to play early on. Supreme might be in some trouble. We'll be able to find a way through the trees, though.
Any support rotating towards the water runes? Doesn't seem like it. He will be able to get that bottom one for himself, thankfully. Although Alex, he's kind of in position to start a little bit of this harassment going, and yeah, that's what Respect is picking out. So both water runes going in their favor. Supreme's going to be forced all the way back to base. Has he got raindrops? No, it's actually a Windlace queued up just to be able to get him out there faster again. That is not what you want. I almost wonder, I was about to say, if Alex somehow found a way to stay in that mid lane and glimpse him back on the TP, lane over.
Yeah.
Of course, the extra movement speed is going to be nice against the DP, just to be able to get away from that that Spirit Suffet. Look at that TP back. He doesn't even want to go to the tier 1 just in case. Goes, quickly takes up that that camp while he had a little bit of the fountain regen still lingering onto him and prevents that glimpse back to base. He's just completely avoided the lane, making stacks for himself.
Take a look where the creeps are, though. If he runs up the hill, Mobe's just going to chase him down.
Oh,
so
sure. But he's missed, like... feels like 2 full lanes now. So he's going to fall behind pretty quickly. I say lanes, waves.
Well, this is going to be level 6 with the catapult wave now for Mobe, so wonder if the supports are going to consider about rotating. Of course, Mixer is in a bit more of a trickier lane matchup against the Ursa. He's gone for a 2-2 build, no points in the reactive armor, so looking for a more of a aggressive type of style to be able to play into the Ursa, but
I mean, reactive armor's going to do
some
nothing against the Ursa, right?
Yeah.
He's always going to be able to pressure you out, so it's just about what damage can you throw back the other way. Luckily for a Taker, he's got the Ring of Health to be able to play around with, of course, plus that full magic stick as well. Even stealing away some of these creeps that Mixer's trying to get for free for himself. Maybe a rune top. Mobe. Taking that one for himself.
Alex comes back. Uh-oh. So level 2 Supreme, though, charges up the Requiem and...
It's the right choice.
Oh, no. Yeah, right choice, but unfortunately just was not fast enough. Mobe was able to get on top of him, so the Spirits were solely just beating into the Shadow Fiend, and now... Well, that's his ultimate on cooldown used defensively, and you just compare it to what Mobe was able to get of it.
Was him getting the last hit as well. No sneaky disruptor steal that he was able to snatch away. He's even just continuing with this harassment. What's up?
Zibe's going Vanguard.
That's not the scaling we want to see. That's not going to be a response against a Timbersaw, really.
Yeah, can he even still play this lane with a Vanguard? That's why you're
personally don't
picking it
think
up.
so, but
Yeah.
he must. I mean, if AM's got Vanguard as well, I think you're just going to trade farm, and I think that's just fine. And if you get into a bad spot, like... Once the bottom lane isn't good for Mix to play with, it's just a simple matter of him TPing up, and then you're dead. Because again, remember, he's gone this aggressive build. No points reactive armor. So, like level 8, level 9, that's going to be when you're in real danger.
His bottom lane does get playable for Mixer pretty shortly with Chakram with some supports. He can actually kill Otakeo. It's going to come down... I mean, that's Enrage use. 70-second cooldown, which is a big defensive toolkit. So he's going to actually be pretty cautious now. Mixer 2 has got some Fury swipes. Oh, misses the chain. A bit of a window now for a Taker. Chain over the top. Just is able to escape.
You just used the voice line previously as well. You never want to miss a tree. What do you call it? Timber chain after that. Mid lane. What's Supreme going to have to be able to play around with here? We do see what we were wanting to, though, with Immersion starting to build up at least the Ancient stacks, but look at that Sentry Ward placed down by LeBron. It's been blocking up this hard camp from being built up time after time. We were asking for a mid laner that was going to be able to take a lot of those stacks too, and, well, Supreme certainly is going to be able to do it. What is it, Chuckles?
The Zibe's taking actually no damage, so alright. We'll see. So he's able to play, it looks like, 3-point Dragon's Blood and Vanguard. He's actually just sustaining through the right clicks, but we'll see if this is going to be able to help out versus Death Prophet and the Timber up in a couple of minutes when they want to consider about getting active across the map, because...
Inversion, you're in kind of deep.
Oh! Again. And now Supreme actually can get the glimpse. It's only level 1.
Yeah.
Oh, Supreme tries to turn with the Requiem. It's not going to be a lot of damage, and now it pushes Mobe closer to respect. So the Mirana's going to be forced to try and leap away, but second use of the Exo, and multiple kills accumulated here for the mid laner on Ancient Tribe.
And some tower damage as well. Respect not even going to look to go for a right click to be able to cancel out that regen either, so he's going to get full mana back off of this, and you're going to have a Disruptor hanging around as well, so you're kind of playing on the back foot, but you can't forget about that glimpse potential. Where's he going to look to go for? Alex, I was wondering if he had an Observer Ward to be able to place behind the tower. Can he get the glimpse back? He does! Oh, gets the kill in time.
I thought he timed it okay for Supreme, but...
It's
at least
4
he gets
seconds
the
or
kill.
5? 4 seconds.
4, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. You know what? Kill secured. Level 8. Easy clap.
And
Arcane Ring feels kind of nice, especially if you're not laning, right? You just want to be spamming out these Shadow Razors to be able to claim a lot of this. He's building up stacks for himself. That's the state that this game has gotten to. And Respect is actually looking to build up a few more of those stacks for the jungle to be able to play around with. I like them giving Immersion a little bit more farm in this mid lane as well. We know it's very important for him to be looking to pick up that level 6 ASAP. And to go into the tome as well, if he was wanting to. But Mirana, she's kind of suffered a little bit, and you do need to be able to get some of this magical damage out. Missed the Starstorm, actually.
Arrow.
Radiant's
Yeah.
middle tower is under attack.
He missed both of his abilities there. That's what the tip's all about.
Has fallen.
Power's gone down, and they're going to look to go bottom.
That was under a ward, though.
It's-
So they should know this is coming. Might lose the courier, but I'm sure they're not assuming that this one was around. You could see they were tempted to be able to go for that, but they've got a much higher target on mind. They want to try and take out Oteka. The one
What a
person that's going to give him
wraparound.
a bit of grief.
Who's going to expect an angle like that? What the hell? Pop out of nowhere. Oteka's like, guys, there's 4 heroes now on my face. Oh my lord.
What's under the ward, though, right? So you kind of have to assume
Yeah.
that that's... If they're not instantly showing, it's because they've gone for some sort of sneaky play. Like, Supreme was farming kind of under vision at the time. Still hasn't been able to go back and be able to claim that ancient stack for himself yet. Might just be wanting to wait for level 10 or the talent. Don't think you can afford to go attack speed this game. It's about securing that farm for yourself for now.
Tower is under attack.
So another tower opened up for Anti-Mage to be able to play around with. No
Yeah.
tier 1 towers gone yet, and I mean, this is a third DK game where we haven't really seen that early impact coming out of it. He might not be dying on this top lane, but Anti-Mage is ahead of him in farm.
Yeah, and far ahead. 1300, so... Honestly, though, I will, like, lane, Alex, just gonna drop a Solar Static Soul. Immersion's in a pretty good position to protect him. Supreme considering about the Requiem, but will not be required to keep his support alive.
All right, Supreme, you've got how much net worth? Let's say 4.8 thousand now. What can you get up to off the back of this? And, I mean, you can do it basically every 10 or so seconds as well. With that triple raise coming through. So already an extra 300 gold just off the back of one wave finish. That gives him his Dragon Lance fully completed. So now he feels a little bit more confident of being able to go up towards this top lane with the Elder Dragon form available. It's also a Meteor Hammer by Zippe.
Taker. They're gonna hold him into place as well. Looks like it's a bit too deep for them.
It is 13 minutes, I guess.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
They are funneling a lot of this farm into Supreme, right? Despite how unideal that laning stage was, he's going to be able to influence this top lane. He's going to be able to pick up a lot of the stacks. And, well, with this, when this tower goes down, multiple TPs coming through. Supreme.
That's a lot. Oh, the silence as well before the Requiem.
Nice.
The banishment's going to give him some time, but there's just way too many heroes nearby. They'll even use their Mana Void to act as a mini-stun. They cancel off the threat of the Requiem, and now Mix-Up is going to be able to grant them the vision. In fact, look at Alex in the wraparound. Great pathing out of the Disruptor. Going all the way from the other side to block the escape Babbage, so they'll get another kill onto a core. And meanwhile, with all this is going on, Lilpep is just free farming this mid lane, getting closer towards the Battle Fury.
And still not a single point in the reactive armor by Mixer. I love it, right? This is how you counter an Ursulane. Don't play passive. Don't try and, slowly creep up your net worth. Get on the front foot. And, well, I was mentioning before the fact that they don't really have a Nullifier builder. They've got a Yule's builder in this Timbersaw, just to be able to create a little bit of space, wait for the team to be able to get around you, but that's going to work really well against the status resistance coming through from the Ursa with the Enrage, as well as just a way to be able to purge off that overpower as well.
Are scanning.
Eyeing up Mixer. First real time we've seen both supports on Into the Breach. Looks to combine together. The Merge in respect. Not going to be able to catch Mixer off guard. Now meanwhile mid lane, Jibbe. Again, he's going to be in some trouble. It will be both ultimates committed though to get the kill. Or will it Immersion? It's going to be with the disruption. Jibbe, is he going to live? Oh, this is what they've been waiting for Into the Breach. Even Oteka's going to look to get involved as well.
The Battle Fury cleave.
Big double kill. And now he's going to get the Tombstone bonus gold as well. That's a lot of experience and
maybe mid tower
net
too.
worth given over to the Ursa. Ah, dude, that's a huge fight.
We said Immersion needed to pop off, and he has been at the right place at the right time. 3 separate times now. Obviously didn't save their life up towards the top tower, but delayed it out for long enough that they were still able to get the tier 1 top. Once again, in the right place. Gets the demonic purge off as well to enable the Ursa to clean up. And now with that Battle Fury, they could look to give that ancient camp over to Oteka. Look to try and get him scaling up a little bit. With that tower gone as well in the mid lane, another successful team fight could be Roche for them. And that was Exopop too.
That it was. We've seen some very aggressive Exo usages so far from Mobe, really to be able to help out with the kills. Still a big reason why he's 4-1 and 2, but that death's going to slow him down a little bit towards his BKB timing.
I mean, those were the first kills that Oteka got this game, that double kill. And he had a Battle Fury a good amount before that. And Anti-Mage, yeah, he's gone Vanguard first, but he doesn't even have the Battle Fury yet. I feel like Ursa's been, you know, he's had it for about a minute and a half now. So really looking to extend his net worth.
He's had a great start to the game so far here on the Ursa. A really good lane versus Timber, which it can be a little bit awkward once Timber hits 6, but so Oteka was able to weather the storm and
gonna help by dropping the tombstone as well, just to allow Little Pleb to take this. If he's just gonna body block and let him soak up a little bit himself.
It's like both carriers being able to take a stack at the Ancients, so nice injection of gold given over to them, but it's surely where, I guess maybe Into the Breach are still waiting for the BKBs, like Supreme's going for his own as well, just needs one more component till that's completed. You've almost got a blink on Jibe as well, so you feel like Into the Breach, they're just going to wait for these big items, take a fight, then they'll consider Roche, or could they even sneak it beforehand?
No, I don't think you can sneak it. I don't want to say they have a decent amount of vision, but I think it's pretty obvious if you're not showing on the map. You know, they've got a relatively early timing lineup. I do like the fact that Jibe went away from that Meteor Hammer, though, off the back of that successful team fight. You know, he's went the Soul Ring instead. A lot cheaper, not quite as effective in team fights, but it's so important for you to find that initial start for these team fights.
They got a glimpse of Supreme.
Is anyone showing? Immersion has to be careful about just showing in this lane. Yeah, they will back off in time. Bottom creeps hitting the tower as well gives a little bit of information that they're going for an aggressive sort of play. Solo Requiem would have been fantastic, especially on the AM if he was out of position, but LeBron is just, again, hand-holding. He's making sure that this anti-mage is set up for a good late game. Just guaranteeing that the camps aren't going to be blocked up either. Great sentry ward coverage. They're going for multiple Yule Scepters. Alex is going 1-2.
Gotta say though, I'm quite impressed with the status of this game. The fact that it seemed like the lanes was going to be really the big concern for me, and Into the Breach have been able to get through that stage. So yes, your Dragon Knight is very far behind his counterpart offlaner, but he's got the items required to still make some of the plays early on and get involved. So a lot of respect's got to be given to Jibe and what he's been able to get out of the map so far. And for Into the Breach, one fight could really blow open this game. Then you get that early ages. There could be very shortly with the level 15 talent as well for the Shadow Fiend. So maybe you could look to get some early objectives as well off the back of that Ages of the Immortal. So see how they can look to play it. There's the one, and there is the second now completed here for the Shadow Fiend, so they are ready to go. They don't have any deep vision though, which is the big thing. Top lane, Oteka. Ooh, my bad indeed.
I mean, that's going to feel pretty solid, right? Knowing you're not fighting up into that Static Storm. They did previously know Immersion's positioning because he was playing around a D ward that he was going for deep inside of their jungle, but they got to group together. They got to make a go of this.
And look at that.
You don't need to sneak Roshan if you just know that you're not fighting into one of the big team fight spells.
They're just straight into the pit. Nothing they're worried about, it looks like. And Dire aren't even going to scout it out. Looks like they're not sure what's going on, so... Alright, Into the Breach. Going to be able to find first Roche of the game. Age of the Immortal given over to Oteka.
Still
gets that second Roche coming up.
A little bit. Want to give him a power rune to be able to play with. He has been really unlucky, but it's going to be a DD up top. Don't know if they got a brief glimpse of them walking through. I think they might have just saw Zibe. That's what's
they see them
force
now.
them back.
So the sentry combo was just able to get a glimpse inside the jungle next to the outpost. So yeah, they're aware of what's going on. See what the call is going to be for Ancient Tribe, though. Do you feel like they're strong enough to potentially defend this top tower if Into the Breach want to consider about putting some damage into that?
I feel like Timber's still pretty damn strong, man. Like, he's got 2 points reactive armor now, Kaya to be able to play around with too. So I guess they just want to put a little bit of lane pressure on first. They're playing around this siege creep, though. At least they'll be able to clear that one out. They're going to go for an aggressive glyph, too. No mech Pinnock picked up yet for respect, though. I'm sure they would have looked to pop that one onto the creep wave, but they've actually been able to make this this siege creep survive. So more pressure in, not even needing to pop the DD for it. No level 15 on the Shadow Fiend either. So I was saying ITB need to play a little bit more aggressive, and TP's through. They got to make sure again that they're not revealing under vision.
Pleb, look at the stun control, Zibe. They're going to be able to get the fob thanks to Supreme's Requiem. That's little Pleb down, and now Mobe as well is in some trouble. The Taker's going to be a little bit too late. He did pop BKB there for the Ursa. Looks like nonetheless they're going to be able to catch up to LeBron. I'll stop his TP as well into that little hidey hole. So 2 heroes do go down for Ancient Tribe, looking to try and split push the map.
Yeah, he'd been glimpsed back on the Ursa, so had to pop the BKB. Otherwise would have felt very ineffective there. Alex might die off the back of this, though. He'll get away from 1, but not 2. Luckily for himself, he's got the Philosopher's Stone picked up, so still going to start to gradually make his way towards that Yule Scepter, but these kills, they mean a lot, and especially being able to take down that Roshan early-ish. And it's still that second Roche that they're going to be looking to play around with. They'll have Basher by that point. SF's going to have a little bit more survivability. Fortunately for them, Immersion is going to be quite a ways towards...
They're up to Zibe. Just an easy kill into the Dragon Knight. Respect's going to be able to leap away. Yeah, that's definitely a little bit too deep. So, finally, Ancient Tribe able to try and play aggressive across the map. It's... Alright. See where they can look to part this smoke, though. They did have a ward that scouted her to take it down bottom. They're going to know that no one's playing behind him as well. He does still have 2 minutes left on the Aegis, though. BKB up in a couple of seconds.
A kill is great, but I honestly feel like that BKB being popped is just as effective. This he's walking underneath the vision right now. Is he going to pop the BKB for this? It's going to give the team time to be able to connect.
Can he BKB TP out? They're coming down.
The boys are coming.
And Rage, yeah, but he doesn't want to pop the BKB and TP out. They're potentially looking to try and take the fight. Great blink away. Now Supreme, they're going to assassinate Alex. A little bit more damage for Quietal. Turn to drop the Static Storm. Now might be able to cover the retreat. There's Ancient Tribe. What's the call for them? They're going to try and go to the middle off the back of the Exo. A takeable turn to address the Tombstone further to the north. They're on top of a little Pleb. Once again, a perfect use of the Requiem for the chain control out of Supreme. A Taker, those in some trouble. Mixer's going to be able to clean him up. They'll turn to the left to try and death to Death Prophet once again. It's going to be the Dragon Tail to set up for the arrow and into the breach. This game, it's blown wide open. A 5,000 net worth lead now. Zibe's still caught up to Mixer, but I don't think there's going to be any more follow-up, though.
No, not quite. Alex is there to back him up as well. They are walking underneath this vision, though. Like they're playing with their own disruptor, but they're just going to put the pressure in onto this bottom tower. Got to be very careful if you're wanting to pop the glyph here. Probably the not highest priority tower to be able to play around with, and especially with Supreme. Having that level 15 talent. Going to start to put a lot more emphasis into this. He's even going into the Silver Edge for that break potential, not needing to rely on immersion necessarily.
This is looking like a very scary game for Ancient Tribe. This Ursa has some crazy core matchups, and the fact that he's been able to get as much farm as he had, top of the net worth, and it's going to be very difficult to shut down Otake now. Because they've also got the lead as well heading into that second row, so more than likely, unless something catastrophic happens, they should be able to get the shard and the Aegis in his hands as well. They might even be able to get a kill. Smoke up. Mobe. Oh, great jump once again from Jibe. There's nothing LeBron's going to be able to do. In fact, he's going to feed his life away as well.
They can just
into
push
the
mid.
breach. Oh boy.
I don't think they need to go for more. They just need to
Radiant's top tower
take away the
is
map
under
from the
attack.
anti-mage. That's going to be the big goal for them. I thought with that previous movement from Ancient Tribe, they would have been satisfied enough if they just get a BKB out of Oteka. That is so key. I mean, it's down to 7 seconds still, but it's because they were able to get so much out of it. And
Yeah, high ground. Oh, never mind.
TP's going back.
They got Mixer.
Dire's middle tower
Gonna be a little bit too late. Jibe wasn't the first one to TP, but they can still force him over the top. The Chains is now on cooldown, but the arrow's gonna fly. Your Scepter's gonna set up for the Requiem. Do they have the damage inside the control? Mixer not able to get the chain away, so very close to escaping, but into the breach, you're able to catch up to him. So another death onto an Ancient Tribe core.
I want to know what Alex is doing down here. What's he trying to snipe? Does he think there's going to be some big item coming up for the Ursa? He might be right. Oh, he's going to go for the Shadow Demon Courier instead, though. That is huge. Imagine if he was able to stall out the game for a little bit longer by sniping that Abyssal Blade recipe on the Courier. Not going to be the case, though. As Oteka, he's got it set up very close to that secret shop. He's just a couple of creeps away, and he might actually have it now. Scary, scary. You can just tell Alliance, Secret, D2 Hustlers, big grins on their faces right now, thinking that Into the Breach might be able to take this one.
And with the position there, and they have a commanding lead. 7,000 gold. 81% probability as well into their favor. And I don't really know when the anti-mage actually feels confident to play this game. Like, usually this hero's got a pretty solid 3-item power spike in the game, but not into these matchups. And I'm can you see a big item that's going to turn the tide for the AM to have a lot of impact in the fights?
Again, it's not necessarily like what he's going to be able to do in a 5-on-5 fight against an Ursa, for example. It's what if they can find the Shadow Demon, for example, he's very close to the Abyssal. So you've got the potential to blow him up. They don't have the save potential right now. They're lacking in 4-staffs. They're lacking in any kind of save outside of the SD himself. So that's going to be the main goal.
Oh, no way.
Just
The smoke
avoided.
goes around.
Yeah.
Might be able to get a call,
Radiant's
though.
bottom tower
Might get
Alex
Alex
is
too.
tucked in.
They will get
I
Alex.
see him, but also Oteka's hunting Mobe.
He'll
Not
get
going to be
away.
able to find him. Guesses the wrong way in the tree line, so
He's
maybe
getting
we'll
close to the
live,
halberd
but-
too. Feels pretty nice against both the Ursa and the SF. Again, BKBs are incredibly valuable for Into the Breach to be able to play around with. A, because it's going to prevent you from right-clicking. B, because that's going to be protection for your overpower stacks for Oteka. And C, it's going to prevent a lot of the damage coming back the other way from Mixer. So, very important that they just look to hold on to them for as long as possible. So if you could do things like get into the Ghost Scepters, like get into the Halberds that are going to force a little bit more of a difficult item usage, that's going to give an Ancient Tribe a chance to get back into this game. There's one of those big items. The Abyssal Blade on Lil Pleb. They want to be playing together as much as possible right now on Into the Breach. They don't want anyone getting picked off for free. And Respect, I wouldn't be surprised if he just stays inside of this Roche pit until it respawns. That is how valuable this pickoff would be for them. The rest of them, they're going to look to play around this cliff ward because they know that that's where Ancient Tribe are going to be coming from. So can Supreme find a quick pickoff here? Doesn't quite yet have the Silver Edge, and they're looking to give him a little bit of vision to be able to find that additional jump. But
Oteka.
they're setting up their own
Radiant's
vision.
bottom tower is under attack.
It's going to reveal the ward. Yeah, that's why Alex is my bad, potentially. You know, they ping it out, and they're going to look to back up.
But again, like, I don't think Into the Breach need to come there, you know? Their fight is Roche. That's what they want to be able to play around with. Ursa needs that Aghanim shard for himself, just to give him a little bit more sustain in these team fights.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Even Zibe's looking to scale a little bit.
Yeah. That Scepter queued up. He's got a decent chunk of gold in the bank as well.
That's
He's had a
the
great game.
Silver Edge, I believe, for Supreme as well. So now they've got ways to be able to ignore the passive magic resist from the counterspell, I believe, but absolutely the Timbersaw. The active armor not going to be a factor.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
at least taken something in response to this. And, well, they're going to be lucky in the fact that Roshan has just respawned, so at least they get some map presence again. But Ancient Tribe, they kind of need to go now. Even if they did, though, it's going to be too late. They're just giving this
Do you give the Aegis to Supreme so you can high ground?
I think you do. They do not.
Wrong.
I mean, he's got a blink dagger. He
taker.
wants to go in first. I guess he feels like it's important to take out, I don't know, Timber. That's the main
Do
goal
they
for
still have this ward? I thought they'd know it's there because the Disruptor died prior. Okay, so it's so much information. Mobe.
Mobe or Mixer, both are very, very good targets.
Man, that's going to be Mobe that they blow up. Requiem committed for Supreme. They might be able to get Alex as well. Respect has already used the arrow though, so it's going to be able to escape. Mixer even chaining inside the base as well to TP out, but this is probably time to high ground.
Yeah, that's where they're pinging. And they've even got a Blink Dagger coming through from Immersion, so he's going to be such a key target. Of course, you've got Lil Pleb coming back to be able to help mount this defense, but it's going to become so much harder for him to be able to try and find this Shadow Demon if he's just able to play in the trees, in complete safety, on the back lines. Do they see him, though? I think they do. They see him. He's being pinged out right now. I want to try and make that jump. Abyssal, Manta.
He's going to do so onto the Shadow Demon, but instant response from Jibbe. It's going to be there for the Dragon Tail with a couple of... Oh, my lord, where'd he go?
Melted!
Oh, Supreme just blows him up. And now a Taker. He doesn't have too much to be feared about.
He's got Aegis. He
He's
doesn't
going to be
care.
able to control him under the tier 4 tower. He's even going to pop a BKB on the first life, but what's going to stop them from going for more? Jibbe, he'll find an opening for a jump. Couple of crits. Shadowfiend just ripping them apart. Supreme is too far ahead. Now they're onto Mobe as well. The Death Prophet's going to die as well. Ancient Tribe are crumbling inside their own bases into the breach. Might be able to find their first series victory of the second tour.
They're doing it, man. The first win, they get the dieback. Another jump forward off the back of that vision being provided. This is a different team from what we saw. Will the arrow look to connect as well? Looks like it will.
And this sets up perfectly for the Requiem. Supreme sends them back into the next series, into the breach. Holy what a goddamn game from them. What a game.
Yeah, and they're not looking to make any meals about it. Anti-Mage might come back, but it's going to be without the DP. It's going to be without the Disruptor to be able to help lock them into place. One last gasp to be able to go for. Still got the Aegis to play around with, and they find another pickup. Arrow onto Lil Pleb. It's over.
He ran into the arrow. GG's called. That is a huge victory, not just for Into the Breach, but just for the rest of the whole leaderboard as well. We spoke about what is at stake for this series, and Jibbe...
There's no despair anymore. He's got some life in his eyes.
Despair. Oh, God. Dude, that is...
It's crazy what a
Wow,
win can do, right? For your mood. You just complete 180 in terms of, like, going into the game. After the game, hey, that's pretty good.
I'm alive. I'm feeling good. Get a win under our belt. That's, wow. Dude, Into the Breach, that's a huge series. So not only for them, it gives them a boost up because they were really starting to get put down here with 3 series loss in a row and potentially the ones that could have been relegated. Now you take a series off a team you should not have. And it also helps the rest of the team that are fighting for promotion as well to contest against Ancient Tribe. That is just a big series win overall for the status of all of Division 2 in Western Europe.
Look at how quickly he melted. I mean, no BKB, that's going to happen to you. I don't know if he actually popped the counter spell when he went for that sort of play, so you only have a limited amount of time to be able to kill within that Abyssal Manta. And wasn't even able to get off the Mana Void to be able to blow up that Shadow Demon. That's how much importance Immersion had to this game. You realize that, I mean, maybe they can look to extend with the rest of the boys if they can look to take him out. But Supreme, his damage at that later stage was just way too much for them to have to deal with. I don't know who I give the MVP to. Like, it could be Oteka because he just got an insane amount out of that laning stage. It could be Supreme because, yeah, he dies a couple of times early on, but he made it work. He was able to use the stacks built up by Immersion. He built his own stacks in the jungle. He was able to get a couple of solo kills here and there. He itemized perfectly for it. Like, it really could go to anyone. I kind of want to give it to the SD, though. I feel like a few of those quick movements coming through, enabling Zibe to survive that go around the tier 1 mid tower, especially with the Demonic Purge, with the disruption, really seemed to set ITB up to keep the pressure on and keep their foot on the pedal.
Yeah, it was a couple of those early fights, right? That could have been like, these could have gone either way. If you win some of those fights on Ancient Tribe, get a couple of those kills, maybe you've got a Timber that's through the roof and just blowing people up. Maybe you got a Death Prophet who's running down objectives as well, and all of a sudden you got no map to play. But just those early engagements that Immersion was able to come in huge just in the nick of time of the banishment. And
I almost wonder if that was bait with him being out there on his own at the end, because he could have very well just been in the tree line. He had a Blink Dagger and an Eighth Lens to be able to play around with, right? So maybe they were thinking, hey, AM doesn't have BKB. If he goes on me, we've got the turnaround potential. Who knows?
I also want to really give props to Jibe. I was hesitant on his Vanguard call. I think it was actually very interesting in the end, where the Vanguard actually enabled him to continue to play that lane. And I don't know if he still would have if he maxed out Dragon's Blood. Big reason why I was concerned is I thought the Timber and the Death Prophet still would have been able to address him, even with that Vanguard. But we saw how much farm there wasn't on the map for Radiant. Like, Ursa got shoved out of his safe lane. You've got then Ursa and SF both in the jungle. We spoke about how the supports needed a lot of gold as well. But because Jibe had the Vanguard, he could kind of at least still play in that safe lane for a little bit longer against the AM. And then once he got those items, like, it wasn't crazy. It wasn't a crazy game.
No.
But he did his role.
He was still the lowest core, I think, in the game, even after all the bases died. And I think it just comes down to the fact that Timber didn't go to that lane. I think that was the bigger issue, right? We saw what happened when they did, defending the tier 1 tower. He exploded.
Yeah. But with all the lowest net worth, the cores, he fulfilled the role that they needed for him in that game. He just needed to be a Blink Initiator, to set up for the arrow, to be the first one to go in, and he was able to do that for them. So we saw he was despair before the game started. We saw afterwards he's a little bit happier, and you can't blame them as well with how overall they look. So this was really the Into the Breach that I was hoping to see coming in this tour. I think a lot of people were expecting to see as well. So hopefully this kind of gives them a bit of a kick up the arse, because they've still got a lot of series left. And unfortunately, they're not really in a position where you're going to be fighting for promotion, but you are still in a position where you're fighting to try and stick around in Division 2. And again, getting a win over a team that was flawless so far and just running over all their opponents is huge.
And I mean, a big part of that was Supreme. You know, his Shadow Fiend play was amazing. I believe we've got an interview with him as well. I'm keen to ask him about how to be able to get back from that laning stage, because it wasn't looking in a good spot. He even got glimpsed back to the fountain, and he was still able to make it work. So, I mean, it's the first time that we've had a chance to interview anyone from Into the Breach, right? So I'm excited for this.
Yes, let's bring Zibe in. Then I'll let you start with the questions.
Hello, guys. Unfortunately, no Supreme this time. Sorry to disappoint you.
That's all right. That's all right. But, you know, we really thought that you were very well deserving of the MVP, won that Axe performance as well. Tell me a bit about that. You know, what goes through your brain when you're able to land those big calls? And really, was it about finding, you know, the 3, 4, 5-man call, or was it basically, I want to make sure Lil Pleb doesn't have that influence on the Morphling?
Well, yeah, that's part of the idea, I guess. We know that this BKB piercing disable versus the Batrider versus the Morphling is going to be able to save against any initiation. So we kind of just, hey, Supreme, just walk in there and trust me, I got you. That was basically the situation.
Trust there, especially, yeah, after a bit of a rocky start as well. The fact that you guys still have the trust in each other is a really good sign. I'm probably going to steal Aries' question here, but the Vanguard in the lane up against the Anti-Mage, how did you just want to stay in lane? Did you want to force him to not be able to rotate away because you would eventually take the tower? Like, what was the real thought process there? Just be unkillable?
Yeah, basically. Like, this matchup is happening all the time in high-ranked pubs right now and in scrims, and yeah, we kind of noticed that if Anti-Mage is facing this other guy who's just, he also has a Vanguard, but he's stronger, then the Ant Mage is the one that has to get the hell out of there. For us in this lane, this guy just latched his way better than me, so it didn't go so well. Maybe if I'm on a different hero that can bully him harder, it's different. But I mean, it should be even and maybe slightly favored because I have better damage. But he just did a better job than me. But yeah, the idea, I'm supposed to be tanky and just stay.
Yeah. Do you feel like this isn't to flame your team at all, but do you feel like you were kind of not abandoned, but Supreme was having a hard time to start that game? You know, he gets killed, he gets glimpsed back to base. Yeah, he gets a kill on the Undying before that happens, but do you feel like the supports had to maybe make a few more rotations to be able to make his game a bit easier, and you were kind of the one that was bumped down the priority because of that? And how do you deal with that if that's the case?
I mean, already in the draft, I think we sort of said that, hey, they have this Undying again with Anti-Mage, so we're probably not winning the lane, we're just trading. So let's just put the DK in the off lane, buy some tanky stuff, and then play on every rune, help the Shadow Fiend. I guess it still didn't, like, they also played on the runes, and they ended up getting the upper hand, but, you know, the plan was still there. We wanted to help out Supreme.
Cool. Aries, any questions?
With the kind of rocky start that the team has had in the second tour, was there a talk that happened behind the scenes to try and fix some issues? And if there was, what kind of did that talk kind of look like for you guys?
There hasn't really been any talk, I'll be honest. It's just, we're still just working, you know? We're doing everything we can every day. Okay. I think we were in a very bad state mentally anyway after just losing the first 3 games, of course. I think our confidence was rock bottom coming into, especially the Alliance series. The confidence was really down there. And like, honestly, I think Division 2 right now is so much about Division 1 also as well, honestly, but Division 2 has like reached that point too. It's all about matchups. Like, some teams just match up well against other teams. And I think we ended up like having the absolutely worst route possible. We had the first few games we had was against our absolutely worst matchups. And yeah, we ended up getting crushed, like it wasn't even close. And like our confidence plummeted, and then we lost to Alliance, which is a team I think we normally should beat. But we were just so out of form, so out of confidence that we just had we didn't make it either. And now when we're facing a team they're not bad by any means. Like these guys beat who did they beat? They beat OG, but not Secret, or is it the other way around?
They had beaten everyone up until this point that they'd played against, so they were undefeated. So clearly you did something right.
Yeah, but I think they didn't face all the other good teams, right? I think like Hustlers beat Secret and OG, but I think these guys only beat OG or something like that.
Yes,
but either way,
they've still got
the idea is
Alliance
that,
and Secret to play.
Yeah, but the idea is that these guys just have a better matchup versus OG than we do, and we have a good matchup against these guys. And I think that's the reason why these games felt relatively easy for us. It's not like it's just all these teams are even and the matchups are different, and like you need to make sure you keep your confidence for the matches that matters, and that's what we were able to do today.
So just sorry, I have one question just as a lead off of that. Do you feel like it's important to have multiple playstyles so that you might not be as susceptible to like that sort of matchup situation, or is it more about just like luck of the draw with just being able to, well, there's a lot of teams that match up well against us, it's unfortunate, let's see if we can try and cheese out a win? What sort of goes through your mind with that sort of situation?
I think, of course, we do our best to try to diversify our strategies as like to the best of our abilities. But then there's also like in the end we have played Dota for like so many hours, like 20,000 hours plus all of us, and like some habits just stick. Like you are to some degree there's a type of player that you just are, and it's hard to do something about it, and then that leads to there's a type of team that you have become, and it's hard to do something about it. And then yeah, like we do our best to remedy like this disadvantage we have, and sometimes it's just not enough.
Well, Thank you for joining us, Jibe. Hopefully, after this series victory, there's going to be a little bit more confidence with you boys, and we can get some more winners interviews out of you guys with some more victories coming up shortly. So, thank you for joining us, mate.
Yeah, thank you. I sure hope so. I'll send Supreme your way next time. He's not getting away next time. I'll hold him to his stupid interview. Don't worry about it.
Mate, I'm glad you joined us. I appreciated you being here for the interview. It was a lovely one, so it's okay.
I don't know if you remember, but like 2 years ago, I played Happy Birthday to You on a recorder, so I'm not sure if you had a little bit of PTSD still lingering in your brain.
I mean, sometimes there's interviews that are a bit, cringe is fun. I love cringe, man. Don't worry about it.
Awesome.
It's a new meta to comedy,
Awesome.
man. Don't worry about it.
You meta cringe. There we go. All right, thank you, mate. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. All right, there we go. First victory here for Into the Breach, and you heard it from Jibe. Lovely interview. We had some really good interviews today so far, so it's great to get a insight from the players. I really hope we get to see some more wins as well from them. Lovely group of players, and we just heard it. Matchups been a little bit rocky for them so far. Hopefully, their next couple of series, though, we can see some better matchups for Into the Breach.
Absolutely, and like he was saying, they hadn't played up against some of who at least he thought were the better matchups into it. Old G might be bad for them, but blah, 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 blah. It really depends who plays who. Sometimes you just match up against a team that has your number. Some of the best teams in the world have been beaten by teams well below them over the years, and it just can come down to who plays up against who. So Into the Breach, well-deserving winners today.
Yes.
They really were made to work for it, but it keeps them in the hunt. It keeps the Div 2 region even more spicy, not just at the bottom, but also at the top.
Yes, that it does indeed. Of course, before we send it over to break, though, I have to give a big thanks to our lovely partner in esportsbet.io. They've launched a exciting new feature, which is a watch to earn feature on their platform. You guys can earn 3,000 free tokens, which is worth $3 per hour just by simply watching your favorite Dota games going on. So there's nothing additional you have to do. Just head over to the website, earn free tokens automatically as you watch the games, and can get those exclusive rewards as well. So that is our second series done for the night. One more series zone. Like you said, Division 2, it's already starting to get spicy, especially after that series result. Who knows? We might have some more crazy results coming up next. We're going to have the boys on Secret up against PuckChamp. PuckChamp currently another team that needs to get a win under their belt. They are 0-3, and for Secret, well, they recently lost as well for D2 Hustlers, so looking to start to build some momentum back into their side. We'll see you guys around the corner.
Welcome one and all here to some DPC action for Western Europe Division 2. My name is Sneh. I'm joined by Mr. Worldwide Fluke, and we're going to be bringing you the third and final series of the day as we witness Team Secret taking on the side of PuckChamp. A very important series here, Fluke, because PuckChamp still without a win so far in the DPC. Team Secret trying to make sure they can get into Division 1, having only suffered a single loss up until this point. But we have already just seen that the side of ITV, they got their first W of the day. So do you think PuckChamp has what it takes to pull the supposed upset off of Puppy and the boys?
I think it's definitely on the cards. I think the way that Into the Breach was able to play that previous series up against Ancient Tribe really goes to show that, you know, everybody said it, like in Division 1, the region is completely stacked, right? Even in Division 2, it is extremely tight. I don't think we're going to get through this entire tour without seeing a single team get a single victory. So maybe it might not be this series here for PuckChamp, because I think Secret are probably going to be one of those teams that are going to be very, very tough to beat. They do have a lot of key matchups for Secret that I think are going to be very, very heavily favored towards them. But I still think that PuckChamp can definitely get a series victory somewhere down the line. And if they do, unfortunately, sit at the bottom of the tour and still are able to get some series victories, I think you can kind of just chalk that up to a very, very tight region, a very, very stacked region. So this is a good spot for them to try and figure out some of their major weaknesses, because I think Puppy is one of those players that really will exploit that in both in the draft and in the game as well.
Puppy, one of those brains of Dota that's just been around for such a long time. If there's any advantage to be eked out, he is definitely going to find it. And of course, we're talking about Puppy and the boys being a bit more favored of a team here. I imagine once we see the odds coming up, we can probably say that the odds will favor Team Secret as well. And those odds, of course, will be brought to you by esportsbet.io, our partner to bring you this DPC run. And one of the things that they are doing is launching a watch to earn platform where you, instead of just chilling, watching from the crib, you can go onto the esportsbet.io platform, engage the watch to earn thing, and earn 3,000 free tokens every single hour that you're watching, which is equivalent to about $3 overall. So you don't just get to be a spectator, but you get some reward for all of your support for the Dota 2 ecosystem. So get involved, get yourself watching, get yourself earning, and make sure that you are getting your own reward, your own benefit, outside of just the pure enjoyment of being a Dota fan. With that, we look forward to the series here. This is going to be a very intriguing one for me here, because between these two seeds, you see how big these odds spread is, 3.55 in favor of the side of Team Secret. And it's very unlikely that PuckChamp is going to be able to win this one out, with only 1.27 odds for Secret to lose this game. However, one thing that's going to be very fun to witness is that when you're playing with your back against the wall like this, as PuckChamp are, you kind of have nothing to lose, right? You're like, well, boys, we lose this one. It's probably a conversation for relegation, but we're very far off the pace of even getting into a conversation for promotion. So let's just play all our hearts out. Worst case scenario, we just come back through the close qualifiers and then just find our way back into Division 2 for the next tour. It's important, though, for both of these squads, because one of the things that we have to keep in mind, only one major left after Berlin, so it's only one opportunity to get yourself these much important DPC points to go to TI. But with all that preamble out of the way, let's look at the first draft here, Fluke. Team Secret playing on the Dire side with first pick. We've got PuckChamp on the Radiant side with second pick. And oh no, you know, we spoke about this the other day about how China's been exploiting this Enchantress hero. Puppy Enchantress, this goes way, way back. So the fact that Team Secret is picking this up as a first pick tells me how serious they are about this matchup.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for Team Secret as well, the fact that they have that loss up against D2 Hustlers really means that a lot of these series, they are heavily favored, much like, you know, going up against like PuckChamp and Ivy and some of these other teams that are a little bit lower on the pecking order. They really need to make sure that they are putting their best foot forward and really making these decisive victories, because they've still got games up against, you know, Ancient Tribe in a couple of days' time. They've got Old G. They have Ivy towards the end of the tournament, and that's where it really becomes super important for them to win these series that they need, that they are extremely favored in, so then they can go into those other series with a little bit of pressure taken off them. But I like this opener from Team Secret. They open up with the Enchantress, which is a very, very good laner for the first 15 minutes, really enables you to play around the map, and that just means that while the enemy mage is weak, she's strong, and then once they transition from that 15 to 20 minute mark, the enemy mage can really start to take over the map and be the presence for you. And PuckChamp, they're just going to respond with something that's relatively straightforward. We've seen Doom a whole lot for the, you know, this tour as well, even in the Dream League. So I think this hero is going to definitely be in a high priority for a lot of these other teams. And Animage kind of surprisingly has been the response to Doom a lot, even though that you have to be very, very careful about his ultimate. But I think it's just the fact that he lanes really, really well. This Vanguard build is kind of hard for the Doom to push you out of lane when you don't have that much mana, and you kind of just trade farm between the two heroes, and Animage really enjoys those matchups where he's able to trade farm with the offlaner and then get an item ahead of the enemy safe laner if you have a strong offlane yourself.
Doom has been one of those heroes that's been extremely volatile in this region so far here in Div 2. And thus far, out of 12 games, he only has a 33% win rate. So really been struggling to get these Ws. Yeah, we've seen him quite a lot, right? He's been picked and banned every other game. His contest rate is fairly high as well. So it is very intriguing to see this. But so far, Doom has not been working out for a lot of these squads. Compare and contrast with the Anti-Mage, this is going to be his 6th game. And so far, out of the 5 games prior to this, he has a 60% win rate. So AM...
Yeah, okay.
And we're seeing him getting picked earlier and earlier, right? I think this started when we saw that Dream League from Team Spirit. It's been transferring over. Hell, we even heard the other day when we were talking to the D2 Hustlers. No, it wasn't D2 Hustlers. We were talking to Ivy. And we're talking about the presence of this anti-mage hero. And he was saying that there's so many other heroes that you just don't want to pick anymore with anti-mage being involved in the scuffle. Okay, I'm fine with this. I just want to make sure that they have all the correct bans here. They ban out this Ursa. We just saw an Ursa beat an anti-mage. We've seen it twice now, like in the last couple of weeks from both the off lane and the safe lane. So it seems like Ursa is going to be the priority ban whenever we see this AM hero coming up in the scene right now.
Yeah, I think he's just one of the really, really good carries into the anti-mage because he has a lot of good offline matchups and he also has a good matchup into the anti-mage. Whereas like some of these other heroes that are good into AM, like things like the PA and the Drow and all that kind of stuff, they might have weaker lanes. So it's a little bit harder for you to try and hit them, you know, especially from PuckChamp here if you try and go into like an Ursa and then you have to get the 1-2 response. It is a little bit rough to try and have these heroes that are a little bit weaker laned, and that's probably what Team Secret are relying on a little bit. If they don't ban like, say they don't ban like a Slardar or like a PA or something like that, they're hoping that one of these heroes that gets picked up, they can just kind of counter it with their final pick of this second phase.
Let's see, they took quite a while to remove the Slog from play, so that's another hero that we've seen anti-mages struggle mightily against in the past. So they're doing all their utmost to protect the AM, but this also opens up options for them to go for like Centaur. Oh, just as I said, it gets banned out. Would have been a good game for it. Like after all these bans from Secret, I could definitely see Boom going in that direction. So PuckChamp, they take up the Clockwork. All right, you and I are both lovers of this hero. Very, very good. I'm very happy to see this in this game. It's also one of these heroes that it's very funny. The matchup with Clockwork into Enchantress is that it's quite funny how Enchantress somewhat struggles against a Clockwork because you just press Battery Assault and walk next to her. And she's like, well, I can't do anything. He's not going to kill me, but I can't do anything either. We just walk around each other. It's pretty funny to watch.
Yeah, and it's one of those matchups where they both just kind of cancel each other out, right? Like exactly what you said. The Clock's getting on top of the Enchantress, but she just pops Nature's Attendants and just stares at him, and then he stares at her, and they're both just like, we can't kill each other, but neither of us are going to do anything in a team fight either. So I would like to see Team Secret try and have another hero that can play around this Enchantress in the first 15 minutes. A lot of the pos 4s that we're seeing out of Yamich have been... What has he played recently? He's played a lot of Tusk. He's played a lot of Monkey King, actually, considering that is one of the bands coming out from PuckChamp has been something he's really utilized. So Tusk, Monkey King have been kind of his two go-tos. There's been a little Pugna action thrown in there, but I believe that is Poppy that's really been able to pick that up. So they're just going to go back for the bottom here for Yamich. Well, actually, Poppy has been the one that's been playing a lot of Mirana for this team as well. So a little bit of flexibility between the Enchantress and the Mirana.
I was about to say the same thing, that what they could do here is just put Yamich on the Enchantress, let Puppy play the Mirana. Oof, this is... Man, Puppy really is stealing some Chinese strats. Beastmaster Enchantress. He didn't do it opening 2, but nonetheless, this is a very Chinese draft coming in from them. Anti-Mage to be able to solidify the later portions of the mid-game into the late game. This Team Secrets... The early push should be predicated on what we have for Armel from the mid lane. So we need to see PuckChamp responding appropriately, probably banning out some Ember Spirit for a game like this. I do like this Terror Blade response. They say, all right, well, if we're probably going to be losing out on the early game, let's just not pick a hero that can clear out these waves, but make sure that eventually we outscale Team Secret no matter what. And you do get to a point with this Terror Blade where I'm looking at Secret's damage output, and you're going to get roared at some point, sure, but this Terror Blade doesn't have the highest mana pool in the world, so you're not that afraid of the mana of weight or just the raw mana break from the Anti-Mage. You have an obscene amount of armor, and most of the damage that Secret does right now is going to be coming from the physical outlay. So eventually here, Fluke, this TV becomes genuinely unkillable, and Team Secret will have a problem dealing with him.
Yeah, I think the one issue though for Team Secret, for PuckChamp, pardon me, is that the TB lane can be pretty volatile into if this is going to be like a Beastmaster plus Enchantress lane. Like your Conjure Image is always going to get enchanted by the Enchantress, so you don't have that to try and play the lane out with the double kind of TB. And also this Axes build is hard for you to deal with pre-level 6, right? Well, even after level 6, you still have to be careful about, you know, utilizing the Sunder in a poor spot. So this Beastmaster Enchantress lane can really punish PuckChamp if they're not playing it really well. But I do agree with you. Once you get towards the mid-game and the latter stages of the game as well, the TB will out-carry the heroes for Team Secret. But it's about whether or not they can survive this laning phase for PuckChamp and whether or not they can come out ahead, because we've seen a whole lot of these Beastmasters +1 of these lane dominator supports really take over a game. They just get to like a Helm of the Overlord in 10 to 15 minutes, and then all your outer towers are gone, and then the TB is like, well, where can I farm, right? And he still needs a couple of those items to try and out-carry the anti-mage. So that is my one concern here for PuckChamp. So I think if they have a good lane for Lorinov up against Armel, then that can really enable them to kind of come in towards this mid-game where they're not completely just getting rolled over, especially if that safe lane does go bad for PuckChamp.
Yeah, to make matters worse, they have the kind of heroes that can hunt the TB in that portion of the game when he's still farming. The Enchantress can find vision, Mirana can find vision, Beastmaster can come roll you down. Early on, he can definitely still die, so PuckChamp needs to make sure that they shore up their activity or have heroes that can move in from the mid lane. So Lorinov can't play Kunkka, can't play Huskar. Those have been banned out by Secret. PuckChamp should be banning out Ember here. They're actually taking a while to think about this.
Yeah.
This feels like the most telegraphed Ember pick in the world to me. No Slog, no Kunkka, no Huskar. They banned Puck instead. So they're more worried about the silence potential of the Waning Rift into the Terrorblade than they are necessarily concerned about this Ember. If it's not Ember Spirit for Armel here for Team Secret, what do you think they should pick to give their team some dynamism?
I think they could maybe, if they feel like it, play this OD. Okay, they're just going to go for the Ember. I was going to say, I feel like the Ember is like a 99% because of some of Armel's performances recently on this hero, and it is just a good Ember Spirit game. But you know, one of the weird ones is you could try and go for like this OD that we've seen from some of these teams before as well, like D2 Hustlers from Atlantic. I know he is a massive OD fan and a really, really good OD player, but we've seen the value of it up against these heroes like Doom. When you get like the Ags and Ag Shard combination, you can just Astral someone, they walk away from the Doom, even if it is a AoE Doom as well. The Astral means that the AoE Doom doesn't consist outside of that area because he gets taken out of the game. So that's kind of like one way that you can play against this Ag's Doom and really save something like an anti-mage. So that is something that we'll have to look forward to a little bit later on in the tour. Pre the patch, obviously, you know, with the fact that it's been leaked that it's coming out in 5 days. So maybe all this conversation about OD, Ember Spirits, all that kind of jazz is just going to completely go out the window.
I've said this to you before, and I'm going to say it again. I will believe it when I see it. When I have that 10 gig update in my library, then I'll believe that there are new patches out. Until then, I'm still going to be reserving judgment as to when we're going to have a change up in the way that the game is played right now. Right now, obviously, Team Secret's still finding some new form for themselves, and they will be playing after the patch drops. So let's hope that the exercises they've done to build team cohesion are working out for them. On the other side, for PuckChamp, what do they actually play here? Leshrak, maybe, for Lorinov?
Maybe you kind of like an atomic bomb for the anti-mage, which is not what you want to be.
But all the good heroes that it feels like could be in this game are bad against anti-mage, right? No Lesh, no Storm, Death Prophet's gone, there's no Puck either for themselves. I don't think you want to play Void Spirit. DK actually would have been amazing, but in retrospect, phenomenal ban on DK first pick. We didn't even talk about it that much, the fact that they opted to take it out. Okay, here's, we didn't think about this. Pangolia for Lorinov. All right.
Yep.
I'm okay with this. It's not the most inspiring pick in the world, but it does mean that there's several heroes that go forward to create space for low skill. If he builds into like an early diffusal blade timing, this can become a secondary source of damage. But I don't know. How do you feel about this Pangolia pick to round out the draft?
Yeah, I think there was just a lot of the bans made it super hard for PuckChamp to try and find something that was going to solve all the issues they have. I think it's a decent enough lane, probably a bit more of a skill matchup between the Ember Spirit and the Puck. And if Armel's recent history is anything to go by, and even the same for Lorinov, he's really struggled in a lot of those matchups as well. So maybe PuckChamp might be a little bit behind the 8 ball in this mid lane. But it was something that gives them a little bit of team fight control, gives them a half decent lane. enables that, you know, that first 20-25 minutes before your Terrorblade can come online. He's got a good item build. There's not too many heroes with catch on the enemy team for Team Secret, so he doesn't have to worry about kind of just getting blown up 100-0. Let's see, get like long range Arid or something like that, but you shouldn't really get long range Arid in a lot of these fights. So he should have a decent game. I'm still very, very heavily favoring Team Secret. I think this anti-mage is going to have a good time as long as he doesn't just get perma-doomed. And from what I've seen from Armel in these most recent games, he's really starting to level up on this team.
I do think he's leveling up. So Secret, they need this level up to keep hopes of going into Div 1 alive. Erstwhile PuckChamp, they need this W to avoid the conversation of relegation. Let's find out whose destiny is better. And before we go, damn, Fruit, that shirt is so nice. Drip God check approved. My man. He's out here looking fresh as hell. So
yeah, getting a compliment from you, mate, is definitely a big positive. That one's gone down in the diary, and I'm going to be thinking about that for next week.
Clip it, and let's see if any of these teams are going to get their W today. One thing I am concerned about when I look at this particular game for Team Secret is not a very hilarious interaction. Have you seen these Pangos when they rush Diffusal Blade, and then they find an Anti-Mage? And when you swashbuckle them, Anti-Mage has a shockingly low mana pool. And when he can't blink away, this was actually useless. So you swashbuckle him, then he's like, no mana. Then he's like, well, shit. I didn't expect this. What is supposed to happen, boys? How do I get out of here?
How the tables have turned when AM gets his mana burn and he's just like, God damn it, this sucks. But, I mean, a man that hates Magic, it would make sense that he doesn't have that much of a mana pool, not putting his dedication into the concentration of the Arcane Arts. So... it is a very good Diffusal Blade game, right? Like, because even heroes like the Beastmaster and the Enchantress, like, same thing with the Mirana. Like, she's an Agi hero, so she doesn't really have that big of a mana pool, and a lot of her spells are pretty expensive. So if you're staying out on the map for long times on Yamich and, you know, you cop a swashbuckle or two from a Diffusal Blade Pangolier, then you're kind of sitting back and just going, damn, like, I really can't do much in these fights. So I think Diffusal Blade timing is going to be very, very important for PuckChamp. I think it's going to be about how they want to rotate and shut down, like, this Beastmaster for Boom as well. I don't really want to call anybody out, but I think he's probably the weaker link here for Team Secret. Obviously making that recent transition in towards the off lane is never a smooth transition for any of the players that have ever done it from the mid lane. So this could be the one place that PuckChamp can really exploit, because I think if this Beastmaster shut down, it reduces the timings from Team Secret and also enables the timings coming from PuckChamp if this Terrorblade, you know, gets to a point where he's got like Manta, BKB, Dragonlance. Like, he's going to be hard to get taken down, and if they don't have a Beastmaster to enable the timings on Team Secret, some of these other heroes can really fall to the wayside.
Beastmaster, one of these heroes that is excellent to play from the off lane, but not an easy hero to learn. I spent years of my life playing carry before I tried my hand at support, and woo, took a lot of lost MMR before I got my head wrapped around how this lane's supposed to function. But Boom should be okay for now. This mid lane matchup, you mentioned, it should be primarily skill based, so Armel and Laranov so far demonstrating that by having this lane be boring as all hell. Just gonna trade farm. Like, literally nobody should die here. And the kind of heroes they have to bring into the mid lane, we're not going to have many high points into Searing Chain, so you can't bring the Mirana to throw in these arrows. There's no way that Clock Rubik will be able to kill this Ember. So just trade farm, trade spells. Don't worry about it too much. Everything should be fine.
Yeah, and I think also with the other laners that like Team Secret have, they're really going to force a lot of the support attention to stay in the side lanes, right? Like, you really are going to need Sweden Strong to stay in this off lane here, because otherwise Lasers kind of just going to get ran out by an Enchantress plus Anti-Mage. And same thing with the bottom lane. Like, if you allow Boom to just sit back and throw these wild axes around, and, you know, Yamich can try and fish with some arrows, then you could potentially have your Terrorblade up on the chopping block. And you really want to make sure for PuckChamp that your side lanes are strong, because you can kind of just naturally play through your middle laner, so you just start getting some levels on Laranov.
This is nice and old school. We don't get to see games like this anymore all that much. Just pure farm, laning extravaganzas, where there's only aggression on the side lanes, and you have to wait till level 6 before mid laners get involved. Oh, I like to see it, honestly.
You know what I miss now? I miss the old school days of having Sand King and Skywrath Mage roam level 1.
Oh my god.
That was my favorite time to watch Dota. Was you just watch these two supports, they just run around with like Sand King and Sky Mage, and they would just turbo kill every side lane and even the mid lane. And yeah, it was all about who could roam better and who could stop those kills from happening. That was my favorite.
Do you remember that era of tri-lanes middle? Where every game at 3 heroes middle, that was... Whew, oh, that was some
You'd
tough
have a
times.
Lich just sitting there, just sacrificing every range creep. There'd be an IO sitting behind them as well, or like an Earthshaker. Like, yeah.
The mid tri-lane's middle is literally made Sumia wanted to retire from the mid lane. He's like, all right, make me just play anything else. This is just awful. I can't stand this anymore.
Yep.
So far in this game,
not a
though,
fun time.
everything's just chilled. Literally a farm fest as anticipated. Does seem like right now, though, PuckChamp are getting a little bit better of these trades. Mid is very, very even. The anti-mage obviously will not be able to fully contest against the Doom, so Doom is slightly ahead. But if the game just starts nice and slow like this, I think you're very happy about this on the side of PuckChamp.
It didn't even move.
Yeah, you definitely are. You want to try and get in towards the mid game where you haven't been dominated by these lane heroes like Beastmaster and the Enchantress, right? Like, the TB is still going to have to sit back and farm, but he really doesn't have too many heroes that he has to worry about. This Ember Spirit in the mid lane, mid game can be a little annoying for you because you will rely on like him getting doomed, but then if he doesn't get doomed, then he runs rampant in the fight. But if he does get doomed, then Andy Mage has a kind of free time, so you do have to be careful here if you are the Terrorblade. But if you're far enough ahead, then, you know, if you get roared, it doesn't really matter because they might not have the damage to kill you. And then you just turn around with Meta plus Asgardian and you will just delete literally everybody. That's the one thing that Anti-Mage hates is high physical damage lineups, and that's exactly what PuckChamp have if they get the right lockdown on him.
It was kind of hilarious seeing Yamich play around with Kidaro in the river, because both of them are probably accustomed to, all right, this when we make this mid rotation, we can get some kill. And then they're just standing there being like, we have no purpose here, dude. Like, we don't actually do anything. We gotta leave. Yamich is gonna try set up for a kill onto Lorinov. Armel only has level 1 chains, and they make this kill happen. The arrow comes in, he actually catches him. Lorinov walked back into it. He thought he was dodging the arrow, but he might still live, but he doesn't have enough mana, unfortunately, to get off the shield crash. So Yamich claiming himself the first blood. If he had enough mana for shield crash, I'm actually not sure he dies there, but unfortunately he does not. And he'll give away the first blood to Yamich, who's now making his presence known in the top lane. Might choose to throw in another arrow when it's available, but he's gonna rather just get back.
Is that the last?
Yeah, I like what PuckChamp are doing now. They're punishing Boom in this bottom side. Kadaro will have the cogs to be able to keep him in spot, and that just means that low skill gets a free kill. So that's what you want to do when you do see a lot of these pos forwards make their rotation. Unfortunately for Lorinov, he was home and hosed. He walked away from it. The Syrian change didn't last long enough for the arrow to hit. But as you said, with this shield crash, he definitely would have been able to live. But now comes back full HP and mana. Either way, still a pretty straightforward game. Armel, what are you doing, buddy?
Armel, he was trying to set up a kill because Yamich is coming in behind him, but now he's in danger. Look where Kitaro is, but Kitaro can't find him just yet. Does have battery assault and the power cogs. Will he be able to utilize them onto this Ember? They're bringing in the Rubik as well. They want Armel and they want him bad. I think they're going to get him. They find him with the lift, but they have not been able to catch him with anything else. But as he remnants into the swashbuckle, Lorinov doing some future prediction plays then, catching out Armel. All right, a little bit of revenge happening in this mid lane, but it does come at the cost of both of these supports having to move off. So they have to be careful on the side lanes now, in case they look for retribution on the side of PuckChamp.
Yeah, I think PuckChamp are happy to kind of just leave the TB to his own devices now, right? Like, he's got full treads up, he's got a magic wand. Boom only has three levels now in the wild axes, but as long as low skill is kind of okay with taking these trades, he could start to force out Boom. He has to be careful now that he does not have Kadaro close to him. Or if that arrow hit, that could have definitely gone down. But low skill should be okay with just popping some conjure illusions and just trying to go in towards the jungle here and just allow Boom to do whatever he wants in this bottom lane.
We actually saw the influence of that kill earlier onto Boom, because if he didn't die when they left him, Yamich, he might have had level 6, and then you can set up with the arrow with the primal roar, but because he did die, he is a little bit short of the experience necessary. They cannot find that kill. Dota 2, game of margins, small things cascade into much bigger influences down the stretch. But now though, he is still, like you said, being left to his own devices, just farming away. Kidaro's back to protect him. They have a sentry ward out, so they know he's being scouted by the sentry ward. Or the hawk, sorry, not the sentry ward. So far so good. Now that Armel though is level 6, do you want to see him make a move anywhere on the map? Potentially go and assist this Beastmaster to actually kill low skill once they have the primal roar available?
I think he just needs to make sure that he matches the rotations coming in from Lorinov, right? Like, he's now been able to send him back to base with the Orb of Corrosion, so he can play a little bit greedier, but just as long as he makes sure that he matches this side lane aggression, because I think Lorinov is going to be the first one to make rotations, really trying to enable the Doom or the Terrorblade. So as long as he's in a position to be able to, TP towards a lane, get a response, maybe you might lose Boom, or maybe you might lose Yamich, but as long as you can transition into a kill yourself, should be happy for Armel. Big
Mid
arrow.
lane, Armel, he is happy to see an arrow pop off, but unfortunately for him, there is nothing to pick up because Kidaro grabbing the regen rune on the other side. Oh well, they tried. It was fun. And top lane, Lay's not necessarily having that much fun. He's getting mana burned by Crystallis, and the body blocks from Puppey being attempted. Unfortunately, they're not going to come in clutch enough. Crystallis will throw in the mana void, and here comes assistance though. Lay's still alive. There's going to be a rolling thunder coming through onto these heroes. Armel does eventually end up getting the kill, but he might end up losing heroes in front of him as Puppey goes down to the rolling thunder. But there will be further follow-up. Boom, bringing down Kidaro on the opposite end of the map. So 2-for-1 exchange with all that they're doing here, but they will be much happier on this. They do bring down Doom though with the usage of the meta downstairs. And 2-for-2 then globally. Offlaner and support for offlaner and support. So similar ideas happening. And like you mentioned, they want to try match rotations, and I think it's very funny that Lorinov and Armel showed up at the same time on the same side of the map.
Yeah, I think this is just kind of Armel understanding that the Ember Spirit can scale a little bit better than what the Pango can, so as long as he's making the same kind of rotations while he's still getting a lot more out of the map, then it means that Lorinov is kind of getting to the point where he's a little bit too far behind. He's starting to fall further behind now up against Armel. I mean, the net worth is relatively similar, but it's just the fact that Armel can make these rotations a whole lot easier than what Lorinov can in these fights, so have to be careful about how they utilize their Pangolier. Definitely want to see them try and transition towards Boom in the bottom side as well. Really hasn't had the best start, going down twice already here on the Beastmaster. Haven't been able to kill low skill just yet, so I want to see them try and put emphasis towards his bottom side and take Boom down once again.
They're going to make an attempt right now onto Kidaro's life as he gets scouted out. There's 4 heroes around him. Wow, boss, you are so dead. In characteristic fashion, obviously Puppey's gonna take the last hit, but look at this in the river. They set a trap for Armel. Do they have the damage to kill him? Is the question. One more hit on the Rolling Thunder. He tries to dodge it with the Slide of Fist, but it still ends up connecting. Lorinov finishing him off with yet another swashbuckle. What a trap from PuckChamp. They knew that the kill was gonna happen bottom, but because they see all these heroes taking the tier 1 tower and taking Kidaro's life, they also know no one is available to help Armel as the Ember Spirit goes down yet again.
Yeah, 2 kills now for Lorinov on his counterpart of the Ember Spirit. Means that he can really start to set this tempo. He's, he's like 50 gold away from his Blade of Alacrity, which is just the start of his Diffusal Blade. So once that comes up, he's going to be very, very scary in these next couple of team fights. But it's only 10 minutes in. Everything's doing pretty chill. I think I think Low Skill really has done a very, very good job at just having a great start to the game. 81 CS so far, 10 minutes in, 2-0. He's now being able to take over the triangle. He's going to have his Yasha in like 100 gold, and that's when it really starts to accelerate for the Terrorblade, right? You've got Maximal in Conjure Image, you're going to have the Yasha, you're going to be able to move between creep camp to creep camp extremely fast, now take down an Ancient Camp, and I think it's the onus is now transitioned back onto Secret, right? Because they're the ones who need to take down this Terrorblade because they're starting to fall behind this big bad carry.
Speaking of carry players, good game sense from Chrysalis as he manages to abandon the top lane just as the gank was coming in for him. They just triggered level 6 on Laze, so they wanted to try and go telekinesis into Doom, but he's backed off. He's safe. Mid lane, who might not be safe, is Lorinov, but he does get off the shield crash this time. And because he does, they know that they do not have the damage for this. Sweden Strong steals this young Searing Chains. Will chain up Armel underneath the tier 1 tower here. Have him take some pot shots. Force him to retreat a little bit. Does have 10 one charges, so might decide to re-engage. And I think they're just trying to waste as much time as they can on the side of PuckChamp, but they know that the tier 1 tower will almost certainly fall here. And Team Secret very happy to claim this. Nobody's able to bring it down though, so no bonus gold for any individual, but everybody gets spread evenly. You love to see it.
I think this is a very key tower to be able to take down here for Secret. He can start to invade the triangle. Low Skill, understanding this, wants to try and take over the Dire jungle because Chrysalis just really hasn't had the best of starts. I mean, it is a pretty decent start for the AD Mage, but he's not to one of these kind of rip-roarer starts like we're seeing Low Skill, who's had a pretty uncontested game so far. We have a Meteor Hammer up now for Laze as well, and Laze is, I'm pretty sure he's built Meteor Hammer in almost every hero that he's played so far, which is pretty wild considering that he's playing on a Doom, but could help them win this next fight.
Well, the fight's coming in right now for PuckChamp before they're really ready for this one. Laranov considered going back in for the swashbuckle, but sweet and strong. You could almost hear him being like, wait, don't do it, don't do it. Let me tank the gank, bro. I'll do it, I'll tank it. And they're like, okay. They let it go. They end up losing the life of the Rubik, but in the grand scheme of things, it is a rotation from Secret that is slightly successful. Some gold into the back pocket of Armel. And speaking of Laze as well, I was concerned for him a little bit because he was very far behind in experience. Look at him, he's level 7. His counterpart on the Beastmaster is level 9. And this is despite having Devour and the Meme Hammer. So he's really lacking in the experience department on this Doom. And Doom is one of these heroes that scales amazingly with levels. So I do want to see them prioritize him a little bit to make sure he can catch up to Boom.
Yeah, he has kind of had Sweden strong in his lane for a very, very long time. So I don't think we ever saw the Rubik. I think he moved out of lane like once. So sharing a lot of that experience, whereas you saw Puppy just make a whole lot of rotations, whereas you can see that Chrysalis was able to get a little bit more experience. So Laze is just going to have to sit back and recover. But this is kind of the beauty of the Meteor Hammer, right? Like you can just instantly kill a creep wave. You don't have to stay there all too long. You get all the gold, you get all the experience, and that just means you can start making more rotations.
Ooh, speaking of rotations, mid lane we see one as Armel yet again connecting with Yamich to throw in the Searing Chains arrow combination. Now that Armel does have this at level 3, you can set up to ensure that the arrow lands pretty much every single time. Been utilizing it to good effect, and they're just like trying to keep control of this entire area. Make sure that this anti-mage still has access to his own jungle to farm. Laze is not going to feel too confident pushing onto the tower to utilize the Meme Hammer. And of course, they know that Boom is completely controlling the bottom side of the map. Man, this map play from Secret right now is hella solid. They're just denying the ability for PuckChamp to make any big moves. And until they get the full Diffusal Blade on Laranov, I don't think they actually want to make any of these big moves. They might not have the damage to find any kills.
Yeah, and this is where, you know, the draft from Secret really comes into play, right? Like they have this super simple 1-2 combination to be able to play the map, and it just means that you've got a hero like Beastmaster who's very self-sufficient. Chrysalis just needs Puppy to kind of hovering around him. Doesn't need him like super close, but needs him kind of in the same vicinity to be able to enable him to farm. So Secret are playing this kind of 2-2-1 style very, very strong. This is something that we're seeing a bit more of a resurgence from in a lot of these top tier teams, has been not them kind of sticking around as 5 heroes, just trying to make sure they have these strong, you know, 1-2 heroes to get stuff done.
Speaking of 1-2 punches, we see that they go in for Armel right now. He dodges the swashbuckle. Oh no. The final stun did not come in time. And although Kidaro had an amazing initiation, they're unable to keep Armel pinned down. And here come reinforcements from Secret. They want Kidaro first and foremost. Yamich finding him with the arrow, and they're able to bring him down. Sweet and Strong blocked in by the Helvet Smasher. And man, this is why if you give Puppy the Enchantress, after all these years, Mans has still got it. And they keep in these supports. That fight could have turned very differently. If Armel dies first, suddenly Team Secret feeling much less likely to keep the chase going. But Armel survives. He gets to poke in with damage on the far end. Despite being the primary target of that fight, he turned around and dealt 1,500 damage here, Fluke. Team Secret turning things around in that fight.
Yeah, it's a little awkward for them just because you could see that Laranov just didn't have anything to bounce off of. And that's kind of the rough part with Pangolier, is sometimes that you can find these great initiations, but if you don't have anything to bounce off of, then like your Rolling Thunder can really feel bad into these heroes that you need to chain stun. So Armel was lucky to survive that last one. But PuckChamp, they're doing a really good job at just constantly being in the face of Team Secret. They may lose Hedrick again.
Is he dead? Oh, Armel. I don't know about this one, Armel. I think he might just have to be merciful and just let him go, lest he risk his own life. And you see some TB illusions being nearby. That does mean they're going to aggress on top lane as well. Laze is in danger here. They are going to jump onto him. A couple of hits come in from the anti-mage. There's going to be the Hurricane back, and oh no, he got counterspelled on the Doom. Crystallis with the outplays onto Laze.
Yeah, damn, that was sick. I mean, you love to see it. I'm a big Animage fan. I know there's a lot of players out there that hate seeing this hero, but I love watching Animage. I think he's a very high skill kind of hero. And a lot of skill expression. Oh, Lorinov
also
I
dies. That's the combo.
You really hate to see it.
Yeah. I hate to see it. It's a pub ruining experience. It's also ruining Lorinov's game right now. Chains, arrow, damage, death. PugChamp really feeling on the back foot here. There's pretty much nowhere on the map they can play confidently. Even low skill forced to farm in front of a tier 2 tower. Top lane, they actually might try to go onto Kidaro as well. Look at this puppy running around with a stolen conjure image from the Terrorblade. He doesn't have a TP, doesn't have any avenues of escape. As Armel gets the kill with this illusion, or this invis rune rather. They just in control, Fluke.
Yeah, it's just the massive amount of map control that Team Secret have. The fact that they have these scary pairs, and this is kind of what I was talking about. This kind of like 2-2-1 style for a lot of these teams has really started to come to prominence, and that's why you see heroes like Enchantress, Beastmaster, Mirana, and these heroes are just unable to combo with them, because if you have kill threat with like just 2 heroes, it means you can just put those 2 heroes together and still get an experience lead.
They're gonna try force a kill right now onto this Enchantress. He is falling fairly low, but Armel coming in with the Searing Chains and huge damage there from the Slide of Fist. Enables them to bring down Kidaro. They have a Primal Roar onto low skill. Can he sunder a target? No, he cannot. Yamage end up getting that kill. Sweden Strong does manage to steal the arrow. It gets tanked up by the Marana, but unfortunately Sweden Strong should still die here. Beautiful Searing Chains combination from Armel. Sets up the double kill for Boom. And Team Secret eliminate 4 heroes on the Radiant side of the map. And that was a fight that PugChamp started, but certainly not a fight they were able to finish.
Yeah, this game looked so good for PugChamp in the first maybe 10 minutes. Low skill had a good time. Lays, yeah, he was a little bit behind when it comes to the experience, but his net worth was perfectly fine. Lorinov didn't have too many issues. I think they just kind of stagnated super hard. They weren't able to hit their next timing, and the fact that Team Secret are just able to run around with this Ember plus Mirana combo, who again are going to get another kill, just makes it so hard for PugChamp to sit back for these couple of minutes where they need to try and get, you know, they wanted the hook shot, they wanted to make sure they had Diffuser Blade out on the Pango, and maybe one other item for the Doom, right? And Secret just did a really, really good job of just punishing them before they get to this critical mass, because Doom and TB are 2 heroes that aren't really going to do much on the map together, and they just punish the one hero that is able to do stuff for PugChamp. And I mean, they're just playing really, really good Dota right now, and I didn't see how PugChamp can come back into this.
Well, down bottom, Lorinov forced to just use Rolling Thunder and just get himself away. Unfortunately, that is their primary teamfight spell at the moment. So they have no more teamfight to defend this tier 2 tower with down bottom. Should be a fairly easy push for Team Secret. To make matters worse, you see Chrysalis has just been playing as the anti-mage, not really been involved in the last few engagements. It's always very, very scary when you're losing to a team that has anti-mage. You're playing 4v5 and still losing most of these engagements. And Chrysalis just gets to farm up, get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. This anti-mage building into the Basher, erstwhile this Doom, and this Pangolier not necessarily scaling in the same fashion. Pango especially has really been kept depressed, man. He's gotten this Diffuser over Corrosion, only now he gets a Blink, but where's the scaling potential in the way that this game is going right now? He might still end up being one of the first people to die in the upcoming engagements, given that he's so squishy as well.
Yeah, he's 1200 health, so this is kind of the sad part about playing Pango. Sometimes you just go on this little feed train, and then your hero feels really rough to play. And Secret, they understand that there's only 2 scary heroes on the map in Lays as well as low skill, so they want to try and deal with them now.
One of them is going to get brought down potentially in this top lane. Lays gonna get himself stunned up with the Searing Chains, activates the first BKB of the game for him, make sure that he's not caught out by the combination, and they manage to escape on Kidaro at the same time. Alright, not bad, but at the same time, that is still a BKB charge expended just to try and get back to safety. So that just invites Team Secret to go and have a date with the big man wandering inside the Roshan pit for the Aegis.
Yep, they're getting an Aegis. Lincoln Sphere just completed as well here for Armel, so he's going to be impossible to deal with. They still do have some chain stuns that are AoE chain stuns, so it's not like he's going to really be able to run around these fights, but shouldn't have to worry about being, you know, like telekinesis into Doomed or They're rolling thundered, like instantaneously getting diffusal purged and all that kind of stuff. So should allow him to have a lot of freedom in these fights. But yeah, Secret, they just take Roche. That means now that they have a Aegis on their anti-mage who has full basher completed. I think if they kind of just 5-man, they can just walk around and take a lot of these towers. Like, Doom doesn't have Blink just yet. They're going to have to rely on Lauranov's Blink Rolling Thunder. And then you're going to have to get low skill involved in these fights. And I guess they do have the items for it. Now with BKB being completed, they're close to a Blink Dagger on Lays. So maybe in the next couple of minutes, we might see PuckChamp be able to come in with a full 5v5 and see if they can test their metal against Team Secret.
Right now, it's a difficult 5v5, given that they do have access to the Aegis. However, they might be able to maybe catch Team Secret here because they don't have their 2 supports with them. However, with the Lincoln Sphere up on Armel, very annoying target to go upon. But there's that Blink Dagger you just mentioned for Lays. And several heroes are stacking up on the top side of the map. So I think they're thinking about how badly they want to go in for this engagement. It's a very tough call to make because the reward is really, really high if you succeed. But the risk of going in for this fight, pretty high as well. Not so for the side of Secret, as they are smoked up. They're prepared and willing to come to your side of the map. Not going to find anything just yet, but the fact that they are here and always, you know that they're going to be a constant presence. Oh, but here we go. Smoke up, all 5 heroes. They're like, boys, we can't just play inside of our base all day. We got to go in. But take a look at the vision they have on the map. They see so little. All they see is Yamit right now, who's a very poor target. But they find Boom, a much better target. If they can bring down this Beastmaster, which they should be able to do. Low skill collects the kill. Team Secret thinking about re-engaging. They've already brought down Kidaru, and here comes the anti-mage Chrysalis. He wants the big target of the Terrorblade. They've already lost the Rubik as well. Low skill goes in with the BKB. He might still get bashed up though, and indeed it happens. The Thunder onto Amel keeps him alive as the BKB duration though is starting to whittle down. But it protects him long enough to get into the base and to safety. Team Secret though lose their first hero in quite a while. However, the expenditure of spells on the side of low skill, Lays as well as Laranov, pretty high in order to try and make that kill happen.
Yeah, exactly. And you can just see what happens when the Doom gets used. Armel says, all right, free reign for me. I'm just going to walk in. I'm just going to start a fisting everywhere. They can't touch Chrysalis at all. I don't think they have the damage just yet to be able to deal with him. He doesn't have that much HP, but it's just the fact that he has Blink every 5 seconds, and them being able to chain stomp him and Armel means that one of those 2 cores is going to have a free time. Chains into Arrow. Yamich didn't want to throw it, it seems.
They're playing with their food a bit. They want to apologize to Boom. They're like, Soz, mate. You deserve an assist for tanking the Doom earlier. He's like, okay, thanks, boys.
Yeah, once he gets BKB, if he's fast enough on the fingers, he should be able to live that pretty handedly. I think there was almost a point where he was going to survive. You know, maybe if Puppy was a little closer with the Nature's Attendants and the mech came in a little bit earlier from Yamich, he would have lived, but yeah, Secret, they're happy with that. They know that there's BKBs being utilized for PuckChamp, but the thing is, PuckChamp are kind of forced into those usages, right? Like, they need to make sure that they're staying alive up against Team Secret, especially after they utilize the Doom.
PuckChamp at the moment feeling like they are under a lot of pressure. 97% win probability from Dota Plus, so they are not being favored whatsoever. However, this is also a Terrorblade game, and one of the constants in Dota has always been that in a sufficiently late enough game, Terrorblade can 1v5 the enemy team. The question is, will they ever be able to get there at this pace? They might be able to find the Enchantress here. Puppy might have flown a little bit too close to the sun, gets himself war stomped up. But do they have the damage for this kill? Puppy, not an easy target by any stretch of the imagination. And in fact, here come reinforcements. Chrysalis jumping onto Sweden Strong first and foremost. They want this Rubik, but the stolen illusions. Okay, burning away the AM's mana. Shout out to Low Skill for getting in that Rang Reflection. If he doesn't get that reflection, that's probably just a dead Rubik. But because he does, there's no mana void. Rubik is allowed to live.
Yeah, that's the thing with Animate, right? Like, he was full mana. He blinked in, pressed Manta style, and got hit like once or twice by his own reflection. And then he couldn't even mana void. So Sweden Strong lives, and you could see that they wanted to try and commit onto Puppy, but the fact that they didn't have the outpost meant that there was just TPs coming in, and the TPs just put too much pressure on PuckChamp because they don't want to throw this tenuous hold they have left on this game, right? Like, they are still 15k behind, and when I say hold, I mean it is barely by their fingertips staying inside of this game. In fact, they haven't lost tier 3 towers and Atlanta racks just yet, so they did a good job at waiting out the Aegis as well. So maybe this next couple of fights, they can try and eke out a few more of these core kills. I think if they kill AM, or if they kill Armel within like the next like couple of minutes, they might be able to inject a lot of gold into low skill's hands, but I don't even know if these next couple of items are going to be that impactful. Like, maybe this butterfly is going to be huge, but it's a lot of magic damage that can come out for Team Secret. Maybe if we're looking towards what's Lay's going for next, Octarine Core, I don't think it's going to be that impactful. Lorinov has a Lincoln Sphere soon, so he doesn't have to worry about being mana voided or rawed, I guess. So that's pretty big.
Yep. Does feel like that's one of the big concerns for him. And one of the reasons why it's always nice to go on Boom first. If you don't catch Boom, then you just get roared in the middle of the team fight. A lot of time wasted in the Rolling Thunder. Rubik steals enchantress, or the enchant, so that's going to be fun to see. Just the little creeps and illusions being traded in both directions.
Yeah, they traded a TB illusion. Puppy enchanted it. Sweden Strong Soul enchanted it back. So,
they're going to get this catch onto Rubik. Sweden Strong. Is he dead? Oh, dude, this Glimmer Cape has been making a lot of space for him. It will still end up with him being dead, but he does have buyback if needed. They're going onto Yamich here. Fight being forced onto the high ground. Here comes low skill as well. Kidaro finding himself in an awkward position as he's holding the staircase, but that just makes it way too easy for these spells to land on the side of Team Secret. So both supports are dead. Both of them do have buyback. However, Team Secret will just take the tier 2 towers and bide their time before their next date with Roshan.
Yep. It's once you miss the hook shot on Kadaro, like, you're kind of just a body, and you're just waiting to see what your team can get out of you, putting your life on the line. And unfortunately for him, he went a little bit too far and just died out. And now you can see, pardon me, that that Puck Champ, they know that like this next team fight is going to be oh so important. I think if there's an Aegis going in the hands of Secret once again, they're just going to start knocking on this tier 3 tower. Then once these tier 3 towers start to fall, it's going to be harder and harder for PuckChamp to win this game. They need like a team fight to slightly go in their favor. Otherwise, you know, once you lose a lane of racks, his net worth lead is just going to start to balloon out super heavily. It's going to be hard for you to try and kill one of these cores once, let alone twice against Team Secret. So I want to see them be aggressive, and that's what they're doing now with this smoke.
Going on a bit of an adventure here. Regrettably for them, they do not have any positive vision to allow them to force this fight on their own terms. Clockwork considering throwing down some rockets, but this might just be a warding adventure as well. Nobody on Secret is playing up this hill next to the outpost. They will reveal themselves by reclaiming the outpost, but now they have to retreat with immediate effect. And Team Secret, they recognize this. They actually might find low skill. He hasn't popped the BKB just yet to get himself out. Yamich doing his best to try and close the gap, but they won't be able to find him. They read the wrong direction. So they get out, but Kidaro might not be as lucky. Caught inside this triangle. Will he be allowed to escape? This just seems like the Kidaro story, man. It's just been so rough to be playing Clockwork in this game. Gets caught and killed by Chrysalis, who is closing down the barrel of a butterfly as he has completed here a full BKB for this anti-mage. Oh boy. So the only kind of control they had on him before was the Rolling Thunder after the hookshot landed. But now that he has BKB, if he gets this BKB off, he just doesn't even care about being doomed anymore. He can just stand his ground and be like, alright, do y'all really think you can kill me before my team kills you? Probably not.
And AM has a lot of ways of counterplaying the Doom as well, especially free.
Speaking of the Doom, mid lane, they actually get the Doom out onto the Ember Spirit. He went to try and kill Sweden Strong. He might get denied here, even if he does live, but they're doing their utmost on the side of Team Secret to ensure that that's not the case.
No, he survives.
He's going to be able to survive this, and here comes the anti-mage. Chrysalis goes on to Sweden Strong, finds the mana void. He does get reflected, but not before he gets off the ultimate. And now Armel wants to get back into the fray. Like you said earlier, once he knows Doom is down, this entire game is his playground. Does get caught with the hookshot just for a moment, but it does not matter. Chrysalis jumping into the fight. Primal roll onto the TB. TB cannot sunder. He loses his life. No buyback available for him. And now they mop up the rest of this team fight. The two supports both buy back. Both of them will have died back. Lorinov, the lone survivor. But without Rolling Thunder, without any other tools to his name, surely we're going to be seeing the golden letters come out soon as Team Secret just proving to be much too strong for PuckChamp here in game number 1.
Yeah, that was kind of the best initiation they could have gotten, right? Like, they forced Armel, they were able to get through the Lincoln Sphere, get the Doom out, but they just weren't able to convert onto the kill, onto the Ember Spirit. They did such a good job with the 4-staff, the Guardian Greaves, the Nature's Attendants as well from Team Secret, and as soon as that Doom goes wayward and you don't commit and get a big kill, yeah, this game's already hard, and now it just gets even harder. And I think right now PuckChamp are just thinking about, what do we do for draft number 2? Do we feel like this was a drafting issue? Do we feel like this was a skill issue? What's something that we need to try and emphasize going into game number 2? Because this is all important series for both these two teams, right? Team Secret, they're currently sitting at 2-1, I believe. So if they go after this, it's 3-1. They start to match a team like Ancient Tribe, who are at the top. And same thing with PuckChamp. If they go down 0-4, I don't know, man. The rest of the tour is, you're probably thinking about promotion in a little bit of a distant future, but relegation could definitely be a realistic thing on the cards if they're down 0-4.
Yep. I mean, if they do go down 0-4 with still some pretty hard games to go, that doesn't speak well to the future of PuckChamp. But they're going for the Hail Mary fight. You see this all the time. When things are going really, really rough, you try to take one last engagement. 12 seconds until they have the Doom, though, and they need that particular spell. Unfortunately for them, Aegis sitting on Armel, so he's a terrible target. And we're going to go in first for Armel. Low skill, going to be trying to dish out those physical damage. Can they bring down the first life? No, they cannot. Huge Mana Void coming in from Chrysalis, and they have to clean up 3 heroes on the side of PuckChamp. Immediately, they're all gone. No buyback for any of them. Armel finishes off his Shivas in celebration as PuckChamp call GG and allow Team Secret to secure game number 1.
Yeah, that was a massive Hail Mary. As you said, they were still like 10 seconds away from the Doom, and as soon as they go in, Armel's the one with the Aegis this time around. They gave it to Chrysalis for the first 2 times, gave it to Armel this 3rd time because they understand that if December Spirit goes down, things can start to get dicey for them. But I mean, that was a very, very clinical game from Team Secret. I think that's the best way to push it. I don't think they kind of overly dominated the first 10-15 minutes, but the way they played their mid game, their macro movements between Armel and Yamich was absolutely on point. Boom was kind of left to his own devices, and Chrysalis just did exactly what you want out of your star carry play. You want him to sit back and hit creeps until he gets very, very strong, and that's what he did. And as soon as Team Secret were able to get these big leads, then it was very, very hard for them to win this game. And this is something I was talking about with a few other people going into this series beforehand, that I think Armel is probably one of the players on Team Secret that is doing a lot of work for them, is really starting to come into his own once again. And if you label him to have an even lane, but then a mid game where he just kind of runs around and destroys everyone, then your game's going to be hard in these Div 2 games. So I really want to see PuckChamp make sure that Lorinov has a very favorable matchup. Maybe we start putting a little bit more emphasis from Sweden Strong to go in towards that mid lane and start to shut down Armel, because that's the games that Team Secret have struggled, I believe. It has been from when Armel has struggled in that mid lane. So it's probably something that PuckChamp are looking for in this game number 2 to try and shut down Armel.
I mean, Armel definitely has to be the MVP for this one as well, right? Involved in 30 of his team's 32 kills, 8-2 and 22. By himself, he did more damage than all 3 of the cores combined on the side of PuckChamp, just creating all the space in the world. And like you mentioned, because Chrysalis is playing this anti-mage, he just gets to play on the side lanes, farm it up, because Armel is the one that's just going in, making all the space in this game. Excellent itemization as well, going into the Blink Dagger after this Lincoln Sphere. This just felt like such a free game for him. And I think the big concern for me here, Fluke, is the fact that at the end of the draft, both of us were like, there's a 99.99% chance they pick Ember Spirit. So there's no way PuckChamp did not see this coming themselves. They had to have been aware that this was going to be the matchup they play. And they didn't necessarily do enough to either counter him in the laning phase or just to play around Armel. I think we didn't really see, maybe the idea was Doom was going to get a couple of Dooms out onto him. We get kills in that direction, but we didn't necessarily see that happen outside of one occasion that Armel got doomed. He didn't even die in that occasion, even though he went super far forward in the fight. And if an Ember Spirit feels comfortable blinking into you, getting doomed, surviving the fight, and still dishing out more damage than any of your cores, that's, yeah, pretty much done and dusted. There's no way you get the W under those circumstances. So PuckChamp certainly have to go back to the drawing board here if they want to try and figure out a way to deal with Team Secret. Otherwise, they are staring down the barrel of a 0-4 start, or more or less 0-4 halfway point to their Division 2 journey. Starting to have awkward conversations about relegation. But for Team Secret, more of the same, please. Just keep doing this. They'll be on a very good path. I think everything, you know how I know that a team is doing well, Fluke, when there's one standout player, obviously Mel did really well, but everybody else, it's hard to pick who was a standout, right? They just played exactly what their draft was supposed to do, pretty much to perfection here in game 1.
Yeah, and I think it just goes to show Poppy's experience and leadership, right? Just be able to understand that the early couple of stages weren't extremely dominant, but the way that they macroed, they macroed themselves to a dominant victory, and the way they were able to play around in their pairs and play the map as well. Just they soaked up so much net worth that even when you're playing up against a Doom and a TB, you out-farmed them. So I think Team Secret are in a really, really good spot to be able to put themselves 3-1 here in Tour 2 and then have some easier matchups to finish out the tour, especially with the potential of the patch on the horizon. So these guys are looking good. But PuckChamp, they definitely have ways to be able to come into this series. They have a few avenues they can try and tighten up and a few heroes they can start to target. But it's going to be hard to take down Secret in a full best of 3.
It's going to be difficult indeed. PuckChamp will have to dig deep and find the high skill necessary to take game 2. We'll find out if they have what it takes in game 2. So don't go anywhere, a very short break, and then we come back to see what might be the last game of the day. So let's find out together what happens just in a moment.
I can change this go big. This one. Oh shit. Fuck.
I give you Grace, I give you here for stuff, play with me.
Yeah.
And the closing you too.
Yeah, nice. I'm still alive, guys. I'm still alive.
I am very tanky. Come. 4 seconds. Go. I'm shooting heal, big heal.
Welcome one and all. We have returned again here to Western European Division 2 action in the DPC, witnessing Team Secret taking on the side of PuckChamp. PuckChamp currently 0-3 in the division. If they lose this, they'll be 0-4. While Team Secret trying to make sure that they recover from their loss up against the D2 Hustlers, who are currently at the top of the division undefeated, by winning this one and going 3-1. Master Fluke, I've got some bad news for you. Both of us, I think, want some more games, want some more Dota. But Team Secret, they're playing on second pick and they're playing with Dire. That particular combination here in Western Europe has a 66% win rate. So those odds from esportsbet.io, 1.19 versus 4.29, I think they might have to be a little bit further afield, maybe some 7 or 8, given how strong this particular side selection is.
Yeah, it's a very deadly combination. Obviously, in the draft, you have a lot of emphasis on this second pick, just be able to have a lot of those counter picks. A lot of the first pick heroes, you know, a lot of the time you're more than happy with giving some of them away, and you just get this 1-2 punch. And then obviously having the little bit extra with the second pick, being able to have the final pick overall. And also the counter pick in the second phase as well is massive. So second pick has been very, very strong for a long time. And will continue to be strong. And obviously the Dire side will always be strong. I think it's just going to be naturally one of those stronger sides to be able to play on. So Team Secret, dominant game number 1 on Dire. And now we're going into game number 2, where they have Dire and second pick.
Oof. It's only going to be strong for one more week, hopefully. Only for one more week.
True.
We shall see. All right, PuckChamp, do the right thing. Pick Disruptor. There we go. That's what we need to see. Nice. Make sure that you're in a winning position. They banned Rubik, of course, and there's no Monkey King that they've taken out as well. This does mean that the DK that Team Secret banned out in the previous game is also still available. And with Disruptor being a field, it's a lot less likely that you first phase Anti-Mage here on the side of Team Secret, but we shall see. And I kind of feel like it's probably better to first phase Anti-Mage if you have first pick, right? So you pick him on 8, then you can ban around to protect him and make sure he doesn't have a bad game.
Yeah, exactly. I think now Team Secret are probably going to open with like Mirana +1. So you're going to go to the Tuskar this time around. So that is something that Armel has played in the past as well. But obviously Yamich has been a seasoned Tusk player for the longest time. So I'd imagine that's going to be something that's going to be going into his pocket. So maybe Death Prophet for Team Secret. You just go like Tusk DP, very, very strong lane. The Disruptor can deal with it, but you know, you build things like Guardian Greaves Pipe on the DP, builds a BKB as well, and it's very, very hard for the Disruptor to play with because he hates playing in these heroes that just kind of run at him. And that could be the scary thing for PuckChamp, is if just Team Secret have these strong lanes where they just constantly run at you, deal with these heroes and get rid of it. So it's just the Death Prophet. It also means it saves them from like an Ember Spirit pick here from PuckChamp as well. If that goes in towards the mid lane, Armel would love to play this DP into the Ember Spirit. So PuckChamp, they just get natures themselves.
Okay. I like the fact that Team Secret did pick up this DP because it denies it away from PuckChamp. DP Disruptor, super strong duo. But with Nature's Prophet, means that they have some kind of push. One thing that we saw in the previous game that PuckChamp really struggled with was making rotations and feeling strong when those rotations were made. With Nature's Prophet, not only do you give some bonus damage with the Wrath of Nature elsewhere on the map, but you can physically show up and ensure that they actually have the punch necessary for some of these heroes. It's also a hero that can play a lot faster than the TB. I think that's one of the things we saw in the last game. At some point, low skill, despite how farm he was, didn't feel like he could make a meaningfully large contribution to the team fights. With Nature's Prophet, it takes like, what, 2 items before you're like, right, boys, let's go. I'm just going to get involved in pretty much every single engagement. I like it. It also means that they're flexible. They can go for the off-lane Nature's Prophet, put this in the safe lane. We've even seen this hero mid. So a lot of flexibility right now for PuckChamp, which I think against a side like Team Secret, last game it was very apparent what the PuckChamp strategy was going to be. And I think Team Secret definitely exploited that. This game is going to be a little bit more open-ended in terms of what they're trying to accomplish on the map.
Yeah, exactly. And I think they really punished the Doom pick as well. The Doom and the TB really can't play with each other unless they have some heroes that enable them, and they just didn't have the supports to be able to do that last time around for PuckChamp. So Team Secret, they are more than happy to have these heroes once again, and they can play fast once again if they do want to play the DP in certain other lanes, whereas PuckChamp have, again, enabled themselves to be able to play a little faster. I would like to see some more of these very strong laners be banned out from Team Secret. If you make it so that low skill has a rough lane into the Death Prophet, maybe you see like a You can see a Drow band coming out here as well. I'm not sure if I'm super sold on like the natures into this Tusk DP lane. I feel like he can kind of be ran out super early on. They will have the glimpse to be able to deal with it in the lane, but I feel like he could definitely be on a bit of a feed train. And if the natures is one of those heroes that doesn't have a nice early game, he can really find it hard to have a footing in the game. So maybe PuckChamp, they just moved his nature somewhere else, and they just have a very strong laner for PuckChamp.
They still have some information to come in from Team Secret, as Secret gonna be the team that's picking first out of the phase. They ban out the clockwork right now, so they could be angling towards having a range carry themselves on the side of Team Secret. Clock, let's see, what else? What do they not want to play into it? They could go for the draw themselves, potentially. It could be, I don't think they go sniper in this game, but anything that just sits as far back as humanly possible, generally speaking, is very nice to play when there's no clockwork in the game. For
Could also
PuckChamp,
be setting up for a Primal Beast as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Big counter to natures and something that Armel loves to play.
I was actually going to bring that up and say for PuckChamp, they should consider banning Primal Beast. In the last game, they did it in the second phase. If they don't here, and then Team Secret do pick Primal, then suddenly you actually can't play Nature's Prophet in the safe lane anymore. You just get ran out too quickly. If it's an off-lane Primal, he can actually kill you in the lanes. But they leave it in the pool. So Team Secret have the option here. Do we pick Primal or do we have it picked against us? Because we have seen some of these drafts that have like Disrupted, Nature's Prophet, and the Primal Beast look very, very strong with some decent mid-game timing. So here's where we get to see the brain of Puppy in action to see how important the Primal Beast is going to be for their draft.
Yeah, I think definitely it's something that Heen's thinking of as well, right? Like that's the beauty of Team Secret is the fact that they have 2 giga brains in Dota to be able to bounce ideas off. So I'd imagine you're probably just going to ban one of the carriers that you don't want to play against, and then you pick the Primal Beast. So maybe they just go like ban Drow, pick Primal, see the PuckChamp response, and then go pot him for Team Secret. I know Puppy has been playing that a whole boatload, and then you can kind of enable that with maybe another melee carry coming in from Chrysalis, who has had a pretty big hero pool, I'd imagine. I know that was something that a lot of people kind of criticized him in the past about, was his hero puddle, but definitely has started to branch out a little bit more onto some of these bigger carry kind of heroes.
They're burning through the reserve time though on the side of Team Secret, really considering this particular ban. I want to make sure that they do not mess this one up. Let's see. Options for them. They might also want to take out a support, maybe. We've seen Undying, Disruptor being played quite a lot, but I think we've all been slowly but surely losing faith in Undying as a hero. So I doubt that they're going to go for that on the side of PuckChamp, even though that duo is very, very strong. And right now, Team Secret has no way to reach the Tombstone if it does come out for them.
Yeah, I do agree. Oh, they're going to go for Jakiro. Okay, so
we saw this the other day, right?
Yeah, I was tossing up about whether or not they're going to pick the Primal there and then have risk of it being countered by the 1-2 from PuckChamp, or try and be a little greedier in the draft and get one of their supports here that they wanted to play for Puppy, and then they wait for the 1-2 response from PuckChamp and then close it out with a Primal and then ban out for Chrysalis to try and get this final pick of the draft. So I like this Jakiro. It's something that I can't remember who was talking about. I think it was Purge was talking about it. The reason why we're seeing Jakiro a whole lot more is because he is one of the very, very few heroes in Dota that has an attack speed slow, and an AoE attack speed slow as well. So these heroes with summons like Nature's Prophet, they struggle into these heroes that can just kind of just sit there and AoE slow their summons, who naturally don't have high attack speed. So maybe you might be seeing PuckChamp build these auras to enable the attack speed, to make sure they can get through this Jakiro's attack speed slow. So I like it, but as you said, Undying, great pickup right now, and they're going to go back for the Pangolier as well. So not too many issues right now with PuckChamp's draft. I think it's very safe and very straightforward. But again, they can still be punished quite heavily by a Primal right now.
Does feel like their draft is much better than it was in the previous game, at least for playing cohesively together. This Jack, we saw it against Nature's Prophet and we saw it against Beastmaster together. Yeah. So we're probably going to be seeing more of it as time goes on. And yeah, like you said, Primal Beast, it's
just too good.
It's too good. This hero in this game, right? I look at PuckChamp, I'm like, all right, not that much burst damage to get through this Primal Beast. Nature's Prophet can get there eventually, but if this Primal buys BKB, you just run into the fight and create so much havoc for everybody. It's one of the 4 heroes that Armel has played. He hasn't played that many different heroes, but when you've been dominating on all of them, you don't need to play that many different heroes. On the bright side, for the side of PuckChamp,
They do not have that easy combo of like Primal Beast into Morana or something where you just get chain disabled for 10 years. Yeah, sure, Jakiro can help out with the Young Ice Path, but they have some better tools to be able to deal with that, I guess. Hopefully we get some aura building. Undying can heal you up with the Soul Rip, keep the fight going, and you just drop Tombstone. They don't have a really good Tombstone hitter. So pre-BKB, I do like PogChamp's draft a lot more, but once Primal Beast and Death Prophet get BKBs, things start to get very, very difficult for them.
Yeah, and this is something that I have seen a boatload over this tour, is teams picking this Disruptor Undying combination, but not enabling it with other heroes that have lockdown to keep people in an area, right? Like, you are so reliant on kinetic field and static storm combo to be able to keep people around this Tombstone for PogChamp. Yes, you can utilize the Rolling Thunder, but it can be quite unreliable. So if Team Secret, if they just, as you said, get some BKBs, then what are PogChamp really gonna do? And that's why I am starting to lose a little bit more faith in this Undying, because it is being paired with all these heroes that just don't have the stuns and the lockdown required to make it look really, really good and scale in towards that mid game. So I really want to see PogChamp get themselves a little bit more AoE control that enables them to kind of play around some of these lower cooldowns, something they can just set up for a fight that gets to stay around the Tombstone. I like this OD ban because you can kind of just Astral the Primal Beast in the lane. You just drop a Tombstone before they come out of the Astral, then it's about 1 to 2 zombies by the time they get down. Then you're requiring the Primal to kind of run out of that, and other heroes, if they get caught out by that, they just die. So I like these bans coming in here from Team Secret. So just another hero with kind of a lowish cooldown disable to enable them to be able to play in areas they want to for PogChamp, because the draft they have is they want to play in an area. They want to play in this small little circle, and they want to force Team Secret to fight them in that circle and lose, so then they can start to take objectives.
Let's see. What's available for PogChamp for low skill? I imagine they still, like, Secret are hesitant about, they think that this Pango's going off lane, and that Nature's Prophet is safe lane, and that they're still looking for a hero to go mid for Lorinov. And all right, this could vindicate that belief. The Shadow Fiend comes out, but SF could actually play in multiple places as well. I think they're going to decide where they wanted to go afterwards. It does somewhat fit the bill of what you were talking about. A hero that can play from very early on in the game. You buy a BKB, you're ready to go. And you just want to get on the map, make things happen. They have Roche potential right now as well, building potential between the SF and the Nature's Prophet. And some pretty decent team fight, like Disruptor, Undying, Shadow Fiend. This feels pretty good in terms of being able to ensure that you have both control and damage in the midst of these fights. It's also a hero that can punch through Primal Beast and DP when the BKBs eventually come online.
Yeah, they do have a decent amount of damage now for PogChamp, but again, it could be one of those issues where they just run into not having enough of these easy lockdown spells to be able to hit. The Fury is good for control, but it doesn't enable you to stick somebody in the same position. If anything, they could just run out of the kinetic field. So we'll see if it's able to work out here for PogChamp, and they're going to abuse that with the Phantom Lancer here. So one hero that is very good at dealing with the Tombstone. It isn't the freest of PL games. He has to worry about a whole lot of stuff. You can doppelganger out of the Glimpse, which is something that we're seeing a lot more teams focus on these days, is being able to deal with Glimpse in as part of your hero's kit. Also interesting, Team Secret, they've decided to transition the Primal Beast and the Offlane and Armel pick up the DP simply because of the Shadow Fiend. Just makes it a whole lot easier for the DP to win that lane. Can kind of bully the SF2 in certain scenarios, and it just means now that low skill's the one that picks up the Nature's Prophet, that Yamich as well as Boom, I mean, that's a pretty kill-heavy lane if you ask me with Primal Beast and Tusk.
Dude, they actually get so much out of this. Putting Armel middle, like you mentioned, decent matchup into the SF. The Primal Beast demolishes Nature's Prophet on that side of the map. And you're playing with this Disruptor as your 5 position. Yeah, they'll have glimpses every now and then, but you get glimpse back once. Look at the mobility from these heroes, right? You mentioned earlier the Tusk snowball save away from the glimpse. It also means that you can get forward, so they can't use glimpse defensively in that fashion. So that's a dangerous part of the map. This PL, it's the first one we've had so far in Division 2 here in Western Europe. Completely not picked, not bad whatsoever. Puppy coming in at the 24 pick. Outside of like some instances, if he gets caught out by some stuns, if Chrysalis gets to this uber late timing in the game, this feels like one of these PL games where it could just be doing PL things the entire time, given that there aren't that many sources of burst damage on the side of PogChamp. So let's see what they've got. PogChamp,
if there's ever going to be a time to come back, it's going to be in a draft where you have Shadow Fiend and Nature's Prophet and Undying and Disruptor. The offlane Pangolier, there's some questions that can be asked, but certainly should be a bit more dynamic than what we saw from the Doom earlier on today. So let's get into it, Mr. Fluke. Game number 2 could be their last one for the series, last one for the night. And do you think PugChamp's chances are... Well, what would you rate the odds of them winning this game percentage-wise against Team Secret?
I think off draft alone, I think they have some pretty decent answers. Like I like the Shadow Fiend as a core. I think players have really started to figure out how to utilize him properly. And I don't think Secret really have these kind of end-all be-all lanes, especially if we see Kadaro go bottom with the Undying into the Primal Tusk lane. That's something I didn't really talk about, is going into 2 strength heroes, he should be able to do pretty well. And if Swedenstrong goes to the opposite lane and goes in towards the safe lane, they can start to bully this chick hero with the Pangolier. So they have decent lanes here, but off recent form, I would have to definitely favor Team Secret, probably like 60-40 here, because they kind of have to overplay their lanes a little bit. Armel's not on a hero like Ember Spirit, where he's one of those heroes that just kind of, I don't want to say naturally takes over the game, but an Ember Spirit that is untouched can really just snowball super hard, whereas DP is a little bit more finesse-based. I think you have to like really dominate on DP to be, you know, a kind of 1v9 hero that we've seen in the past. And they lose three bounty rings.
Yeah, they do.
Chrysalis is dead.
Chrysalis is also going to get themselves brought down at the first blood. Are they going to give it to Laranov? Indeed, they will. Okay, you're talking about good case scenarios for PugChamp. This is the best case. You kill the opposing carry. The kill goes the way of the Shadow Fiend. So he pretty much got bottled to start the game with well before Armel's going to be able to pick up his. And suddenly we're talking about that laning prowess that we want to see from the Death Prophet. Not going to be able to utilize it all that much if Laranov is already off to such a good start. Okay. And, you know, actually, we should have seen this coming, though. You know, you and I have only done, here in Western Europe, I think 1 2-0 game. Every other one has always gone to 2-1, so...
Yep.
But if history's any marker, we should be expecting a nice long series here today.
Yeah, it's almost like the Dirty Universe smiles upon me and says, yeah, no, you don't get any free sleep this time around. Like, you have to stay through the early stages of the morning. I mean, it's always nice. I get to start my morning with some dotes and be able to, once it does finish off, get a lot of my errands done for the day. So it's not all doom and gloom, but I mean, it's always exciting when we go into a region like this and it's good Dota back and forth. And I think I don't think we've really had many games where I'm like, oh, that was a bit of a stinker. Like, we have had some stomps and stuff, but it's been like, when you watch the stomps, you're like, yeah, that was like a pretty big outplay.
Yeah.
You know?
Speaking of outplays, you might see what's happening in the top lane. They really wanted to bring down Swedenstrong, but Yamich unable to keep up with him. Him and Chrysalis don't get the kill that they were looking for. Nice little jukes from the Disruptor. Also, onto your point about the Dota gods cursing you with not sleeping, this is payback for TI. Because you kept laughing at me that I was not sleeping during TI. So yeah, how's it feel, buddy? You out
Yeah,
here.
very, very true. That is one thing that I did ride for a good time. Thank you to Val for putting TI in Singapore. If you guys want to do it again, I'm definitely down for that. Thank you.
So looking at this game now, so far the lanes going about as you would expect. The top lane, this Pango lane doesn't really get pressured by Tusk and Phantom Lancer down bottom. We expect that they're going to be able to constantly just get farm on this Nature's Prophet until they start diving him with the Primal Beast. And I like that they actually did make the decision that instead of playing with the Disruptor on bottom, Kidaro's the one that's here. He's a lot better able to protect this Nature's Prophet. You play sufficiently far back. Kidaro's the one that's always going to be up front tanking with his body. So, but we saw this last game where they had a very decent early start in terms of farm overall, but weren't able to translate it into efficiency or map gains once the mid game hit.
Yeah, exactly. And you can also see that Team Secret made this transition knowing that the Undying was going to be in the bottom side. They don't want to have double strength cores up against it, and Yamich does play better into the Disruptor as well, so it's a nice little start for them. Armel, oh man, don't permit solo kill. Ugh.
Oh no, Armel, he's in danger. Oof, you almost got that kill onto Laranov, but both of them fell very, very low, so...
Yeah.
This is Laranov being forced back to the base though, so already was just drawing even in the laning phase. Armel just showing that he has a little bit of a class advantage here in this mid lane. But everything else, he's just gonna get a free wave in this mid lane. Top, nobody's dying. Nobody's dying, man. We're back to just 2-on-2. Everybody farming for the early game. Love to see it.
Yeah. I think this is kind of just evident that Team Secret understand that they have a little bit better of the mid game and the later stages of the game. So, you know, PL's not going to be one of those heroes that's really going to get a lot of kills as long as he's playing okay with his doppelganger. I think mid lane is going to be the scariest one, as you can see Lorinov.
Ooh. Lorinov actually has triple raises soon. He went in for the long range raise, didn't wait for the cooldowns to hit, but still going to be feeling very happy about the situation. Water runes are coming up. He can sort of try and bully the DP before she goes to refill her bottle, but she should be able to get there in time. It's very unfortunate for Lorinov that he had to go back to base, otherwise he might have been level 5. That would have enabled him to be much more aggressive in that situation, but since he is level 4 only, Armel knows that he's going to have the HP and spell advantage. He should be A-okay here.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting matchup with the DP versus the SF, as you can see how much damage that the Razors do. But if Armel's able to outplay it with like his Spirit Siphons, then he can really force Lorinov into a bad spot.
Ooh. He does TP back home to base though, so it's Lorinov's turn to get the free farm in this lane.
Bottom lane, trying to kill Boom.
Boom should be fine. He should be okay. Has onslaught in a second, gets back out of the trees. But now he's forced back behind these trees. They can't actually play aggressively back into the lane. The Tombstone is tanking up all the tower hits at the moment. And I love what they're doing right now. Making sure that Boom, even if he's not going to be in the lane, like it just feels bad to go back to base as well. You still have some HP to play with. You really want to stick around. They should be able to get some decent damage onto the tier 1 tower. Also going to put damage onto Puppy here. The Jakiro might die. Kidaro looking for the body blocks. Gets a couple of them off. But Low Skill literally has no interest in the Jakiro's life. All his interest is being dragged towards the tier 1 tower. He wants to make sure that PuckChamp this time around actually have a map to be able to play with.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Boom is getting absolutely destroyed in this lane. 28 and 11 against the 17 and 0. This is usually a lane that we're expecting the Primal Beast to munch on the natures, but Low Skill showing a lot of high skill this time around and decimating Boom in this lane. Did a lot of damage to his tier 1 tower as well. He's got like almost a full 2-level lead on him. Actually, it's about only a whole level now. Up against Boom, and Kadara has done a really, really good job at making this lane extremely good for Low Skills. So PuckChamp, they're going to have a nice little mid game to play around with this Nature's Prophet.
Yep. Especially considering that the Nature's Prophet is not even the real carry of this game. That honor goes towards Lorinov on his SF. And speaking of Lorinov, he finds himself in a position where he's still doing really well in this laning phase, equalizing with Armel in terms of CS, and as a result having a slight advantage in net worth due to the early first blood for himself. And they're really keeping Sweden Strong nearby just in case there's an errant rotation that comes in. They want to make sure that they can protect this life, and indeed here is the rotation. Yamich, he gets scouted by this Observe Ward, but I don't think they actually even want this smoke. They are prioritizing just farming right now, so Lorinov will just leave to go into the jungle for a little bit until Yamich decides to dip himself away.
Yeah, I think they also understand that this tier 1 tower is not long to this ward on the bottom side. So as soon as Low Skill's able to clean this one up, he TP's back home and then he can TP towards the mid lane. And then they can have that little bit of extra pressure. Nice little deny there from Boom though. That's exactly what you needed. And Sweden Strong can be in trouble here up against Yamich.
Level 2 snowball. Yeah, he's actually dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
He is actually dead. Yeah. Bye-bye. He's gonna try the glimpse.
Scanning.
Right, it's going to be hard for them to try and kill this Phantom Lancer now that he's level 6. Has a Vanguard built up as well, so alright, I like this build coming in from Chrysalis. Means that he's going to be tanky. He's going to be so hard to deal with early on, and PuckChamp, they need to get a fight going.
Do not tell me that this... I would laugh my ass off if PL also built Radiance. If Vanguard Radiance is built on PL as well these days, I'd be like, okay, this is a bit much, but he is queuing up the Diffusal Blade, so there's still some semblance of order in the universe seeing this come out.
Yeah, I think Vanguard's just too good. The fact that you can disassemble it, a lot of these heroes like building a lot of these items that have the Ring of Hell. It's just redonkulous, the fact that you can disassemble. So I think maybe in the big patch, either make everything disassemblable, or
nothing.
make it so you can't disassemble stuff, because we've seen in the past some of these metas can be determined by what heroes can build items that are disassemblable.
Radiant's middle tower is under
We're gonna see them pop the first usage of Ghost in this game as Armel trying to pressure this tier 1 tower with Exorcism. Not getting much help elsewhere as low skill. He actually gets dove upon and killed down bottom. They finally clock the fact that he is alone, so Primal Beast with level 6 Pulverize, utilizing it on the Nature's Prophet. Mid lane, they cliff up. They're still trying to defend this. Nobody else is coming in just yet, but here's the TP. They want to try and force this fight. Sweet and Strong looking for the glimpse. Not going to be able to find it just yet. Unfortunately, he came in a little bit too late on that one. And that also drew away Pango from the top lane. Lay's really looking for the Rolling Thunder play. But on the side of Team Secret, they make the right call. Armel retreats just at the right moment to keep himself alive.
Bro, this is such sick macro play coming in from Team Secret. They are playing PuckChamp like a fiddle. The way that they played mid, they put emphasis on the tier 1 tower, forcing PuckChamp to make sure that they have to respond to it if the Death Prophet is able to just sit there and get a free tier 1. Then they punish the bottom side because they know that nobody wants to TP in towards that tier 1 tower. Boom gets himself a free kill. Has now completely caught up and overtaken the Nature's Prophet, mind you, after being decimated in the first 5 minutes. And then they're able to make sure that there's not too much pressure on Chrysalis because, again, they have to force so much attention towards the middle lane. So Team Secret, they are really showing that the reason why these guys have so much experience, and they're abusing that with how they're playing the map.
Right now, they're going to utilize that experience to try and get a quick kill onto Kidaro. Puppey should still die here, as a Tombstone in tandem with the tier 1 tower doing enough work to bring down the Jakiro. Boom, though, happily soaks up the kill and will put more pressure on the tower. But erstwhile, they're going for Yamich inside the dire side of the map. And they will find him. The Wrath of Nature is the one that gets credited with that kill, I believe. Okay, cool. Team Secret losing 2 supports all across the map, but there's not coming at the loss of too much for them. They still are farming on all their heroes, more map pressure being applied bottom. At the same time, though, those are the kind of kills that they need from PuckChamp, because they still want to farm for low skill as well as Larinov. Low skill just bought himself a hand of Midas here, Fluke, so he's in it for the long haul. So they really are not too concerned about getting too much of the pressure applied towards them right now, provided that these 2 heroes can stay alive and keep farming their jungle.
Boom doesn't have trample, but he does have the Pulverize, so he's going to be able to get another kill there onto Kadaro. Armel makes a rotation towards the bottom side. Chrysalis is just freely farming in the top lane. So yeah, Team Secret, they're in a good spot, and PuckChamp, they had such a good start, and they haven't been able to connect with low skill just yet. They really need a few more levels, I think, on Sweden Strong. I think once they have the Static Storm, they can make a rotation towards one of these side lanes and catch out Team Secret being a little bit over aggressive. But Secret are the ones that want to try and take another tier 1 tower. They have been scanned out though. Ooh, shards miss there from Yamich. If that connects there, maybe that's a kill onto Larinov. Yeah. They transition that into a tier 1, but he's pretty big as well on the Shadow Fiend, so he feels pretty strong with his Dragonlets.
By the way, did you see who ate the tome on the side of PuckChamp? Because Sweet and Strong, okay, only now just got 6. We are so shy on the XP, but he's picked it up now. I think it's time for them to try and force a fight. Nature's Prophet goes bottom, but he can make his presence known if need be. And they might choose to contest around this rune here. Larinov almost got caught downstairs. It's a DD rune as well. They need to get rid of this. Just get rid of it. Deny it, Larinov. Okay, there we go. He denies it. They drop a Tombstone from Kidaro, so they want to try and force this fight. Glimpse back onto Yamich, and the 4 position will be very happy to tank his own life if it ends up being multiple ultimates committed for this. I count Tombstone as an ultimate because Flesh Golem not that good. Okay, if I'm Team Secret, I'm like, sweet boys. 4 heroes middle, a Tombstone dropped, a Rolling Thunder, and all you get is Yamich's life? Alright, awesome.
Yeah, all the meanwhile Chrysalis as well as Boomer farming, right? And same with Armel. So yeah, you're definitely happy if you're Team Secret. Yamich could have been able to survive that fight if he just got a little bit later on the snowball.
Oh, poor Kidaro.
Kadaro.
He's got.
The death for the Undying is always rough, but I mean, you're playing Undying. At the end of the day, you're either kind of giga taking over the game or you are on a little bit of a warding mission that ends in a feed test. So Kadaro is doing his job. He is making a bit of space for the rest of PuckChamp, but they need to defend their towers, man. They can't lose this tier 1 tower because then I'm pretty sure they lose control of this entire bottom half of the jungle.
Yeah. Looks like it's going to happen whether they like it or not. There's a TP coming in right now, so they want to potentially try and force a fight with the Undying, but they actually even just cancel out their TP. Glimpse back onto Armel. I don't know about this one, yo. especially without the Undying here. They come in, Boom, looking for a way into this fight. There will be a Static Storm though to protect Lorinov into the Requiem. Boom is suddenly the one that's in danger right now. Low skill also makes his presence known in this fight as they throw in the right clicks. Are they going to be enough? Where is the damage? He finally ends up going down. Rolling Thunder prevents Armel from escaping this fight as he is dead as well. Glimpse back onto the task. Yamich suddenly wishing he was anywhere else in the map right now. Surrounded by these PuckChamp heroes. He's the ice shots. He goofed and kept himself trapped in as they end up losing 3. PuckChamp, they don't defend the tier 1 tower, but they certainly catch Team Secret as they try to over-aggress their hand.
Yeah, that's a little bit overzealous, and look at how much gold they give away. 1,300 gold going away of PuckChamp. That's definitely a juicy little start here for PuckChamp. They're happy with that one. Yeah, it was just, they saw the Disruptor was there, and they still wanted to go. I thought maybe they might just kind of respect the Static Storm this time around, and it was a nice placement of the Static Storm from Sweden Strong. Didn't want to catch everybody, but he wanted to make sure the Shadow Fiend was safe. So he put it directly on top of SF. Lorinov was able to get the Requiem off, meant that Boom wasn't able to come in with the Pulverize. And then you could just see that it was kind of panic stations for Team Secret. They said, oh, we're kind of in a bad spot here. Armel tried to cut his losses and TP away, but it was a nice Rolling Thunder coming in from Lays. And they just get responded on perfectly here. And Team Secret probably would have liked that to go a little bit nicer for them, but that's probably a little kick in the bum for them to figure out, okay, maybe we might need to chill just a little bit here until we get maybe a BKB on Boom.
The seeds of fortune.
And speaking of some of the spoils of that last fight, Lorinov now closing in on a BKB, low skill, chilling with Midas, a Maelstrom, building into the Mjolnir so they have some kind of response to the PL illusions down the stretch. So between the PL illusions being dealt with by the Mjolnir as well as Lorinov with the Shadow Razors, feels like Chrysalis won't feel as strong as he wants to in this game for quite some time. Still needs to build into his Manta after this Diffusal Blade. But he has to vacate the top part of the map because they are coming for the tier 1 tower. Actually, they're coming for his life right now. Static Storm after a glimpse, committed onto the PL. Do they have what it takes to kill him? He gets outside of the kinetic field. There's going to be the Rolling Thunder. He should be able to get away from this fight, but they found him on the high ground here. But he's turning around potentially. Requiem not channeled fully by the SF. He's going in for it right now. Boom. Kept away from this fight. But this is just Lorinov trying to get the retreat here. They get Kidara out as well. Will Sweden Strong be as lucky? Yes, he will. So, despite them going for the aggressive play, they don't have the necessary control here, Fluke, to actually kill Chrysalis. Although the tier 1 tower does fall, denied out by Armel at the very end.
I felt like, was that almost 10 heroes in the top lane and nobody died?
Yes, sir.
Crazy. It was very, very crazy. There's 6 save coming in from Yamich, so on the snowball. It was a good little ward up here on the high ground in the Dire Jungle that was able to catch Chrysalis as soon as he doppelgangered. Very, very smart from Sweden Strong, understanding that he needs to wait until the doppelganger goes down to glimpse him back, in the Static Storm, and Yamich was there and ready and waiting. I would like to see Lorinov just kind of let rip of the Requiem a little earlier in a lot of these fights. I feel like he's waiting for like a perfect Requiem to be able to hit some initiations or maybe just try and blow up one hero. So I'd just like to see Lorinov just pop that a little earlier in these fights. Even if it's just a little bit of extra damage, if it's just a little bit of extra lockdown or something like the PL, that can just convert some of these kills from missed opportunities into, you know, secured kills, which is exactly what they need here for PuckChamp to start to enable their movement in towards this mid game. So they're not doing too bad here from PuckChamp to be able to come back. I think a lot of that gold helped in that mid fight, but now they need to try and start taking these objectives. You know, start getting some of their map control back, which they've done by taking over the top side of the map. But they need to start converting onto this tier 1 mid tower. That is the next big spot for PuckChamp to set their attention on.
Look at this ward planted out by Yamich. Like, Yamich is a boss. If we go back towards the outpost, right next to it, they've got a dire ward here that's outside of the usual spots of dewarding. So it's scouting out the fact that PuckChamp is taking over this jungle. And potentially Team Secret can mount a counterplay off the back of this. The more important thing is to make sure Armel doesn't reveal himself too far, lest he gets glimpsed back into a big play. But right now, Team Secret still happily farming away. Although they will smoke on Jakiro and Boom, as they want to try and get some map control back themselves and contest this Aegis. And see how long they want to stick around here for PuckChamp. But this ward is actually working double duty for themselves. They're going to make the quick jump onto Lays. Glimpse back will ensure that they can't follow up with the Pulverize, but they can silence him. He's still alive. There will be the GG boots to get the Dispel out. And Yamich will not connect either with the Ice Shards. Alright, that's Macropire down and used. They can play a little bit more forward-facing right now. And they glimpse back Puppy. Will he get punished for this D-ward? I don't know if it's actually a best idea to go onto him, as he still has reinforcements right behind him. And they're thinking about coming in with said reinforcements. Chrysalis was queuing up the TP, cancels it out instead.
Okay. Both teams just understand that it's hard for them to commit onto a single kill without kind of catching them out. So, Boom was very, very close to his BKB. He hasn't completed now, so I thought maybe Secret might want to wait for that because, you know, BKB committed in that previous fight is a guaranteed kill onto Lays, but he was able to survive for a little bit longer, and nobody went down once again. So now with BKBs up for both these two teams, we may see these fights going in and the smoke up from PuckChamp.
I'm so impressed. That Observer Ward from Yamich, yet again pulling double duty. It scouted the entire smoke. Team Secret know exactly what's coming. But they're going to change tracks here. Dire Scan went middle as they thought they were going to play aggressively, but PuckChamp looks like they want to try and outgreed this. They go into the Roshan pit, but yet another ward. Puppy, that last excursion he went on, allowed his team to gain some vision here, but might have been a trap. They go onto him, but that Static Storm for a Jakiro? Yes, sir, please take me away. They realize they need more, though. They go in with the Rolling Thunder. Let's see if they can find more here. Beautiful usage of the Snowball from Yamich yet again. And now 2 huge spells are down. No Rolling Thunder, no big Static Storm. They don't even have the Wrath of Nature for this one. But they're trying to finish this off. They want to go for this. They still get it. Between the Necromastery, the presence of the Dark Lord, and just raw right clicks from this Nature's Prophet, they are able to bring down the Roshan. And Team Secret will not be able to take this fight, but they might still go for it. Boom. Thinking about going in. Finds the onslaught forward. There's no mana on Laranov. He doesn't want to pop the BKB on his first life. So as a result, he will end up losing it. Primal Beast goes in onto Armel. Onto Laranov, rather. And Laranov, he's already going to come back on second life with the BKB active. Nature's Prophet trying to help him out with damage. There's not going to be a Requiem as the Walrus Punch was there to interrupt it. It does eventually go off, fearing Chrysalis away. But now Laranov has no more allies to help him. No more HP for the fight. As they've lost Lays, they've lost Laranov. Armel credited with the double kill. And Team Secret, despite not being able to get the Roshan, they can take the subsequent fight.
Yeah, that fight was just a good display of how strong DP and Phantom Lancer are going to be in these next couple of fights, right? Like, PL now has Manta Cell up after his Vanguard. Armel completely untouched with the Guardian Greaves. He's getting close with BKB. Like, I think they're just going to run out of damage. And Boom just kind of has to be this annoying presence. There was a couple of moments in that previous fight. Sweden Strong got a nice little onslaught, glimpse on the onslaught.
Dude, Low Skill's dead.
He is.
He's actually dead. Yeah, bye-bye.
Yeah. But yeah, Sweden Strong got a sick glimpse play onto the onslaught. So obviously Boom doesn't want to pre-BKB for onslaught because then you waste like a second or two just onslaughting in. And he got the glimpse to cancel that onslaught. So that's why that fight in the river didn't break out the way it did. And then Boom was coming back in with the onslaught when we were going towards the Dire Jungle, and he BKB'd halfway through the onslaught, which stops you from moving. So he didn't get the onslaught all the way through, but Chrysalis as well as Armel was still able to carry the fight. And as soon as he gets in that fight, you can see how scary Boom is on this Primal Beast. So Team Secret, I think they've got definitely a lot ahead of them, and it's going to be hard for Low Skill to play these fights, man. Like, he BKBs, means he's safe from the Primal Beast, but he still has to try and deal with a Phantom Lancer. And if PL's dealing with him during his BKB, yeah, he doesn't get mana burn, but you just can't deal with a massive amount of illusions that Chrysalis is committing right away. And I think as soon as you see Chrysalis come into these fights, PuckChamp need to set all their attention on the Phantom Lancer. They need to deal with these illusions early on, because Low Skill and Laranov with their BKBs are going to be much stronger than Armel and the Primal Beast. But they just can't deal with this Phantom Lancer in these fights, especially if he's just able to free hit.
This is one of those rarefied occasions, as we see down bottom, Freedom Strong getting himself killed. But this is going to be one of those games where Butterfly is actually going to be massive for the SF when he eventually gets there. PL never wants to be buying MKB, and they need some kind of way, like you said, just to deal with this PL, stop him from just killing the entire team. They are going to look for the tier 2 tower in this bottom lane, but at the same time, they're going to dual aggress because they're going on to Kidaro's life up top. Onslaught directly on top of him, and with the pulverized, Boom will find this kill. Why this spell only has a 30-second cooldown, God only knows. But they utilize that cooldown very, very well to find the life of this Undying and make sure they can take the tier 2 tower down bottom.
Guys, just build a BKB forehead. It's not that hard. That fight needs to be 25 seconds. No, Primal Beast is one of my favorite heroes in Dota right now. Very, very enjoyable to play, very, very satisfying to play, and he's very, very strong. Pulverize, I feel like probably will get a nerf in the upcoming patch. I know Primal Beast isn't like front and center, but his spells are just far too strong. And I think the fact that you're using Pulverize to farm a crit wave over Trample goes to show that I think the ultimate just might be a little bit too strong.
Yeah. Trample's too good. Pulverize is too good. Just too much good stuff.
Yeah.
Just nerf the hero bliss. Give him the Lina treatment. Actually, no, give him the off the 6.73 sniper and troll treatment. That's what I want to see.
Completely nerfed into irrelevancy.
There we go. Mid lane, Undying might find himself irrelevant in the game as he's looking towards losing his life here. Boom, thinking about once loading forward. He actually goes in for this. Not able to find anybody, unfortunately.
Oh, low skill top.
And top.
No.
Oh no, low skill. It was all a bait here, Fluke. While we're busy watching them posture around this Undying, they're busy bringing down the low skill Nature's Prophet. Didn't even wait. How did he not be able to pop BKB there? Was Puppy just in the trees and caught him with like a ice path somehow?
Maybe caught him on like the TP out or something, but
oh no,
I don't know. Yeah, I looked up and like I just looked up at the top and I was like, oh, low skill is pretty low, and then I saw that Chrysalis was on top of him and I was like, oh.
Oh no.
And he has a full heart now as well for Chrysalis. Oh, this is really cool.
Oh, Yamich, big place.
This is really cool what Chrysalis did. So he built the Vanguard, right? And then he's able to put the Vitality booster into the heart. So big brain. Nothing goes to waste here.
I also honestly hope, you were talking about disassembling items earlier. I personally think that it's a mechanic that it offers too much efficiency for the game.
Oh,
so
yeah. Same.
I would take it out, that mechanic. And just say, you choose your items, you choose your items.
Yeah,
I think
put them together, you either have to go one of two ways, right? You either have to make everything that can be disassembled or nothing can. Because otherwise, like, as you said, there's just certain heroes that build certain items that just get much more efficiency out of certain things instead of other heroes who are like, I don't really want to build this item, but it's just super efficient to build a Vanguard on every melee carry now and just disassemble it into some other item that utilizes one of the other components of it.
Yep. We'll see if Team Secret can keep this efficient play going on the map right now, as they are currently taking over the map, getting some control pretty much everywhere. Laze is top. He might actually die here. He's walking underneath some rat traps. They have the vision necessary to jump on him. Yamich, he has Blink Dagger, so they can go directly atop this Pango, but they don't have the reach with the Snowball just outside of range. Oh, but he gets it. And he's trying to get himself through the jukes. It will be a swashbuckle after a Walrus Punch, so it takes him pretty far away. But it takes him far enough away that he can get off the Rolling Thunder prior to Pulverize. That will enable his escape. Okay, two heroes dragged away towards the top lane. At the end of the day, though, for PuckChamp, this is a win because all they want is more space for Laranov and Low Skill to farm. Low Skill pushing out the bottom wave, Laranov clearing out the jungle. So even though they are at a massive deficit, it is buying time, which is what they need right now.
Yeah, exactly. They're not losing out all too much. They just had to waste a bit of time for Laze, but he's okay with doing that. He has his Maelstrom up now as well, so he can start farming a lot of these creep waves. Oh, pardon me. But yeah, exactly as you said, Laranov as well as Low Skill are the ones that are going to be able to utilize this space and try and come in towards the mid-game and fight. But, I mean, Chrysalis, I'm pretty sure they have a PR problem. He's going to have Basher in his next fight when he wants to buy it as well. So he can just play up against these BKBs super easily and just kind of force Low Skill and Laranov to have to be super selective with how they're BKBing and how they're playing these fights.
Chrysalis is indeed a problem, and soon he's going to have a Basher as well. Basher Scotty looks like that's his final atomization here for the end of the game. Once he has both, probably just put away these boots, sell the magic wand, and then you are just one of the craziest heroes on top of the map. And they're looking like they might want to posture for a fight here. Boom reveals himself, but they know that he has BKB, so trying to glimpse him back will kind of be a waste of time, and killing him very quickly is very hard to do. Some new items have emerged here. On the one side, Laranov gets a Shadow Blade so he can finish his Silver Edge. But on the other side, Yamich, who's already been putting in so much work in this game, picks up a BKB, my friend.
Oh, damn.
Damn, bro. He's fall.
Yeah. Yeah, the big thing with this BKB is he can save people inside of static form now. Like, he can just BKB and then just snowball and grab somebody. So, yeah, Yamich is having a really, really good game here on the Tusk. I think Puppy's super fat as well. Like, look at him. He's got drums, Glimmer Cape. He's going to have the Boots of Bearing very, very soon. And, yeah, Team Secret, they've just been posturing around this mid lane to try and hold out until Roshan. They have held on to the mid tier 1 as well, so that's a massive map advantage for them. And especially if they're able to walk into this Roche. Like, you know, Shard on PL is going to be scary to deal with. Boom getting Shard is pretty good. DP Shard's not bad. So Team Secret, they really want this next Roche.
Yep. They'll be able to contest it. They did pick up a Satanic on low skill. And they haven't finished off the Shiva's Guard just yet for Armel. So that does mean that the regen is going to be fully effective, at least for now. But Team Secret, they still feel very strong. They're going to try and force a fight. Smoking up his 5. Who are they going to be able to find? Kidaro is inside the Roshan pit. He gets caught out first. Will he die before he gets off the Tombstone? He has gotten the Flesh Golem and the Tombstone. In the meantime, Lei is coming through with the Rolling Thunder. Sweden Strong did die first, and they are eventually able to melt down Kidaro. But now, there's no more BKB onto these heroes on the side of Team Secret. So they're trying to throw out this damage from low skill. There's going to be the Static Storm catching on to 2. But they don't have enough damage here, Fluke. Laurenoff is too low. Chrysalis is chasing him down, and will be able to kill him with this Phantom Lancer. And as low skill's BKB doesn't even activate it, as they just give up. They throw in the towel. Low skill, he just saw I don't do enough damage in this fight. My actual damage dealer is dying too quickly. And in the end, they just say, well, we don't have what it takes to take Team Secret to the distance. So they throw in the towel, make it a 2-0 series, and make it a very fast night for the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, I think they realized that they had a Fatal Lancer problem. Chrysalis was literally untouched. He was going to get towards an Abyssal Blade after that fight. You know, they lose that. There's no buyback on Lorenov. There's no buyback on low skill. They just get Roche. They get an Ag Shard. They walk up high ground, and, you know, what are they supposed to do? I think this draft coming in from Team Secret was really, really good. The PL last pick was kind of a cherry on top. I thought the lanes were going to go a little bit better for PuckChamp, but once again, I think Team Secret just show their prowess of their macro. The way that they're able to pull apart a lot of these teams, I thought there was going to be a little bit more kind of go ahead from PuckChamp, the fact they had the Nature's Prophet, but it was Secret the ones that were making the moves. Armel just kind of constantly pressuring that tier 1 tower meant that Boob was able to catch up in the off lane, and then Chrysalis was completely untouched on a Phantom Lancer. And Phantom Lancer is one of those heroes that if you don't have an innate counter straight away and you're able to sit back and free farm and get out of that early kind of 20 minutes where you are a very weak hero, then it just becomes an easy game for you. And Team Secret did a really, really good job. There was this moment here, which I thought was like, they kind of got punished pretty hardcore from PuckChamp, but ever since that moment, they tightened it up, they finished it off, and kind of played a very, very good game once again here from Team Secret.
Yep. I think it's very telling about this game that this is the only team fight that PuckChamp won. And even though they won this team fight, it happened on their side of the map. Pretty much every engagement in this game happened on their side of the map, and this is very problematic for them. And of course, we did have this Roshan fight. They just got the Aegis. They still end up losing these heroes. And low skill, just despite the amount of space they tried to give to this Nature's Prophet, just could not deal enough damage this game. Went for the Mjolnir instead of the Gleipnir, feeling that his team could benefit from the attack speed and damage and more lightning procs on the PL. But it's just not good enough at the very end of the day. This is a problem. And like you said, this PL issue, we haven't seen him at all in the region. That was the first pick for the Phantom Lancer. And I think they're making a very strong case to try and see this hero being played more and more often. Before this game, globally, he was played 6 times this tour. 83% win rate. So 5 out of 6 of those were wins. Now we're adding another one, so he's 6 out of 7. Feeling good, man. And I think that's one of those situations where if it's a good PL game, it can be a very good PL game. And the enemy team just has no tools left to be able to stop him.
Yeah, I think it's definitely one of those heroes that you're only really going to be picking PL into good matchups, into good games as well. So Team Secret understand that. And I mean, we talked about it when these guys came down into Div 2 that they're going to have a lot more experience up against a lot of these other Div 2 teams to be able to come up with drafts and come up with macro movements and stuff like that in a game like this. And also just have a lot more resources than what everybody else does. The fact that Heen and Puppy can, meld their brains together. And then you've also got players like Armel, who have been, major winners in the past. Boom has been on top tier teams. Yamich has always been hovering around Eastern Europe, and Chrysalis again, who, they play top 3 at TI. These guys have been absolutely insane over the last couple of years, and now that they're in Div 2, it was a bump in the road for them, but they're fighting their way to get back into Division 1. And I said it going into this series that Secret want to make a statement in this series. They want to try and take down PuckChamp easily because they still have some harder series to try and get it out of this division, and I think they're going to be extremely disappointed if they don't make it out of Div 2 this time around.
Yep. I do definitely think that in terms of who our MVP should be for this particular game, although Armel, like you said, has been playing very, very well, he's phenomenal for the most part, I want to give a shout to Yamich. I think Yamich did an incredible job this game number 2. Not only was he playing very well in the laning phase, not necessarily allowing Lays and them to put any pressure onto Chrysalis, but his initial movements coming in not just to be able to get kills in the mid lane, but to stop the side of PuckChamp from getting anything out of the slips. Like Sweet and Strong, we've seen so many amazing disruptor games at this point, but Yamich showing that there's ways to ensure that this hero does not have as good of a time. Blink Dagger was a genius pickup into the BKB, genius itemization, and he just bridged the gap for his team in the early game prior to the BKBs arriving for Armel and Boom. He's like, all right, boys, don't worry. If you ever get glimpsed back, you ever find yourself in a rough spot, I will be there. I'll bail you out of trouble. And it just kept happening for them. And ultimately, Team Secret, it's like you said, they show that they have the better understanding of how to play a macro game up against the side of PuckChamp. This is very disappointing for PuckChamp because it now means that they are 0-4. 0-4, despite a somewhat, they've had a lot of good lanes. I think that's the problem for them. A lot of good lanes have happened, and it just hasn't translated into victory for them just yet. So now it is awkward because they have 3 games left. Each of them are must win. Otherwise, you are the team that's sitting smack bottom, still without a win, and relegation certainly on the cards for them. What do you think it is for this team that doesn't allow them to come out of their lanes in such a strong fashion? Why does it always start well and start to come off for them into the mid game?
I think they just have a little disconnect between some of their cores. I think this game, it was a little rough. Like, we never saw the Nature's Prophet kind of link up with it with the Pangolier in almost any of these fights. In game number 1, it was Lays not really being able to link up with low skill as well. So I just feel like there is a little bit of a disconnect between the cores and not being able to find those times on the map where they're both feeling strong and they both want to try and get something done. Whereas you see for Team Secret, a lot of their cores are starting to link up, right? Like Armel and Boom play around each other quite a lot, where Chrysalis is just sitting back and farming. Chrysalis is able to make a lot of those rotations as well. So I think for PuckChamp, their laning phase is good. They just need to start making those combos work a little bit more for them and really be able to get those good starts and transition those into great mid games as well.
Well, for PuckChamp, there's a lot that they have to be working on if they want to try and stay in the division. However, their opponents in the form of Team Secret are starting to slowly but surely build themselves into a Division 1 contestation route. And of course, to find out a little bit more, we have Yamich, the Position 4 player from the side of Team Secret, joining us for a quick interview. Good sir, firstly, congratulations on the win. I want to get your opinion on something. This is your first time playing outside of Eastern Europe, in the Western European side of things. Firstly, how did that move happen that you ended up joining Team Secret? And secondly, how have you been finding the region, both in official play and in the pub matches that you play in between?
I mean, a lot of CIS players want to play in this Europe, I mean not in this region, because people are different, because this region is kind of toxic or something else, kind of hard to...
Not sure we can hear him just yet.
Yeah, I don't think we can.
We have the technology, don't worry, we're going to figure this out. Sorry, Mr. Yamich, we just had to fix things up because we couldn't hear you for a second there. So I want to just make sure that everything is A-okay so that the interview proceeds as normal. This Yamich man, for everyone who doesn't know, Mans has been around the block. He's played Dota for, despite his youthful expression and his very happy face, he's been in the trenches. Knows what this game is about from start to bottom.
Just give us hand signs, Yamich. Is it like, yes, Western Europe better than Eastern Europe, pub-wise or professional-wise, up, down? Yeah.
The thumbs up for Europe. How does your team compare now? Thumbs up, thumbs down versus some of the best teams you've played with beforehand? Is this the best one, or is it like somewhere in the middle to be on Team Secret? Oh no.
Still can't hear him.
We still can't hear him. Game is hard. But we're figuring it out. There's a lot of smart brains behind him. a lot of very intelligent people. You know, it's always been the funniest thing in the world to me, the fact that...
I can hear him now.
Oh, can we hear him? Is this
I think
Yamish?
I just heard him laugh. Yamish, can we hear you now?
Hello,
No.
hello.
Oh my God,
We can
no.
hear his laugh.
Hello,
Only his
hello.
laugh. Hey, there we go.
Yes.
There we go.
Ah, you hear me,
We got
yeah?
it.
Okay, it's
Yeah,
good.
Yes,
we
sir.
can hear you.
So,
So
can you repeat?
congratulations on the dub. How you feeling? Yeah. So
I'm
basically,
feeling-
I was asking, how did you join Team Secret? What is that conversation like? And then overall, what's Western Europe been like for you as your first time outside of Eastern Europe?
I mean, I met a puppy in Last Chance, and we just talked for some times, yeah. And then, when Team Secret was removed to Div 2, I was just trying to play on this team, yeah. After that, what the second question? It's about.
How have you been finding Western Europe, like relative to Eastern Europe?
I mean, a lot of people from Western Europe want to play in. I mean, not in this region. A lot of this region want to play in this Europe, yeah. Because I don't know, a lot of Lovats and a lot of this players just coming to these teams, and I wanted to, and now I'm here. That's all. Actually, you can speak English in middle. I mean, in mid game, in early game, kind of simply, because let's go smoke, let's go art. I mean, it's not hard, but maybe when we're just talking about some heroes, it's kind of hard for me, but I understand some. I mean, I understand this, and it's not hard, yeah.
Something else I also want to find out, what's it like for you playing with a Southeast Asian player right now as well? Because you have gotten Armel into the team. Does he bring a different kind of understanding of the game relative to yourself from Eastern Europe and the rest of the team who've been playing in Western Europe for so long?
I think Armel is a very good player in middle, I mean, for sure. I played with GPK, which good player too, and he's kind of like a GPK. He's winning middle. Maybe in last series we not do well, but it was about drafts. But I think we're gonna just improve more, and I hope that. And yeah.
Okay. And speaking of your drafts, do you have how much input do you personally have into the drafts? Or is it just Heen and Puppy that handle everything and say, here's your hero, you're going to play it no matter what?
I mean, we're just talking, we just see a lot of games in Dream League, a lot of in DPC. And when I was in home and last major was playing, and I see how people just were speaking Rubik, and I just watched some replay tofu on Disruptor with Brute and just play one time on Disruptor, and in the first day of last major I just understood that this Disruptor is so broken, and I just wondering why not people picking Disruptor. And after just maybe 1 month, just after I end major, people just started it. But I just find some heroes which with good win rate or something special. Like I create this, I not create. Okay, I just understand that Disruptor is imba, and what we gonna do? Okay, let's pick Tuskar, and we do it well.
Well, the task definitely worked out for you. Master Fluke, what you got?
I have a few questions for you, Yamich. I feel like over the years, you've been one of those players that really has been able to kind of move into this role of being a star-starter position 4 player. How has the transition been with you playing with Boom now in the offlane? Obviously, you've played with a whole lot of different offlaners. How has that transition happened between you and Boom?
We played a lot of pubs together. We watched some replays together. I tried to help him because after Virtus Pro, I just was thinking about to remove my position to post 3, but I understood that I just watched a lot of replays and I just tried to help Boom with it because something I understand, but something not. It's kind of, but Boom do it well. He's a good player for sure, and he's, I mean, funny boy. So yeah.
Yeah, I think that transition has been really good for both of you and really been able to enable each other. So one more question before I do let you go, Yamich. We have heard that the patch is coming up in a few days here, about 5 days' time, potentially. Is there anything that you want to see from the patch specifically? Because there is going to be some DPC matches after that patch does drop, if it does drop on the 20th. So is there anything that you want to see in the next massive patch?
Muerta, play Imba. Let's go. That's all.
Okay. I'd love to see it.
A simple man. I have one also last question. Provided that Team Secret do get promoted into Division 1, obviously next season you'll be playing in Div 1 up against some of the strongest teams in Europe. If Team Secret were in Div 1, where do you think you would finish in that particular road?
It's kind of good question. Maybe I just don't want to answer to this, but from 1 to 4.
From 1 to 4. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. That's what I want to hear. Team Secret at the major would be very exciting to see again. And of course, Yamech, so far you've excited us a lot with the games you've played. So thank you so much for the games you played. Thank you so much for your time and good luck. Have fun for the rest of the games on the tour.
Thank you. Thank you. Good luck, guys.
Cheers.
That is, of course, Yamech, support player, journeyman of the Eastern European scene, and now a stalwart here of Team Secret. Looking better and better after all of these games. I think that was one of the considerations coming into Div 2 for Team Secret, that, well, you're moving Boom into the offlane, you're having Armel come in, you're having Yamech come in. You know, there was question about synergy, cohesion between all these players, but it does feel like the pieces are starting to fall into place here, especially when we see how well they can control the mid game. I think over time, it'll start to cohesively come together for the rest of the game as well.
Yeah, and I think it's also a good showing from Secret that they were able to transition Poppy and Yamech into two different lanes depending on the matchups that they had. So I think Team Secret are really putting themselves into a good spot to finish off the tour with a bang and really starting to get in their stride. And, you know, I think they're really just going strength to strength to strength. And with a player like Yamech, who, you know, he said that he didn't decide, he didn't make up this to disrupt the meta. But I remember, you know, a few years ago, he was the guy who was the techies player as well, right? Like, you know, once, you know, Yamech and Zayats were the two techies players in Eastern Europe, and now they're coming onto Team Secret. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of special sauce he's going to be able to come up with. But yeah, Team Secret, they're looking in red hot form right now. And I mean, 3-1 in the standings, they're going to be hard to beat.
Yep. Of course, with their 2-0 victory, that does mean that the final series of the day is over. Right behind them, we did see Into the Breach taking their first win so far of the DPC and delivering the first loss to Ancient Tribe as they won that series 2-1. And then, of course, we did see the side of Old G get a little bit back towards winning ways. They had a couple of difficult series here and there, but that victory means that they go up now 2-2, 5th place in the division so far. Into the Breach also climbs out of their losing category as they are now 1-3. Unfortunately, because Ivy did go down at the beginning of the day to OG, they are at the bottom, right next to PuckChamp, who are now 0-4. The teams that are still doing well, Hustlers still 3-0, Ancient Tribe, Team Secret 3-1 right now. And then, of course, Alliance, as usual, feels like it's always chasing the pack. It's been a while since we've seen Alliance leading the pack in this particular way, but anything could still happen. You mentioned it best earlier that it's very unlikely that any team emerges from this without any wins nor any losses. So I expect the picture we see before us right now to change drastically over the next few game days that we have.
Yeah, and especially with the next game day having some very, very important series. You know, we've got Alliance going up against D2 Hustlers, Secret versus Ancient Tribe, and PuckChamp versus Old G. So hopefully PuckChamp are able to get a little bit of something out of that final series. Ancient Tribe versus Secret, that is going to be a fight for the top, I think. And even Alliance versus D2 Hustlers. D2 Hustlers haven't lost a series just yet. They did go all to 3 maps up against Secret, and Alliance had a little bit of a struggling series up against Secret. But I think this series is a good shout for Alliance, who are starting to get the come up. They've got a lot of tape on D2 Hustlers, and I mean, all of those series are going to be super, super important, because if they go one way or another, then we can really start to see this tour be teased out.
I mean, we heard earlier from Shibe today on the side of Into the Breach that sometimes it matches not just how good the opposing team is, but what the matchup looks like. So although Alliance did end up losing to Team Secret, they might be better matched up against D2 Hustlers. And if they win that game, suddenly there are 4 teams that are 3-1. And then the next series between Secret and D2 Hustlers, here and the side of Ancient Tribe is even more important, because whoever wins that goes 4-1 and the other team goes 3-2. So very big games. And the last series, of course, as you mentioned, for PuckChamp, if they lose, they're 0-5. That's almost guaranteed relegation. I think it's only, at that point, the only way they avoid relegation is through tiebreakers if a couple of other teams go 2-5 as well. So Scary times for the side of PuckChamp. Scary times for the teams in the top 4 as well, because this could be a day where you lose any of these series, and that might be the difference between staying in Division 2 or getting into Div 1 and potentially starting your road towards the international. With that though, one more day for this week of Dota to come on Sunday, so make sure that you are here, same time, same place to catch that action. For now though, from myself, Snare, from Mr. Worldwide Fluke, from the PGL crew, and of course everybody that helped to make this possible, we say thank you, because we are done and dusted until that next year's set of games. Make sure that you're going to make sure that you stay hydrated back home, make sure that you keep a positive attitude about yourself and about that game, and of course make sure that you tell someone you love in your life that you love them, tell them you love Dota, and come share that love with us on Sunday. Until then, we're out. We'll see you for some more hype later.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.